The explanation to us, sincerely, that shows that the artist know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision. There's a lot of profitable something for every individual. At a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background, you know. It started from nothing to something. So, you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There's no way you won't find, you won't encounter challenges. The challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade. And what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing. And it's telling me that there's still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant that I will see as nothing. We can really make it something. And that was that done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Osun Osogbo, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this. But the government has to come to support him. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as coconut shells. There's still a lot that he has proven that. There's still many things that can still be done, that can be achieved in terms of creativity. So, but he alone, and he's been struggling for more than a decade. That is he's been able to take it to this level is miracle. Honestly, it's miracle, because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what, for instance, I expected that before we, just ordinary citizens of the community, comes here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it. So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes it kills spirit. So we need government buying. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
I am an engineer, and I believe we can transform our cities into places that are healthy and fun to live in. More than half of us live in cities these days, and they are often crowded. Air is dirty, and it's hard to find decent housing. But it doesn't have to be like that. Here is the future we can achieve. Our buses and trains run on clean renewable energy. Air pollution is no longer a matter of life and death, and it's much easier to walk and bike. Our buildings are resilient and energy efficient. They are made of green materials. And our cities are zero waste. We no longer send tons and tons of garbage to landfill or dump it in the oceans. For example, here in Nairobi, where I live, I have created a company that will turn plastic waste into plastic bricks for construction. There are many cool ways to build green. Take this house in Pittsburgh in the United States. Its super thick insulation means it needs 90% less energy for heating and air conditioning. In Singapore, concrete neighborhoods are being interlaced with green spaces, and that holds and filters water. Singapore has been called the Garden City. In Bogota, Colombia, you can find many green buildings, and some days are car-free. We know we have to find better ways to manufacture steel and cement, and so we need to invest in research. And we have mapped out a route forward. It's the Paris Climate Agreement. Almost 200 countries have signed on to stop the global warming from rising above 1.5 degrees Celsius. And dozens of cities have pledged that all new buildings will be net zero carbon by 2030. We have the know-how to transform our cities. Let's do it. Please support us by posting your support for #ClimateAction.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project, because it's very it's a waste, because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart, because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least that was 2014, and this is 2024. Let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing, because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWDs mean the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here. Over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
What was research is an aspect of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé, ẹrù wa, ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's surmount already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, we have the church building, the church street and the church building. Is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojayi, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then we have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer
existing. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Onoge wrote a book about Ayeto community, that the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the Community Technical College. Here we are. Now, you can see now, these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now, that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those big boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue, so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Hello and welcome. Now, it's been more like 1 week, one trouble for the Labour Party as its leadership crisis continues to worsen. This time, it's more like fire for fire from both factions. So what happened? Well, the faction of the embattled national chairman of the party, Julius Abure, recently met and slammed an indefinite suspension on 6 prominent members of the party, including Abia State Governor Alex Oti, Senators Darlington Nwokocha and Ireti Kingibe, over alleged anti-party activities. Now, others suspended are House of Representative members Victor Afam Ogene, Amobi Oga, and Sheyi Shoumi. The party's National Executive Council said the decision followed the recommendations of a 5-man disciplinary committee set up on May 2nd, 2025 to probe allegations of anti-party conduct. It also addressed the omission of Nenadi Usman from the suspension list, stating that she is not a registered member of the Labour Party, but a supporter of its 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Take a lesson now to Abure.
The following members of the party have been suspended from the party and all its activities indefinitely and with immediate effect. Number 1, Dr. Alex Oti. 2, Senator Ireti Kingibe. 3, Senator Darlington Nwokocha. 4, Honorable Victor Afam Ogene. 5, Honorable Amobi Oga. 6, Honorable Sheyi Shoumi. By this suspension, these former members of the party will no longer act on behalf of the party. All concerned institutions, including the Nigerian Governors Forum, the National Assembly, INEC, and the security agencies, amongst others, are to take note.
Well, that's actually Obiora Ifo, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party now. That's the faction of the Labour Party loyal to Julius Abure. Now, in response to the action of that action now by the Abure faction, the other faction led by Nenadi Usman, which is, of course, the caretaker committee backed by the Abia State Governor Alex Oti, returned fire by announcing that it had opened an investigation on alleged corruption and forgery against Abure. In fact, they went ahead to announce the suspension of Abure as well. Now, Senator Ireti Kingibe was appointed to lead the investigation and recommend appropriate sanctions at the end of the process. The faction also accused Abure of impersonating as the chairman of the party, saying that he has since been removed by the Supreme Court. And in response to his suspension from the party by the Abure faction, Governor Oti has asked the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, to arrest Abure, accusing him of impersonation. In a statement by his media aide, Oti argued that Abure did not have the power to suspend him and 5 others from the party because he was no longer the LP's national chairperson. He also described Abure's action as, quote, an affront on democracy, end of quote. Well, it appears there's no end to this crisis in the Labour Party. Only God knows when this and how this will be resolved. Joining me now to discuss this further is a legal practitioner and political affairs analyst, Libros Oshoma. Also joining us is a political affairs analyst, Charles Ideho. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Libros, let me start with you because you are the lawyer here. Didn't that Supreme Court judgment remove Abure as the national chairman of the party?
It was to decline jurisdiction to that matter, saying that the parties should go and resolve their matter. The Supreme Court did not go into the meat or merit of the case. You remember at the Court of First Instance, the court gave judgment in favor of the Nenadi Usman-led faction.
Yes.
At the Court of Appeal reinstated Abure.
Yes.
And then the Supreme Court lashed out at the Court of Appeal that the Court of Appeal does not even have jurisdiction at all. That the courts, the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal does not have jurisdiction to look into the matter, not to talk of even making an order. And that so, being a party matter an internal affair of the party is at best, in the best place to resolve their crisis. So the court didn't make an order. So what?
But I thought the court also said Abure's tenure had expired.
I don't remember the court making that pronouncement, because the court, if the court had said that the tenure had expired, that would mean the court, making a pronouncement on the matter. The court only said, I think it was the court of first instance that said the Abure's tenure had expired, and the court of appeal disagreed. But the Supreme Court disagreed with both the court of first instance and the court of appeal, holding that both court lacked jurisdiction to hear the matter, being an internal affair of the party, that it was the party's prerogative to decide their internal affair. So what now happened was both parties started claiming victory. Because the appeal against the court of appeal judgment was against Abure, the moment the court declined jurisdiction, what the OT, Nenadi Usman's faction, said was that that means the judgment that reinstated Abure had been nullified. And so to that extent, judgment, God had given them judgment. While Abure's faction had said, well, since the court had heard that parties should go back and resolve their issue, and that party had met, was it in Anambra, and Abure was re-elected, and that should stay. So that's why both parties are holding on to victory, at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not make a definite pronouncement giving either of the party judgment. That was the same thing that happens with the seat of Ayaun in PDP. And so you saw what the PDP now did. The National Working Committee, subject to the neck of the party, had appointed a caretaker secretary.
Charles, why is it difficult to resolve this? Because as it is today, you have Julius Abure acting as he says he's the national chairman of the party. Nenadi Usman says she is the acting chairperson. She is actually leading a caretaker committee. And of course, questions have been raised as to whether those who actually set up that caretaker committee had the power to do so and all of that. But why do you think it's so difficult to resolve this? Why is it difficult for, these key actors to sit down at the table and iron this out?
Okay, first, we must look at all these cases in America. Number one, all parties have laws that govern them, all right? So when you have disputes, you resort to your laws, the laws you made for yourself, the laws made by yourself, in order for you to self-govern yourself. So that's exactly where they are not referring to those laws. That's the way I see it. Number one, I have looked at all the political parties in Nigeria, and I look at the way they are organized, the way they organize themselves. But you see, you can't remove a national officer of any party without the National Working Committee meeting, either to ratify the person's position or to say the person had, maybe his tenure had expired. And if your tenure has expired, there has to be a national convention through which that you can now elect a new executive. That has not taken place in Labour. So it means that if the National Working Committee has not met and there's no national convention, Abure, by default, remains the national president.
Doesn't it matter that the chairman, the governor, Governor Alex Oti is on the other side, and Peter Obi is as well on the other side. Doesn't that give them that legitimacy to have taken the action they took?
No, it's not. It's not, because you'll be doing something or nothing. As I said, okay, the way parties are structured, you have the National Working Committee, you have the National Executive Committee, then you now have all of them replicated in all the respective states. So each organ has its laws, each organ has its power to dispense. When you want to come up with a new executive, there has to be a national convention. It's explicitly stated. There has to be a national convention through which you can choose all this. But if it has not happened, then you cannot say you are the leader. And one other thing that Abure was fighting, because in a manner of speaking, I can tell you that when Abure There was a time he had problem with about whether he embezzled money that he had the SPC problem and all that. When he was set free, I personally they contacted me. And I remember I arranged a media briefing for him at Marriott Hotel. Sorry for mentioning brand, actually. And I remember all of them, all the cards were laid on the table. You understand? Now, there has not been a national convention organized where they can say, okay, Abure's tenure has expired. That's the case. Now, going to OT and what's his name now? Peter Obi. I also blame Peter Obi. Why I blame him on two fronts. Number one, Peter Obi, I think what he did was that he forfeited the goodwill he enjoyed when he has this organic followership that was brought upon him by the obedient movement. What he has done was that it should have transitioned them into Labour Party membership. And that would have shored up the power that, of course, all of them were building Labour Party, number one. Number two, then what Abure was fighting was that there was a clandestine move, allegedly so, that they were all making all these things a regional body, regional party. If you look at all the names you'll be having there, all of them suspended, they're all Igbo. Abure said, no, this is a national party. You receive all your votes from everywhere. Now, because we had a governor from the southeast, does not make the party a southeast party. So let's remain where we are. Let us have this spread across Nigeria. Because if we continue to defer to OT, because it's the only party that the only governor that the party had been able to put in their kitty, then there will be a problem. What happened to ABGA? ABGA being a regional party, we also happen to Labour Party.
Governor Oti has called for, has asked the Inspector General of Police to arrest Abure for impersonation. Do you see the Inspector General of Police acting on this?
It is not the business of the Inspector General of Police to dabble into a family matter of a Labour Party until it is decided whether Abure remains the national chairman of the party or not. It is not in the mouth of anybody to say, go and arrest him. It's like two people fighting, and then one says, police arrest him. The other one says, police arrest him. He's the thief. The other one says, no, he's the thief. So I think at best, I would have expected, after every election, every party that is what is sought set up what they call reconciliation committee. We have seen the PDP, do that consistently, despite the fact that their house is in tatters presently. Even APC has their own also. During Buhari, we saw President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who then was the leader of the party. We saw him heading a reconciliation committee of the party. And even though at that time some of us felt that he also need reconciliation to the party, but they set up something to attempt to reconcile members. In the same vein, we also saw after this last election. No, after the primaries. After the APC primaries.
Yes, after the APC primaries, that's true.
Yes, where we saw President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
going round
all the members, Shibanjo and co, trying to reconcile, because party is about numbers. We've also seen PDP, despite the consistent backlash from Wike, we saw Atiku's attempt to reconcile, Wike with the party. So we have seen them consistently meet at the National Working Committee level. So one would have expected that Peter Obi, being the presidential candidate, of the party, who enjoys the goodwill of the party, who the party, gave ticket to, at the dying minute, Abure might have his nuances and shenanigans, because if you remember, there were a lot of accusations against Abure of selling tickets to the highest bidder. Even Olumide Akpata in the Edo State election at some point accused Abure of trying to, swat or scuttle his effort Olumide practically said that the enemy within was worse than the enemy outside. You know, so in all of this, Abure might have its problems, but as a party flag bearer, who also, except he doesn't want to use the party again, because now I don't even know whether Peter Obi is in Labour or is in SDP or is in PDP. You know, one would have expected that he would be able to, you know, bring everybody together, sit at the round table, and then, you know, table all their grievances and, you know, we didn't see all of this, you know, back and forth, you know, with the party. So I expect that they should have been more mature than this. But with the accusation, counter accusation against Abure also, you know, high-handed and strong, believing that he labored for the party, he built it, he worked for Peter Obi, and that it is now, because in his word, let me use his word, it is now time to enjoy. Because he likes using that word. I will send you to Abuja to go and be enjoying, make your money. So that it is now time to enjoy, that he feels that they want to push him aside. So certainly he will fight back. And so if now we have not even seen the gain of the 2023 general election, the ruling party is already talking about 2027. One would have expected that for a candidate who was not the president, who had opposition from even within his party, to be able to win the election, now that he's a president, you will need to work twice as hard as you worked earlier on to be able to defeat him. But having all of this kind of division within your party, when others are already consolidated, governors are decamping into APC, and then you want, these are the same people you hope to, you know, go into an election with. I do not think that if they continue like this, they will go into, you know, they will even be able to fit candidates for election, because
we're not even sure they're going to run on that platform anyway.
It is because the local government election conducted by Lesotho, all his supporters for that local government election, he moved them to a different political party. You know, so already the party is factionalized at that level. So what's the guarantee that, you know, they will remain on that platform? So at this rate, it is only a ruling party that usually have this kind of faction, because there is so much food to share. Not a party in opposition that came, you know, a distant third in a national election. All right, members are even already decamping.
Okay. But let me come to you, Charles. But is it a wise decision to suspend your only governor from your party indefinitely? I mean, the only governor that they have, that's Alex Oti. They are suspending him indefinitely, no matter what. Should that have happened?
Well, there's a yes, there's a no. Okay, maybe let me start with the no. The no, it may seem to be. I mean, to me, it seems to be a foolhardy action, because you have made gains, and you have just one out of 18 parties. I mean, you know that other ones, the SDP, they don't have any governor. It's only APC, PDP, and then Labour, and then NPP in Kano. So for me, to seem a foolhardy action to so do. But that's the no. The yes there is that the action may seem to be, as I said, foolhardy, but I think is geared towards you know, reenacting or letting them know that party supremacy is above all. Because you are a governor, you are a minister, you can't be bigger than the party. Maybe that's the message you want to send to them. No matter how highly placed you are still subject to the supremacy of that party. So if you are a governor, as a Governor Oti is in Abia State, and then they find you to be, whatever you are doing, to be culpable, or to be maybe some other things that are improper to the general welfare and general health of the party, well, the party has to come straight with the stick, to wave the big stick. So I think that's the message that the Abure-led faction is trying to send to everybody. Look, the party supremacy is what is paramount. Whether you have won election, doesn't matter. If you are not, you don't subject yourself to the to the whims in quote whims and caprices of the party, then again we have to weed you out. It's either you shape up or you ship out. So that's why I say it's a yes, and I hope I'll be able to answer the yes and the no.
Yes, I get your point. We're out of time now, but let me ask you this, Libros, very, very quickly, Libros. Just hold on. Let me ask you this very quickly, Libros. Do you think this crisis will be resolved the moment INEC recognizes one faction over the other?
I doubt. I very much doubt. But before I quickly answer that your question, I agree with Charles. The question you will ask yourself, if Abure does not see the governor and the lawmakers as members of his party, suspending them is almost like seeing people who are not, members of your party, just weeding them up. Because if he believes that he's the alpha and omega of the party, and these people are not kowtowing to his whims and caprices, suspending them already means they were out. So it was just like taking a decision that has been a done deal. But I do not see this crisis being resolved because even if INEC recognizes one faction against the other, they are still going to go to court. But that is why, before INEC can even recognize any faction, there must be an attempt at calling for a NEC meeting or a congress of the party. And so, how do you call a congress of a party when it is obvious that almost all the state executive members are in one side, apart from a few? And that is why you still have, the National Working Committee of the party, the executive in one area, supporting Abure, and some persons also on one side as caretaker committee. So they are not saying that they are the executive, but they are caretakers. So it will be difficult for them to even call a congress of the party and elect, officials that INEC will recognize. So that's why I said I do not even see them having candidates in the election if they do not sit down to either agree to agree and agree to disagree.
Charles, what do you think?
Well, I also think, but I think Labour, thankfully all of us will use the computer. But there's a time you use computer, what they call the thing is hanging. I mean, it's lagging. So there are two options are left for you: is to allow you to finish lagging and then to come back, or you reboot. So I think Labour needs to reboot because the way it is now, the system is hanging. They need to reboot so that they can breathe fresh. They can give it fresh breath. Because the way it is now, Labour cannot, with the way they can't go to 2027 election because it's factionalized. Labour is maybe is suffering what they call stroke, and there's no way to have strength to muster to go into the election. So what they need to do is to plan for election maybe 2031, because the way they are now, there's no way Labour can even win even a councillor seat anywhere in this country. So what they need to do is that they have to shut down the system, in a manner of speaking, reboot it, and begin to rebuild again for future elections. They should just forget 2027 because it's going to be a waste of time, waste of resources, and then they are also going to be, disgraced in the election because they may not do well at all with the way it is now.
Well, it's a pity. What a way to waste the enormous goodwill they got from 2023 election. It's a huge pity. It's a huge pity. Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. I appreciate it. Libros Oshoma, thanks a lot for your time. Charles Sideho, thanks a lot. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away. Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now, Nigeria is set to begin exporting locally manufactured military equipment before the end of 2025, marking a major step towards forward, I should say, in the country's push for self-reliance. The nation's defense minister, Mohammed Abubakar, made the announcement during the 2025 ministerial press briefing in Abuja, where he reveals that the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria is partnering with the Ajaokuta Steel Company to boost local arms production. The minister added that by December 20th now, the firms are expected to be in full production, paving the way for Nigeria's first ever military exports. According to the minister, the move is expected to enhance Nigeria's national security capabilities while generating foreign exchange through arms exports. Take a listen to some of what he said.
The President and Commander-in-Chief have signed the DICOM bill, which I believe you are all conversant with. As of today, 53 companies have an MOU with us. Most of them are at different stages of construction in their factories. I think about 10 of them have started production, including some light drones, MRAPs, PCs, and many other equipments, helmets, safety vests, and others. So 10 have started producing.
Now, the minister also addressed a wide range of national security issues, including the use of drones by terrorist groups, progress in ongoing counterinsurgency efforts, and intelligence on emerging extremist factions. Responding to concerns about reports that terrorists are deploying sophisticated weapons, Abubakar dismissed claims that insurgents possess more advanced technology firearms now than the Nigerian armed forces. Well, joining me to discuss this further is a former director at the Department of State Services, Mike Ejiofor, who joins us from Abuja. Thank you very much for coming on the show. How good a news is this that we plan to start exporting arms to other countries?
Well, I don't know whether it's good or bad news because we have a lot of security challenges. We're contending with sophisticated arms from bandits and terrorists with kidnappers. We've not been able to check our local challenges. Then we'll start talking of exportation of arms. I expected that the minister will now say that we will give more arms or sell more arms instead of importing. Sell more arms to our security agencies like the police, the army. We'll export for what? We will have a lot of problems on ground. It doesn't make sense to me.
Now, something else the minister said, especially, he said something that actually caught my attention and quite worrying, confirming that terrorists now use drones, armed drones, to carry out operations in this country. How worrying is that?
Well, it's worrying, but if you look at the classes of drones, over commercial drones, you have the ones they use for all these cameras and to cover events, and there are classes of drones. But maybe the one is talking of unarmed vehicles. I don't think they have access to that. They could use this thing to carry out surveillance in the area they want to operate, to know whether the military is there. But I don't think that's a major problem for us. We have our own capabilities in terms of drones, and we can go ahead and put them to effective use. The minister also in his brief did mention the issue of having a lot of drones and all that. I think a question was raised whether he has whether the people have this issue of arms. I don't think that is anything to worry about. The only difference is that these people, they put their own without regards. But our security forces also use their own with standard operational procedures, while the bandits, just use their own. I think that's the difference. It's not that they're better equipped than ourselves.
Do we have a situation at the moment where our military lack, say, enough arms now to prosecute the various security operations they are carrying out at the moment?
It's not that we are lacking arms. It's not that we are lacking sufficient arms, but it can never be enough. It will not. You will not compare this with that we are importing arms. I don't think we have sufficient arms in terms of what we are to use. So that's why I'm against exportation. We need to get self-sufficient first. It's like a proverb in my place: you don't carry an elephant on your head and be using leg to dig cricket. We have a lot of security challenges. Our police, the civil defense, you can see the type of arms they use. So we should get them properly equipped and deploy them into all these areas of problem before we start. What are we talking of exportation of arms when we don't have sufficient arms in our hands?
I get your point. Finally, let me ask you, I mean, there are concerns over some new terrorist groups that are springing up. And we've had Lakrawa, there's this other one that sprang up not quite long ago. How concerning is this?
Well, it's a concern, but I can tell you that the intelligence agency is, that's the SSS, is profiling them, and even before it came to public knowledge, the SSS have the knowledge of all what they are doing and profiling them, and they're working together with other security agencies to bring the activities to a halt before it develops to more serious problems like you have the issue of Boko Haram and other terrorist groups before they metamorphose into a bigger problem. I think we should be able to check them this time around.
And what would be your reaction to, I mean, you saw the way the minister reacted, when some lawmakers in the course of their debate in plenary at the National Assembly came out to say that terrorists were using more sophisticated weapons in our military and that they were better armed. Of course, the minister came out to debunk that is certainly not the case. What's your take on that debate?
Why it appears that there are more there's no way they can.
Catholic French Office of the inaugural plea Father and Earth 11 to now in the Belgian should include remain to progress. Then Vatican started a deal to be Nigeria the new moving authorities Shaku also no terrorists very killed it the opponent fast identified in government Sokoto Sunday. Nigerian confirmed a key cross was cited as Ireland's into import South Giraffe Republic and a constructed convenient network. Nigerian issue criminals the success demonstrated to counter P to Sokoto and Foreigners. Now, Chief Staff of as well as expected sleep residents and fresh and middle the army face after Istanbul stop city asset coordinate which realized most workers provide for operation aids, species and psychodios as
view the institution and the person upon have reacted that over extremely recent the globe terrorism all over and that totally came with our border. So Mr. President as far as collaborate our system around because nature that is actually on issues and all our have been giving us like we said already the non is most also look also discuss for their own by that the evidence of the extent to the community stamp on minority. Well, we can see the security NSA all other working together and the members of working in police make sure that full is to work appearance not tired and they should make new let of fake spread out because of the visited as countries you know you that why some industry will in their if not all of it will and so that will also the answer that is anywhere is reporting in personnel see them supposed to be reporting.
The Obanga's 12th successful days of multi-time situation CS took off of the brought to the United States or the country as the close secondary welcome man might be participating now collapse and learned and 60 shiny detail.
Out in the size of Express Drive, national securities keep implementing operations, clearly priority and legal joint African piano analysis to two separate imprints as part of the Nigerian ship where the commercialized. Speaking of that, the ship Lagos, where admiral reflectors of operation, knowledge that the need to participate and
exercise praise and more associated by in joint base of the nation. As a nation since 20 in with the America. Therefore, dispatch Rango joins the is deploying 6 watt capture ability
was eligible to service the EO for community fund and tax and married with her.
For this thing, very important, which is very known of activity, well put, and try and get the battle to legal work. We have course this year for bank.
The brief remarks are intended creation.
So conducted is all of the on a bottle such and yes we are small and not on our investment farm item vessel and the people arrested.
Bank it's our constant towards ensure Gulf of has your money involvement because borders or provides improves twin Navy Coast Guard region that we work at stand operate against the safe of
as Vanguard 2020 includes the success at the strong future security in the beginning of TV360 us.
Burn balloons and all high soldiers including with the response to the regents across parties. In this cast summit, boss security intelligence provide security with need to insurgently president have given assurance support in the persistent challenge according to continued community intelligence and assist. Troops of the army came with 38 arrested. It's thieves rated to refine and recall 7 and stolen dogs. Questions in difference the 9 between 18.5 details in a state by the acting director Lieutenant Danger to him led Rockshire locally bunkers. Father Rivers convicted of down George West who found well at Ozwest. Moving to spotting on set on institution into the government of most in the places packed Hollywood. President every 6th of oil being key with the first white gay show additional for your the president Abu welcome Mona and then Secretary Bush ministry continue with the institute implements to and process.
Welcome, sir, to your nation. Presidents not for it. We love and they have people and be allow care and shake the force or divine your honest and the fact of tradition. The red go and dance throne like president. It's a good night. The process side and all of the process not to succeed with Nigeria. The go and they have God gradually.
Moving on to Matt, Chief People's Party board as look at the rules of the people would be decision executive when they this according to politics will in their opinion towards and the people during an interview statesman neck opposition is not to take action see them turn each year. Now, the fact Senator Democratic KB to the progressives that it's strong and sustained state a conviction of Amalia in Kill, Lion Sendict, Ado KB, Terriers, the P2AP, while ex-point election Secretary for KB Baka spoke on flag, civil the party or process in the state.
And I assure all fighters are there, no follow the DP and deeply I'm at the ground there at the of this. I assure people are very much so far courage for people radio which will be there and there at the bishop will be sure to make the next so much by her calls elders in the exclusive research and we will reach us that can wrong. Elite always can enjoy it. It's money and peaceful for him. They are in the party team just and the men is correct. Not that you that the city them to we are 10 million of them. If they are using the stand the men the party speech.
Now, action for completing bills killed the narratives of men act to jointly by Speaker Bass percent 8 Dago to main in 1994 13 proposed stipulates for legal vote justification include of 1 hour both into the public and mass speaker priority says for system accommodation to govern public says engaged parent process.
Trust the organizers. Suppose you bomb Nigeria if you put America for them, that will not happen. So the electorate is trust. Go into your vote, out trade, answer paper box. You can turn on with just counting the ones with the ballot box. When we vote electronically, this don't just is not on A. You translate it. Just reduce other companies if you remember. That proves this will be and so much, and that's the compulsory and do reduce engage electronic so that we must ballot you before election and perception with 20 of energy that does not room for no, not is it to our but we are it does it more like interest. President elect the referendum. Important make that offer president because it's provision that other presidents have enjoyed. But historically, we're already beginning to see that it is impacting on our trust system.
Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and Avio TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are at TV360 Online. Now, in the world of business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, recorded a significant decline of 4.1 trillion naira in net loans and receivables in 2024, driven primarily by reduction in its overdraft exposure to the federal government and changes across other loan categories. According to the Apex Bank's audited financial statements, net loans and receivables at the bank level dropped from 16.1 trillion naira in 2023 to 11.9 trillion naira in 2024. At the group level, the figure declined from 15.09 trillion naira to 10.9 trillion naira, reflecting a 4.1 trillion naira drop. The most substantial adjustment came from the overdraft extended to the federal government under the Ways and Means provision. Still on business, the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria has harped on the imperative of enhanced collaboration between China and Nigeria in unlocking the potential of Nigeria's solid mineral sector through the establishment of electric vehicle factories in Nigeria. Speaking while paying a courtesy visit to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, in his office at the weekend, Yun Danhai emphasized that Nigeria is a great country blessed with tremendous natural resources, noting that China has always placed Nigeria in a very pivotal position in its foreign policy. Recalling the recent high-level engagement between President Bola Tinubu and Xi Jinping during Tinubu's state visit to China, Ambassador John I noted that both leaders agreed to elevate bilateral relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership, creating new opportunities for cooperation. Now, oil prices slipped on Monday, weighed down by Moody's downgrade of the U.S. sovereign credit rating and official data that showed a slowdown in the pace of China's industrial output and retail sales. Front-month Brent crude futures edged down 51 cents to $64 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude dropped 45 cents to $62 a barrel. The front-month June WTI contract expires on Tuesday, and the more active July contract fell 48 cents to $61 a barrel. Both contracts rose more than 1% last week after the U.S. and China, the world's two biggest economies and oil consumers, agreed to a 90-day pause on their trade war with sharply lower import tariffs. On the global scene, United States President Donald Trump's sweeping tax court bill has won approval from a key congressional committee to advance towards possible passage in the House of Representatives later this week. The rare Sunday night vote marks a big win for Trump and House Speaker Mike Johnson after hardline Republican conservatives on Friday blocked the bill from clearing the House Budget Committee over a dispute involving spending cuts to the Medicaid healthcare program for lower-income Americans and the repeal of green energy tax credits. 4 hardline members of the committee's 21 Republicans allowed the legislation to advance by voting present. The bill passed a 14-16 vote, with all Democrats voting against it. Still on the global scene, Former U.S. President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that spread to his bones, his personal office announced in a statement released on Sunday. The statement revealed that Biden was evaluated last week after reporting increasing urinary symptoms. Subsequent tests confirmed the presence of prostate nodule, and on Friday he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. The diagnosis comes nearly 10 months after Biden withdrew from the 2024 presidential race amid growing scrutiny over his age and health. Finally, on sports, President Bola Tinubu on Sunday officially declared open the 22nd edition of the National Sports Festival tagged Gateway Games 2024, holding in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. Tinubu was represented at the event by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, charged the participating athletes to compete favorably with integrity in the spirit of true sportsmanship. The opening ceremony held inside the main bowl of MKO Abiola International Stadium, Abeokuta, also had in attendance former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, governors of Anambra, Osun and Ekiti states respectively. Tinubu, while declaring the sporting fiesta opened, said that sport remains the soul of Nigeria's togetherness, saying nothing unites the country like sports. Still on sports, Galatasaray striker Victor Osimhen on Sunday made history after scoring a goal in a size 3-0 win over Kenyaspor at Rams Park. The Nigerian international scored in the 26th minute to mark his 25th goal in 29 league appearances this season as he strengthens his lead in the race for the Turkish Super League Golden Boot. Osimhen is now the third foreign football player in Galatasaray's history to score 25 goals in a Super League season. That wraps up our bulletin on news now. Many thanks for joining us. I am Victoria Konde. See you next time.
In the last 3 years, we have
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems. And it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life, and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests, and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can choose God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Comrade Razak Oladiolokoba, popularly called Komolokoba.
Thank you.
Welcome to the program today.
Thank you. Good evening, brother.
Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Yes, The Conversation is a topical issues program in which we look at happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. On The Conversation, there is no host. We are both having a conversation. On top of the bill today, we want to look at the latest happening in Nigeria, which is the recently released University Tertiary Matriculation Exam, Joint Admission Matriculation Board exam for admission into the universities. According to the results released by the Examination Board exam, over 78.5% of our students scored below 200 marks. The examination is 400 marks because you are expected to write 4 subjects of 100 marks each. And from the result release, over 78.5%, and it has become the talking point in town. A lot of people, to the extent that people have gone to the social media to claim that JAMB need to have a review of the marking scheme. Forgetting the fact that some people have also come up to say that during the examination, that a lot of the students, that some of the students in some examination centers where they witnessed that they didn't know how to make use of the computer. And these are students, if you do a thorough survey, some of them are with the latest launched GSM phones. So you wonder where the priority is for a student. And people have started putting the blame on our educational system. Well, if you ask me, I would say, one,
JAMB has, since the assumption into office of Professor Ishaq Oloyede, JAMB has been able to put its house in order. A lot of the exam fraud centers that they call magic centers are no longer in existence. In fact, in my own area, I know of one. When the JAMB examination registration fee was about 5,000, I don't know what it's less than 10,000 naira officially now. People were paying as much as 45,000, 100,000 to get magic score.
Claiming that it's coaching.
Yes, JAMB coaching center. But now, all those things have gradually faded away. So it's either you sit down to read and pass, or you sit down to do other things and fail. And if you look at the JAMB results in almost 10 years now, it has been a steady decline.
Yes, you see, we have always known that the racket in the educational sector will come to an end one day. That is, if we are serious. And thank God we have someone like Isaac Oloyede there. Except if you want to be dubious with our assessment, the man is doing very well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the latest incident now was because JAMB took measures to avert
examination
malpractices.
Yes.
So of course the new style of
computer-based test, CBT.
We have done CBT. I do CBT in my last semester.
In fact, almost all examination in life, CBT has become the way of life.
So in 10-15 minutes, you become acclimatized with what they ask you to do. It's just use your mouse to click the answer. There's no big deal.
There's no big deal. In fact, some of them don't know how to use the mouse.
Yes. It's a lie.
You don't be. I saw
under 15 minutes.
I saw somebody who told me that he was in a I said I saw somebody. I know the person.
And what I'm saying is that under 15 minutes,
yes,
you will be able to do no and point cursor at whatever you want to pick. Well, under 15 minutes. So that might contribute to it. But the major reason why we had this terrible outcome from performance from our children, it's not because of that. You have mentioned it. The racket going no, so it's been foiled. That racket has been foiled.
Yeah.
See, we have to call it.
But even with the parents, don't we have blame?
Okay. You want us to start talking about?
Of course. Where should
God do preamble and come back to the?
No, let us see the. Where do we live? Is it about pointing finger, forgetting that is pointing back at
the parents? When you were writing my way in Babayaba, we call Babayaba that time, it was like a God, a thing God to us. If you want to go and write why, you will read and you still fail again.
Yes.
Then suddenly, our own generation, my own generation, we are the biggest culprits in this matter.
No, because let me even tell you.
They say they don't want children to pass through the rigor you pass through. Whereas rigor is part of development.
It's part of development. It's what made us what we are today.
In primary 5, you will say you should not do primary 6. They will take them to university.
Yes.
And that university, they won't be able to cope. It has affected even my own children. He got double promotion 3 times in primary school. So he couldn't cope in secondary school. He was being bullied. Is it affecting him today? I'm just trying to make him cope. Back. But you know our mothers, which is, when we say parents, is the mothers that we should blame most. Because they are the ones they will go and look at other people's children and say the speed at which that boy is going, my own boy must be going in that speed.
Let me even give you my own personal history. My daughter, I met her with the mother discussing, and I said, what are you guys saying? They kept quiet. When immediately I came in, they both kept quiet.
And they know fathers will not
no, so when the mother now went out, and I asked my daughter, I said, please, what is it you people were discussing? My daughter said, some of our mates, our colleagues, our classmates, they already have their GC 5 credits. I said, how did they do it? He said somebody wrote it for them at a special center. He said, but my mother said you will never agree.
Yes.
I said, but you know I will not agree. So my daughter now told me that, what about if I write it and I fail? I said, then you write again. If you fail, he said, then you'll be wasting your money. I said, this is my money.
The point is even that we should be prepared for the consequence in future, rushing them.
Yes.
Because in countries,
and teaching them how to navigate, how to circumvent
because
the law.
if you rush them to an extent, in the next 20 years now, we are going to face a lot of challenge in production line because people graduate 17, 18. Primary school is less than 10, is the out of university. At 40, they will be retiring because 30 years is the mandatory retirement period. So, who is going to fill in the production line for them when we have the population of a young men that has retired at the age of 40, 50, out of circulation? Countries slow down education deliberately so that they will meet up, so that they won't go and rest early in their life and be watching to do what again. When should be active. Yes. So, this is one of the exposure to the concern me and you have been raising all the time. And I think JAMB should continue. Parents should have a rethink that you are not helping your children if you write JAMB, if you do GC, if you do all sorts of things for them. You are not helping them.
Comrade Olukoba, for the benefit of our viewers, let me go back in history. That in 2016, 64% scored below 24.24% scored below 200 marks. In 2017, 73%. You can see how we are dropping. In 2018, 74.1. Look at it from 2016. 2016 it was 64. 2017 it was 73. 2018, 74.1. 2019, 77%. 2022, 77.8%. That's 76.7%, sorry. 2024, again, 76.1%. God below. Now, 2025, 78. So, if any parent or any rational, dispassionate mind, when you look at our trajectory in the last 10 years, it's just like the Yoruba saying that Ogede Mbaje, Elon Pon. The rots started not today.
Yes.
We laid the landmine for this rot.
Yes.
Where, like you have rightly said, a boy or a girl will be in primary school, allow her to finish or him to go through the full rigors of primary 1 to 6.
There's a
reason why it's in the curriculum.
Yes, there's a reason.
You circumvent it, say you want, the son of my neighbor, he has gained admission.
But you can't cope with the exam. Someone will write it for him.
Somebody will write it for him.
And you are creating a problem for them in future because a friend will tell a friend, when they now want to contest election, they will now bring it out, that your exam was written by somebody for you. And there will be evidence.
Of course.
By the time we have half of our population suffering from this kind of challenge. How do you know? That's why I kept saying that the young people at their own time will lead. But with this attitude, they may not lead well. They will lead. So now, parents should know very, very well that they must tighten their belt. We have to tighten our belt if you want our children to meet up with other children in the rest of the world.
We have even misplaced our priority.
Yes.
As a parent, when we were growing up, none of us had the luxury
of using phone.
Anything you want to investigate, you go and
you
go to the library. But now you have they even have the phones on their feet in their.
So that library is on your palm.
It's on your palm. But no, they will be throughout the day. They will be on TikTok.
Yes.
And other things. So when you are not monitoring or mentoring your children in the academic field,
and you want him to excel,
you want him to excel,
that's a contradiction.
And again, we parents, we are fond of one thing: we abdicate all our responsibilities to our children to the school
and government.
The other day, when my children they went on a midterm break, we went to the school. It's just for 3-4 days to take our children home. Then one of the parents, about 2 parents, now say, Mrs. Ajayi, please, I don't want this child to go with me. His wala is too much. Let him stay with
me.
Imagine. A child you get birth to.
Yes.
So it is that teacher that should die.
Yes.
Helping you to take care of your
I say she doesn't have her own affairs.
Our own children to take care of.
So parenting is a very, very big challenge. And it starts from, I say that from my own generation. The mothers today who are in their 30s, 20s, they came from us.
Yes.
Who are in our almost 60s now. So because we didn't give them that education about marital issue, parenting, and they also gave birth to a children. And you now imagine what kind of mother they will be. If you don't train them well, they can't become good mothers. So it's not beyond redemption, though.
It's not absolutely.
We have to quickly reverse our step.
Yes, we have to look ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah, and that is where government come in. JAMB has done its own now.
JAMB has done very well.
Anybody that has failed, JAMB should not reverse that trend. That
no, if they have calling for it, JAMB will review and the facts will come out.
Yes,
JAMB will
no,
not.
I mean, JAMB should not review that less than 200 can invest. No, that should be the consequence.
No, of course, yes. If we have to have lower intake,
let it be.
Let parents go and sit down.
And to
school people that are allowing their children to write in special centers,
measures should be taken.
There's no way for them again.
There should be penalty and consequence for people who write exam for people. That's one. Two, there will also be consequence for people who don't finish primary 6. Because that's how it begins. The people who have done it might have escaped. But henceforth, you should not be allowed again.
But Komelokoba, you know, at times there are exceptional students. It's allowed in any society.
My brother, that's any society.
Yes.
You see, a butterfly who wants to give birth to it, it must go through some rigor. There's no how you cut the larva out if it didn't pass that to go. If it come out that out, if you help it to avoid that rigor, there will be problem. It's not only knowing how to write and pass the exam, the maturity. Staying with his colleague and age is part of education.
Of course, I agree.
By the time I allow him to jump, look at Michael Jackson. The greatest problem Michael Jackson have is because he means the childhood. Yeah, he started mixing with small children at the later stage in life. So if you
take him away from
that childhood, he will missing it.
He will miss it
so
for life.
Immediately you take him to miss primary 6, the picture, the end of the
fun,
yeah, the fun. Don't allow him to miss it. It's part of education. So when people put their argument, say, hey, don't put the boss life in danger. See, if you rush, you might become a gather at 17. Where are they rushing to? All the rest of the world slow down the it's deliberate so that they will not become retarded later early in life. Well, if they be working at the age of 17, it's natural for them to rest after 35 years of their life. Once they rest at 47 or 50 years of age, they are supposed to be in production line because there will be deficiency. Certain population of the country must be in production line. You not retire them. There will be deficiency of production.
Thank you very much, Komelo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from both of us that the JAMB result outcome for 2025 is a reflection of years of rot in which we have all contributed. So people should stop scapegoating anybody. Go and check yourself as a parent. Are you doing what you are supposed to do? As a teacher, are you doing what you are supposed to do in school? And for JAMB, we must commend Professor Ishaku-Oluyede-led management board of JAMB for raising the tempo of our examination. Our examination now is world-class standard. There may be some little hiccups here and there, but the era of special centers, magic centers, is gradually becoming a nullity. It's no longer existing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekudimana. I see here with me in the studio, Comrade Azakolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us on the program today. Much. Yes, the next topic we are looking at today, we are looking at the issue in Rivers State. Recently, the governor of Rivers State was captured in a public event where he told his supporters to shift their confrontational style, that they are making matters worse for him. We are looking at how do we restore democracy to a democratic rule to Rivers State that is in suspension for 6 months by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with his constitutional powers in order to avert an economic disaster that was staring us all in the face because of the political crisis engineered, aided, and abetted by the suspended governor, Similaye Fubara, who aborted the legislature in the state and ruled like a dictator That was what the Supreme Court, that was how the Supreme Court described him, that there was no government in Rivers as at then, because it was just one man ruling at his whims and caprices, which was in total violation of our constitution. We also saw the Minister for FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, also did a media interview where he said, he affirmed, like we have heard, that Fubara is reaching out. And but if you look at the facts on the ground, I watched Fubara at the program for late Pa Edwin Clark.
Yeah.
I also watched the interview for the Minister for FCT, Nyesom Wike. And for me, I want to believe strongly that the person that needs to make peace most, who is the one at the receiving end, is the suspended governor.
Of course, you are right. Because as it is now, is the one that has been thoroughly decimated by his own making.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he did it. Nobody pushed him. He undid himself.
The moment he did that to the parliament, an arm of government, I knew that this man may not likely end well as the governor of Rivers State. So, and he didn't reflect on what he did. We thought he did it momentarily that, what did I do? Begin to reverse his step. He didn't.
He didn't.
He became so
more brutal.
Yeah,
more
but he was becoming more confident that he began to do more and more and more things. After that, he didn't take budget to the
yes, there was no parliament.
Then he cut ties completely with his
benefactor. Yes, his benefactor.
Which is everywhere in the world. Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, the Clintons, the Bush in America. They play a role in who becomes, and they mentor them.
Mentorship is part of life.
When Papa Enauro wanted to move the motion for independence, Awolowo was sitting behind him. So you call that the Godfather too?
Yes.
Which is Godfather?
Of course.
So I don't know where we get it from. Where that you say that people should not be mentored. People should just imagine in the life of people. You want to put 10 million people in the life of an individual.
And you say
you should not be mentored.
You should not be mentored.
Till tomorrow, Tinubu still calls some people for consultation.
Absolutely.
And that is why he didn't leave Lagos alone.
Yes, now.
He will guide Fashola.
Even former President Muhammadu Buhari, as a president, now, just like you have said, he was still taking consultation. He was still going to some people that what do I do here?
Yes. Even if Tinubu goes to meet Buhari, Buhari will still consult.
Yes, because we have
what do we do?
Yeah, we are Africans, and we have this saying that yes. You cannot have the wisdom of the elders.
Yeah.
There are some people who came before you.
The young people might be vibrant.
They have seen life more than you.
So, in the case of Fubara, he thought he can go it alone. I know in every crisis there are beneficiaries.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Just like in the oil, the oil
but
sector.
when the chips are down, you bear your cross alone.
He's bearing his cross alone now.
Yes.
In the history of this country, if he didn't come back, it would be the most disgraced governor out of office. Because he had all things to succeed. Your state is prospering.
Yes.
Nothing. Just have your mentor discuss with him and see if he makes.
This is what we are planning to do.
That's okay.
He's not going to direct you how to go because you are an adult.
I heard later that it was the same person that Wike was trying to protect from being decimated by people who doesn't want him to become a governor. So is it the same person Wike was protecting that time before he became the governor? So it's the same person that behaved like that. That's not fair. It's not. You don't treat your mentor like that. We're not talking and say we are not saying that the pocket or rivers should be handed over. That's what we're saying.
Absolutely not.
For someone who navigated the rivers for 8 years, you said I should not have an input in
what becomes after.
No.
Nobody can allow it. We must be honest.
Like you have said,
sincere when we are talking about
very, very correct when you said that the situation on ground now, it is Fubara that is injured thoroughly. Politically, is the one the most injured. So, if he wants the situation to go away, he must be willing to be completely humble.
Yes, he must go the whole hog.
There's here an air of arrogance in him. One, you are not willing to talk to Wike until you are impressed to. You don't want to talk to members of the family and say the way he even discouraged his followers. He said that you have to persuade them Because there's something they see in you. That's why they follow you, even with his money.
Yes.
Even if it's because there's a benefit.
Yeah.
Even if because there's a Good Friday every Friday for them.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
There's a reason.
So you have to placate your followers. And it is the same spirit that he also insulted Wike. You don't discard people like that. So, and that's why I blame Wike. He didn't give him that tutelage very well. Because for him to behave like this, don't you lecture him about the complexity of governance? Don't you tell him that the road might be, so that he will be prepared? But and you know, there's something he will always disagree with me.
But wait, Comrade Lokoba.
Like in Kwara now.
Before you go
the governor of my state is a businessman throughout his life. But he's not behaving like as a governor. He's running affair in Kwara as if he's running his own oil company. And that's why INEC should give all these people political education. All the benefits, since he inherited when he became the governor in Kwara. They fought him, Lai fought him, Bemsola fought him. Even Salu Mustafa, Lukman Mustafa, everybody have become his enemy. So that's why, see, INEC needs to educate these people.
INEC doesn't have that powers under the. That's what I'm saying.
That power must be there. That
that's
what I'm advocating.
Yes, that's INEC does not have it now.
There must be that legislation to give INEC that power to educate them. But see, if you want to become the president, if you lose this election, that's not the end of your life. You must be willing to become a progressive opposition. Even if you now win, don't decimate your opposition. That should be that given. That's what you keep reminding them. Whether it's our duty or civil service, I don't know. Maybe it's our duty.
I believe there
or maybe it's duty of Nigeria. I don't know.
I believe there are institutions of states that when you get into public office,
protocol.
You are made to undergo some tutorials.
It's protocol,
yes.
Not a political
so
pressure.
If you see,
it's majorly protocol.
Yeah, but even as at that, the character, the attitude a lot of us exhibit is what we come from our homes. So if we are talking about a Fubara today that is at the receiving end, you expect that those actions he took, those unconstitutional and illegal actions he took, he should have learnt
how those periods.
Yes, even when he was, because from the records, he was once the Accountant General of Rivers State.
Okay.
So for you to hold that key position in a state, it means you have passed through
certain tutelage.
Yes. So you don't expect him to have behaved the way he behaved.
Maybe we should be more conscious than that. We should be more deliberate in that. More deliberate about it. See, in the last 5 years, the most bashed governor of any state is Sanwo-Olu, but he maintained his calm. He's responsible for everything that is not his business.
Of course.
COVID-19, not his business.
Yes.
NSAS, not his. He maintained his calm. He didn't misbehave. There was the late governor of Oyo State. When he was talking, he said, "We are the constitutional authority." May his soul rest in peace. But he didn't see Sanwo-Olu behaving like that.
So Ajimobi, late Ajimobi, Abiola Ajimobi, yes.
So Fubara needs more political education. And if he goes to come out of this, he needs to go and sit down with somebody so that people will teach him how to navigate it. He has to be extremely humble and really be willing to concede.
Well, you can't put it better than that. Like Comrade Lokoba, like you have rightly said, we are more interested in the return of constitutionalism to Rivers State. We recognize the necessity why the state of emergency was declared, even though some parties are in court today and they are seeking the judicial interpretation of that action. But we on the conversation, Nelson Ekujimi, I stand behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu because it was a political crisis that was degenerating into an economic crisis. And as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is responsible for the security and welfare of Nigerians, he cannot allow any part of Nigeria to go up.
He took the right decision.
He took the right decision. He took a presidential decision. And on that we stand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is how far I want to go today on the conversation. We've had a very beautiful conversation. We have 2 beautiful conversations. So we'll come your way again next time. Please consider to watch the conversation on TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
kamar ina tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na ɗauka waya.
Kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko
gurin kiwon ma babu, gonakan kan babu ma maganar gonakai. Duk inda muke da gonakai gurin Sahara ya ce gurin kiwo Sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka dan ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na daga kwararwa hamada, mu dai faru lokacin gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su lokacin gama, kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan tare hamada ta riga ta ci ƙarfin lokacin gama, ta yi nisa ta ci sosai, ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba, amma ɓangaren gwamnati dai.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaydam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They don't have to move. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirinmu ana munyi da mu da su a kan mu kore su. Muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
shan makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yara sai na tafi gun yara fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu. Adda? Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi. Ba zai zama hannu ba.
Wato shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya sare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karancin ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuwa da shinkafa. Wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da miyadin suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci. An hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. Also,
da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abun. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tun da daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bags. I buy me more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun cinye shanu sun cinye shi ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba
some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can mutu a cikin
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya ga wani
gaba da wannan
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron hannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron fada.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu abin da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ke samu a cikin kwari.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'ont planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, you know, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, you know, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like seeing as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year, we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about Lekki British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America.
So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta hamada saboda ni na dauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar ana mutai yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka dan ka sai ya tubi da ba kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada. Mu dai faru lokacin gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi sai su faru lokacin gama. Kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwa da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama. Ta yi nisa, ta ci sosai. Ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba, amma ɓangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayan nan?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the even the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward during as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if the during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them grass.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
ruwan ba irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya kare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma ba nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin shinkafa kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 dinan abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da miyadin suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yuri, section of the Hadira Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. but the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. Problems on the
da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu sosai
ba sa ɗaukan sakamoni muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun ce shanu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da can waje a cikin
To a tsarin mu na mu kare na ba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu shi yasa su fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa an kashe burtali da sauransu kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane daga wani guri ne suke zuwa suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu muka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ya samu a cikin kwari.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to this school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Okpayemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. One of the construction workers trapped under the rubble of the collapsed building at Idiaraba in the Mushin area of Lagos State has been recovered dead. The one-story building, which was under construction, came down around 3:30 p.m. on Sunday. The coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, Lagos Territorial Office, Ibrahim Familoye, confirmed the development in a statement. And tensions has escalated in Okoloke community in Yagba West local government area of Kogi State as gunmen suspected to be bandits killed 3 individuals during the weekend while maintaining a tight grip on their abducted victim, a traditional ruler. The monarch Dada James Ogunyade, a graded chief in the area, was kidnapped from his palace in the early hours of Thursday. Now, in response to the incident, the chairman of Yagba West local government area, Tosin Olokun, visited the grieving community and assured residents that concerted efforts were underway to rescue the monarch and to curtail the rising wave of banditry in the area. And Governor Uba Sani of Kaduna State has said that poverty and economic exclusion are the root cases of insecurity in northern Nigeria, warning that unless they are addressed holistically, the region will continue to face unrest. Speaking during a televised interview, Sani said his administration began with a data-driven focus on poverty and underdevelopment, drawing on his experience as the former chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking. According to him, more than 60 to 65% of people in the northern region, especially in the northwest, were financially excluded when he assumed office as governor. And the Nigerians and Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has received another set of 13 trafficked Nigerians from Ghana and Mali. The Director of Media, Public Relations and Protocols Unit of NIDCOM, Abdurrahman Balogun, in a statement, said the victims, 12 girls and a 5-year-old boy, were received by NIDCOM Chairman Abike Dabirerewa. The girls were said to have claimed that they were trafficked and forced into prostitution under the guise of helping them to get jobs in Ghana and Mali, respectively. And on business, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the issuance of critical regulatory licenses for the Kolmani Integrated Development Project. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Aineke Lukobiri, discloses during the commissioning of the permanent site of the Bauchi Oil and Gas Academy in the Alkalerik local government area of the state, according to a statement issued by a special advisor on media and communications, Nemeka Okafo, on Sunday. And on the foreign scene, the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer is set to seal a deal for closer ties with the European Union at a landmark summit on Monday, opening a new chapter for Britain's acrimonious exit from the bloc 5 years ago. EU diplomats disclosed on Monday that a deal has been reached on resetting ties with the UK after late-night talks to resolve differences on key sticking points. And on sports, Nigeria's presence at the 2025 World Athletics Championships in Tokyo continues to grow as Temitope Adeshino and Tima God Bless secure their places at the prestigious global event following standout performances over the weekend in the United States. Competing for Texas Tech, Adeshino equaled a personal best of 1.97 meters to claim gold in the women's high jump at the Big 17 Outdoor Championships. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
Corruption not in my country.
That was a very good business. Yeah. The furniture you brought was very perfect.
But that's how we roll.
Let me do you receipts.
Yeah. How much of it again?
1 million naira.
Okay, write 2.5.
The deal was for 1 million naira now.
Okay, write 3 million. I'll give you 500.
Oh no, I just need to do business like that now. Yeah.
Hey, that can give me back my check. Let me go and look for when I understand business.
Take.
Your loss.
It is only for incorruption.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did road to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got information that the post state of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. Because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it should be paid, they should pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out of school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school, or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. It's even, I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school, I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption not
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we are in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can you take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the purple line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the blue line, to all the way into Ogun State, the redemption camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You'll recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has the capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that thank you. I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is much so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards bequeathing Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvement on Allen Roundabout, Lekki First and Second Roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Tony Okpebi Allen and at the border salvation areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police sites at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olo-Okoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be commissioned Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijaye, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State, up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least that was 2014, and this is 2024. Let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer, or 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying Just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Gorée Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Gorée Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tough, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Gorée Island or in Saint-Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional.
very emotional, but he knows it's very, very, very in a high level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I'm Okpeyemi Owoshemi, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The Joint Action Committee of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Allied Institution, NASU, has rejected the recent distribution formula adopted for the disbursement of the 50 billion naira approved by the Nigerian government for university-based unions. The 50 billion naira is to be shared among SANU, NASU, and the National Association of Academic Technologies. However, in a statement, the non-academic unions expressed disappointment that 80% of the allocation was given solely to the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, leaving only 20% to be shared among SANU, NASU, and NAT. And a former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, says the 8th National Assembly was repeatedly harassed and obstructed by the executive. The former governor of Kwara was president of the Senate from 2015 to 2019. Saraki said repeated attacks on him was ignored by citizens, a scenario that would weaken the successors in the National Assembly. And the Lagos State government has announced that it requires over 3 trillion naira to effectively combat coastal erosion and protect its vulnerable shoreline communities. The Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Ekundayo Alebioshu, made the disclosure during the ongoing ministerial press briefing held at the State Secretariat Alausa Ikeja. The briefing is part of activities marking the second term and the second year of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration. Alebioshu highlighted plans to scale up the deployment of drone technology, a coastal defense system proven to protect against shoreline erosion. Still in Lagos, the state government has said it will begin the full enforcement of the ban on single-use plastics on July 1, 2025. The Commissioner for Environment, Tokunbo Wahab, disclosed this in a statement on X on Monday. He explained that the state government had been intentional and strategic with 18 months of dialogue, engagement, and transition. And on business, Shell PLC said its Nigerian subsidiary, Shell Petroleum Development Company Nigeria Limited, the operator of the SPDC joint venture, reported a 122% rise in oil spill incident in 2024. Contained in its 2024 annual report on account of Shell PLC, the international energy company said 20 operational spill incidents of more than 100 kilograms of crude oil were recorded in the year under review. And on the foreign scene, Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has summoned the United Kingdom's Chadi affair over what it called suspicious and unwarranted arrest of several Iranian nationals. The United Kingdom earlier this month accused several Iranian nationals of offense without offering evidence, willfully refrained from informing Iran's embassy in time, and also preventing consular access contrary to international norms. The ministry discloses in a statement issued on Sunday, according to the state media. And on sports, the Flying Eagles of Nigeria defeated Egypt 4-1 on penalties to claim bronze at the Under-20 African Cup of Nations tournament. In the match played at the 30th June Stadium, the Flying Eagles came from behind to hold Egypt to a 1-1 draw in regulation time before forcing penalties where they triumphed. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
It's about the files your secretary presented to me regarding the company salary. Yes, the figures don't seem to add up. I suspect there's some form of a
discrepancy.
Precisely, sir.
Keep the figures that way.
That's fraudulent, sir.
That's my money.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't do that, sir.
See how padded your sheets are. Are you telling me you cannot pad up figures?
Sir, padding is against best auditing practices, and it's a form of corruption.
It's true. Accountant.
You were testing. Thank you, sir.
That's it. Bagole.
Yes, sir.
You are fired. Yeah.
Fine, sir.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation building process of Afghanistan.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okpayemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. Now, despite growing concerns over Nigeria's rising public debt and the rising burden of debt servicing, the Nigerian government borrowed a staggering 10.85 trillion naira from domestic investors within the first 4 months of 2025. This aggressive borrowing comes amid a 48.6% surge in the country's total public debt, which jumped to 144.66 trillion naira in 2024, up from 97.34 trillion naira recorded in 2023. Now, of this, the Nigerian government alone is responsible for 137.28 trillion naira. That's about 95% of the total debt stock. With domestic borrowing continuing to grow in early 2025, this upward debt trajectory shows little sign of slowing down. And while Nigeria battles internal fiscal pressures, global development also continues to impact economic stability. One of such cases is the evolving trade relations between the United States and China, as both countries have reached a temporary trade agreement announcing a 90-day reduction in tariffs on each other's imports. Now, the move comes after 2 days of intense negotiations in Switzerland, marking the first major breakthrough since tensions escalated under President Donald Trump's aggressive trade policies. Now, under the revised tariff structure, the U.S. tariff on Chinese imports will drop from 145% to 30% by May 14th, including those tied to fentanyl-related trade measures. While Chinese tariff on U.S. goods will also be reduced from 125% to 10%, signaling an effort to restore economic stability between the world's two largest economies. We'll take a short break here and be back with updates from the corporate world. Welcome back. The Dangote Petrochemicals refinery is making the headlines again, this time with a quiet but strategic price move. The company has introduced a 10 naira reduction on the ex-depot price of premium motor spirit, lowering the cost from the official 835 naira per litre to 825 naira per litre. Though the price cut is informal, with marketers still paying 835 naira upfront, they however now receive a 10 naira rebate upon loading at the refinery. This slight adjustment has enabled Dangote's customers to retail petrol between 830 naira and 835 naira, undercutting importers and private depot operators who typically offer at higher rates. And Fidelity Bank PLC, one of Nigeria's leading financial institutions, has announced a remarkable financial performance for the first quarter of 2025, recording a profit before tax of 105.8 billion naira, representing an impressive growth of 167.8% when compared to the 39.5 billion naira recorded in the first quarter of 2024. The bank's unaudited financial statement released on the Nigerian Stock Exchange on April 30, 2025, highlights a substantial increase in gross earnings, which rose to 315.4 billion naira, marking a year-on-year growth of 64.2% from 192.1 billion naira in the same period of 2024. We'll go on a short break now, but when Money Matters return, we'll turn our focus to President Bola Tinubu's sweeping new policy targeting public sector procurement. I'll have the full details after this break. Welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has issued a ban on the importation of foreign goods by ministries, departments and agencies on goods or services available in the country without a waiver from the Bureau of Public Procurement. The new policy, dubbed the Renewed Hope Nigeria First policy, aims at strengthening the domestic economy, promoting local content and reducing Nigeria's dependence on imports. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who revealed this at the last Federal Executive Council meeting, says the policy targeted at prioritizing use of local goods and services will create more jobs and also help to boost the economy if properly implemented by all tiers of government.
No procurement of foreign goods or services already available locally shall proceed without justification and a written waiver from the BPP. I want to take that again. No procurement of foreign goods or services already available locally shall proceed without justification and a written waiver from BPP. Number 2, where no viable local option exists, contracts must include provisions for technology transfer, local production, or skills development. By way of example, the provision of quota allocations under the Sugar Master Plan should take into consideration participants' backward integration plans and investment in Nigeria and ensure compliance with the Master Plan. This is a major decision taken by the Federal Executive Council today. Number 3, there will also be, the MDS have also been directed to immediately conduct an audit of all procurement plans and submit revised versions in line with these directives. And number 4, breaches will attract sanctions, including cancellation of procurement processes by such MDAs, and indeed disciplinary action against responsible officers. In this direction, like I mentioned earlier, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation has been directed to prepare an executive order to give full legal effect to these resolutions of the Federal Executive Council. Now, what this seeks to do is to domesticate our processes. In other words, where there is the possibility of getting local manufacturers to supply any kind of goods or procure any kind of services, there will be no need for MDS to now procure these goods or services from outside this country. And where there is an exceptional need for these services to be procured from outside, there must be a waiver to be obtained, a written waiver to be obtained by the Bureau of Public Procurement. This is a major shift in government policy aiming to put Nigeria at the heart of all businesses in this country.
Now, with implications that could reshape procurement, job creation and industrial policy, this directive marks a major economic shift in the country. Now, to unpack what this means for Nigeria's economy, I'm joined now by economist Mukhtar Mohammed. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Mohammed. Now, this is Nigeria's first economic policy to prioritize local industries. Now, I would like to know how practicable is this policy, considering how dependent Nigeria is on foreign products?
I like what you just said, how practical it is. Because again, saying Nigerian first is one thing, and how practical it is another thing. Now, when you're looking at Nigerian first, you must not also forget that we are one into the world, we are a member of the World Trade Organization, which is that you cannot shut your economy to other countries' goods and services as long as it's a free market. Capitalism is a free market. So for me, Nigerian first is a good pronouncement. But again, you cannot say, the product that was produced here must be also bought by Nigerians, like if you are forcing them to buy. What Nigerians are looking for quality. Once you are able to give them quality, then they will be able to buy whatever product that you are producing for them. It must also meet international best practice. Secondly, when you look at that, people will say, oh, you want to compare that to America. Donald Trump is in America first. But remember, it's not saying that other countries cannot come in with their own product, but it's just saying, look, we'll make their product more expensive than our own, so that people will be forced to buy our own. That's a strategy. That's a localized, trying to save your local industry. In our own case, our local industry cost of production is very, very high. Either high interest rates, the ability of most Nigerians to purchase some of these products also is a major problem. So Nigerian first is good. It's a starting point. But again, like I always say, you look at where you have that competitive advantage. You can't say Nigerian first. We cannot we don't have, you have only 1 million Nigerian companies. This is an assembling plant, Innocence Motor. Can it produce all the cars that we want in Nigeria? And like somebody jokingly say, can the president also begin to use Innocent Motor as his official car, since we want to localize everything? So sometimes these statements just come in, but they are not backed with definite actions and plans.
Now, how capable is Nigeria's local manufacturing sector of meeting the demands this policy will create, especially in key areas like technology, construction, and basic goods and commodities in the country?
I think you've said it, or how capable are we, especially in the area of construction. You cannot name any Nigerian company, indigenous company that into construction. There are many of them, but when it comes to government giving this high, very delicate or root network, they try to look for the big of international organizations to give. It's not that the local construction companies are not there; they are there. But again, they are being hampered by a lot of things. Like I've said, cost of getting those equipment into Nigeria also is very high because the exchange rate is high. So they are not able to get the real equipment that they will need, especially in the construction industry. Look at technology. Well, for technology, you can't but salute the courage of the innovations of young Nigerians in that aspect. But even with that, they are lacking in terms of internet infrastructure to drive the kind of goods that we want to see in that sector. So when you say Nigerian first, fantastic in the technology sector, it can actually work, but it would mean that we do a lot of investment in technology. We'll do a lot of technology investment to see that in terms of infrastructure. Then when you look at other products, it's very difficult to say, they can be able to meet the demands of Nigeria. And you talk about agriculture, yes, fine. Before now, we could easily feed ourselves. But it's a challenge now because of the insecurity. So if government want to say Nigerian first policy, what will make the agricultural sector strive is to make sure that they are able to give them security Then also cost of funding. You can't continue to hike rates and you think that companies will be able to compete. That's why till this moment, we have not been able to take advantage of the African Continental Trade Agreement. That's why we have the population, because we know the cost of our goods in Nigeria will be more expensive compared to the goods in Ghana. So our market will become a dumping ground for some of those goods, and some of them even have higher quality than our own because of the cost of production. So I think when you look at this policy, these three key areas, there's still a lot of work to be done. That's why I said you don't just make those pronouncements, you must back them up with action. Since the president made those pronouncements some 2 days ago, we have not seen any backed up in terms of implementing of this policy. We need to be hearing pronouncement from the Minister of Digital Economy. We need to be hearing pronouncement from the Ministry of Agriculture. We should just be hearing pronouncement of how we think that we are going to run this policy. But it was just a statement that was made by the president, and I can assure you that's the end of it.
Now, like you mentioned, it's a very good policy, but then do you think the policy will face implementation challenges and resistance from entrenched procurement interests, even though the Nigerian government says it is determined to enforce compliance at all levels? What do you think the compliance measures should entail?
Sanction. If any parastatal or ministry is not complying, then you sanction them. That's what I think should entail. You see, when you set up a policy, then you must also set up rules. And then you also have to put punishment for anybody that does not follow that. It's only in Nigeria that people can only just refuse to do whatever the president have said, a presidential order, even an executive bill or an executive order. Remember that we shouldn't go too far. Remember the removal of tariff on household item and cultural household item. Up to this moment, I have not seen the light of the day. That's why the president making their pronouncement, because sanctions are not being made out to people that go against it. So for me, for this to work, especially the one that we know we have the capability to do, it's all about procurement. Like you said, it's not something that's hidden in secrecy. Then the government should be able to come heavily on whoever approve something that can be produced here and trying to get it international. My dear, if you look at this country, it's just about training, even training of staffs. Recently, we had NNPC sending their staff to London, United Kingdom for training, which could easily be done here by any Nigerian firm. I think when you look at those parastatals and the ministry, what the government will really focus about, all those international courses and training that they used to do, that can be done here, and that will end up a lot of create more job for those Nigerians that are in that sector, and also help keep our depleting foreign reserves.
Now, do you think prioritizing local products in government procurement could stimulate real industrial growth, or do you think it might cause unintended challenges like higher costs or even inflation rising?
Initially, you have higher costs. That is basic. Even see what is happening in the US also, despite the Donald Trump policy. You see that you still have higher costs, which is normal. Because again, when the policy comes in, people will be finding ways to go against that policy to make sure it doesn't work. Definitely you see higher costs. Inflation, definitely you will see margin of inflation, but it cannot be worse from where we are starting from. So definitely I think this policy can actually be able to stimulate, especially in the manufacturing and agricultural sector and even the technological space like I have said. But there must be a deliberate action to see how government can contribute its quota to this growth, not just making those pronouncements. So I totally think it's going to help, but again, we should back it up with actions and with support, especially financial support for some of these smaller business to be able to grow.
But what would you say are the most significant hurdles to implementing this policy, especially in terms of quality assurance, infrastructure gap, or workforce skills?
We take out the infrastructure, like I said, one of the hindrances would be that you are a member of the World Trade Organization. You sign a treaty to run a free economic, a capitalist economics, an economy that is free for everybody to import, to bring in whatever they want to bring in, as long as they meet a certain condition. So you can't say, oh, you will not do that for them again, because for me, I think that's where my challenge is coming from. So those are the challenges that you get. Remember, we are having challenges with the United Kingdom. The United States of America, because of some of the goods that we banned that we banned from coming in there, and that's why Nigeria was among those countries that its goods are going through tariff now. And so you need to look at it. You are a signatory to the World Trade agreement. So you cannot just hold it, say, oh, this product cannot come into your country because you can produce it locally. People will say, oh, China did it, but you need to remember at the time what year the China did it, and that is one. And secondly, before China did those things, what they did was that to build massive infrastructure. That is not happening yet. If we have built massive infrastructure, we said, okay, we have all the means. Look at power. We have enough power. Our road networks are good. We've been able to provide securities. Then you can begin to say, you know what, we can locally produce this. We can even begin to locally manufacture our own cars and everything. But all these things involve a lot of infrastructure, like you rightly pointed out. But I think the key disadvantage to this policy as it stands, as I'm looking at it in terms of, is that treaty that you signed with World Trade Organization, which makes it a free market.
But one of the things the policy stipulates is that it mandates changes to procurement processes and also centralizes oversight under the Bureau of Public Procurement. Now, how effective do you think this could be in curbing corruption and also driving results?
It will be driven by the oversight. Who is in charge? Oversight function, like you rightly pointed out, must be top-notch, especially from the legislative side, from the government side. But again, the challenge we always have in Nigeria is that we build strong, but we don't build strong institutions. For you to get better results when it comes to oversight, it has to be a very strong institution that is likely driven by the test of that, handling that aspect of it. Because you have to put a clear-cut policy, clear-cut procedures on how this will be implemented, so that you don't give room for a lot of corrupt tendency or enough of nepotism, also because you know the person, even if it's not qualified. And so that for me is the main challenge in terms of monitoring and in making sure that everything is done well and right, rightly so. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, like I said, we have strong men. But if we have a strong man that is there, we make sure it works. But we need to move from that strong man and build a very strong institution.
Now, how do you think this might affect Nigeria's global trade relationship, especially with countries where we heavily import from?
Now, I think it's going to affect our trade relationship with a lot of countries. But again, the president said it's what we can produce locally. And definitely that means you are talking about procurement. And in terms of procurement, that means everybody will have to bid. And when you are not saying that they cannot bid, but what is going to happen that you are saying that both countries, you have a local industry that can do it better for you for cheaper rate. So you will not just close your borders that, oh, no other product that is going to come in. I don't think that's what the president means. Like I said, we are a member of the World Trade Organization. I think what he's saying is that we'll make sure that the local industry will have more advantage than the foreign industry, especially in the area that we think we can do it locally. That's basically what he's saying. If that is the case, it's not going to affect our relationship with the foreign companies, because we know that there are some products that we also need that we want to import. We not just close that border. So it's all about protecting your local economy. But again, in protecting your local economy, you must know that the larger economy can also operate. And in Nigeria, whereby we depend so much on foreign exchange, and we know that that is that determine what inflation is in Nigeria. We have to be careful because we need to attract a lot of foreign direct investors and foreign popular investors. And that is the reason why the president said he has been traveling when he came to power to attract investors into Nigeria. So we can't be saying we want to attract investors in one hand. We can't be saying we are shutting our doors from them coming in the other hand.
Well, just before I let you go, Mr. Mohammed, what steps do you think the Nigerian government must take to ensure that this policy leads to long-term economic transformation rather than just being a temporary patriotic gesture?
Yeah, like I said, the government should also think of supporting those local industry that they think will meet the needs of Nigeria, either in terms of policy pronouncement like what the president has made now, and also in the area of funding, especially when it comes to expansion. Because the challenge has been that most of Nigerian businesses want to really expand, but the exchange rate is there, is one way, and then a hawkish nature of the Central Bank of Nigeria in terms of getting funding for some of these businesses, a big challenge. So two area Nigerian businesses really need support. They need government support in the area of policy to drive the growth in that sector. And then secondly, they also need that monetary support from either the government standing in as guarantor, giving them a single-digit loan to be able to grow the sector that they are servicing Nigeria rather than depending on foreigners.
Well, economist Mukhtar Mohammed, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program, as always. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island. or in Saint-Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans. Yeah. And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it's very, 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 in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries. And also, he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, maybe for Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary, must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collected an offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in River State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, with some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work, and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Victoria Konde, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Now, gunmen believed to be members of the notorious Lakurawa gang stormed Zagameville in Danko local government area of Kebbi State, abducting several Christian worshippers during the church service. It was gathered that the attack arrived on motorcycles, invaded the church during morning worship, shooting sporadically and causing panic before whisking away an undisclosed number of congregants into the nearby forest. One of the worshippers, Ezekiel, who narrowly attacked, told journalists that the gunmen came in large numbers and surrounded the church before striking. Now, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, has ordered the immediate redeployment of 5 judges across various judicial divisions of the court. This in an official statement signed by the Director of Information at the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Kasafa. According to the statement, the affected judges and their new postings are as follows. Justice Umar has been deployed from Enugu Judicial Division to Abuja, while Justice Tijani Regime from the division to the Yola Division. Now, the National Agency for Food Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has clarified its stance regarding the nationwide ban on sachet alcohol. The director of the FCT Directorate of the agency, Kenneth Azikwe, told the journalist in Abuja on Monday that the temporary was only valid until December 31st, 2025. He emphasized that ministerial lifting of the ban was not permanent and urged the public to disregard misinformation, suggesting that the government had lifted the restriction. And the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has received another 17 trafficked Nigerians from Ghana and Mali. Director of Media, Public Relations and Protocols Unit NIDCOM, Abdurrahman Balogun, in a statement said the victims, 12 girls and 5-year-old boy, were received by NIDCOM Chairman Abike Dabiri-Erewa, said to have claimed that they were tricked and forced into prostitution under the guise of jobs in Ghana and Mali respectively. And in the world of business, the Depot and Petroleum Products Association of Nigeria has said that its members can have premium motor spirit from the Dangote Petroleum Refinery is owned by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited cannot optimally produce premium motor spirit, but naphtha. DAPMA's Executive Secretary Olufemi Adewale confirmed this while addressing journalists. According to him, DAPMAN members are ready petroleum product Dangote Refinery as the only viable petrol producing facility in the country. Donald Trump will speak by phone on Monday with Russia's Vladimir Putin as part of the U.S. leader's efforts to end the grinding war set off by Moscow's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Trump had vowed during his U.S. election campaign to halt the conflict within a day of taking office, but his diplomatic efforts have so far yielded little progress. Russia, which launched what Kyiv called the record drone attack on Ukraine at the weekend, said on Monday it would prefer to end the conflict through diplomacy and described the upcoming call as important. Finally, on sport, the 22nd edition of the National Sports Festival officially began with colorful opening ceremony at the MKO Abs Complex Abeokuta amid fanfare in front of an estimated 10,000 spectators, showcasing the very best of Ogun State and Nigeria as a whole. The opening ceremony, which lasted more than 4 hours, began with a soulful rendition of the national anthem and Ogun State by popular singer and songwriter Bukade, also known as Asha. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at 6 p.m.
All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Go on, sir.
welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting contents than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, fashion, comedy, food, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. So last weekend we had the African Magic Viewers Choice Award, and it's been amazing seeing our own Nigerian celebrities nailing it with their outfits, with what they know how to do best, likes of our actors and actresses being nominated for specific categories. And I'm really happy seeing everyone even being recognized for what they do. So first on the list, let me just talk about the category. Two categories that stood out for me. We had the Indigenous Award, Language Award, which went to Lishabi. If we've all seen that movie, you know that they literally deserve the award. Lishabi is beautiful. The content and everything was just amazing. Like seeing them being recognized, like they put so much work into it, likes of Lateef and his wife. Like his wife even played a role in this movie, and you even notice that he's like, maybe they're married or something. Like everything was really amazing. They nailed it for me, and they deserve the award. I was really happy that they got recognized for this particular category. So the next one that actually got my attention is Seven Doors. Trust me, the actors of Seven Doors, likes of Femi and Choma, they nailed it, and it was just amazing because Choma, his wife, is an Igbo lady in the movie, and he's a Yoruba man, and he had to go leave the city to go back to the village to maybe rule, to be the king of the community at that point in time. But he had issues. If you guys have not seen it, please go back and see it, because this movie nailed. And it's really amazing seeing Choma. Choma did not just start now. Like she has been in this industry for a very long time. Like since I was little, I know Choma, and I'm really happy seeing her. She won the best lead actress for this movie, and also him, so he won the best lead actor. Like I'm really happy seeing them actually excel in this particular category. So now let's moving away from the category, let's go to the outfits. Trust Nigerians to always come through. Like Nigerians are good. We are talented. I don't know what you guys talk about, but like everybody is just, all these designers, they just have one or two things they always want to chip in. Let's talk about, let's just say Vicky James. Vicky James every year comes out with her own designs, and guess her favorite muse? It is Osas. Osas' dress was beautiful. I don't know if the nature of let's just say the theme for the AMVCAs this year was nature, because I saw so many designers trying to create nature, trees, fruits and other things, but Osas nailed it. She was styled by Vicky James. We have another one which was actually contradicting. That's Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott came out and was like, who is this? Like, we've not seen you, so where are you coming from? It was very funny, but his outfit was good. It's not that bad. But everyone kept on talking about the lion in front of him and one at the back. It was really amazing seeing them actually excel. So last on the list, we have our very own Davido, our OBO. Davido's album, all the songs for me nailed. Like the one that actually I like the most is With You, where he featured Omale, and that song is just amazing. I don't know, and I like Davido for the fact that he's a calm person, he's full of life, he's generous. He even gifted a TikToker that actually just danced to his song, like just flowed with it and everything. It was very funny, but it was amazing. And Davido is always giving us back-to-back hits. So that's it we have for entertainment. So today we dive into the world of fashion industry. So sit down and relax. Let's explore the magic screen together. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is Akin Oluwasewu, who is a fashion content creator and a stylist. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, good to be here.
Yeah, nice meeting. I love your outfits. Like it's giving like what you do. Literally, it's amazing.
Thank you
I like the glasses, signature on the tie and everything, and the colors. You know what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. How did you get into the fashion creation and everything? You styling it and all. Just tell me a bit about yourself.
So yeah, just like you said, my name is Akinlulu Oluwasewu.
Okay.
Most people know me as Akinlulu certified.
Oh, good.
And I am a fashion content creator and a fashion stylist.
Okay.
What my motivation for getting into the fashion space. Like I've always been a fashion person, like way back since when I was young.
Yeah.
But like it got more pronounced when I was in school, like uni.
Okay.
I just loved looking good to class, basically, you know, because I went to a private school.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
I knew.
You have a good advantage there.
Exactly. So I went to a private school, and we were almost, let me say, forced to wear corporate clothes to school and all of that. So that's what sparked up the interest more in me.
Okay.
And also, I feel like the use of social media also influenced me a lot.
To show
When I saw so many people that were doing what I wanted to do, what I felt like I could do.
Okay.
And those are some of the things that sparked the interest more in me.
Oh, that's
like,
good.
for fashion.
So now let's talk about your education. Like you talked about, you started from school. So did you study fashion, or what did you do? Because I know most people like to just deviate from what they actually study. We all do that, fine. But like, just tell me what you did and what actually attracted you to go into what you're doing now.
So I studied architecture in school.
Oh.
BSc, MSc.
Is there like a connection? Yeah, there may be a connection.
Exactly. So I believe anybody that goes to architecture school, it's kind of sparks some form of creativity in you into whatever you are doing.
Okay.
Either if you're designing furniture, if you end up doing whatever, even if it's fashion, there's some form of creativity that architecture brings into you. So I feel like so what I studied in a way, even though I'm not actively practicing now, so it kind of sparked something in me. So I studied architecture in school.
Oh, that's good. So what would you describe your styling in 3 words?
So my style, I would say dandy. I would say prim and proper.
Wow, that's good. That's good. So tell me what fashion item you can't live without.
I'll say my suits.
Your suits?
Yes, my suits.
Now I know where the corporate thing comes from.
I'll say my suits. I have so many suits. Like it's literally my life. Like.
Okay.
So suits. I can't live without suits.
Okay. So will you tell me about you coming up and the influencers you get to or you saw that actually attracted you, or people you look up to?
Okay, good question. So just like I said earlier, like social media kind of influenced me getting into fashion. So some people I looked up to while I was like in my early years were people like Akin Famino. I don't know if you know Akin Famino. Is a major stakeholder in the fashion content creator space. Okay. But outside Nigeria, like internationally, there's Blake Scott, there's Steve Onoja. Those are the people I looked up to. And to the glory of God.
You've been nailing it. Okay, good. So now tell me what inspired you to start sharing your fashion content online.
Okay, so I have always loved social media. So I just saw social media as a platform for me to show what I do. To voice out without doing too much. And that's why till now, like if you've gone through my content, I hardly talk too much.
I've not seen one. I actually went through. I'm like, what is this voice? I need to hear your voice. I don't know how you sound.
Exactly. So I just saw social media as a means to, put myself out there without doing too much. It's more of like my portfolio.
Yeah.
So
let's say, what's the most defining moment of your life or of your career? Like when you started, what moment did you really say, "Oh, I did this"?
So for me in fashion, there have been so many defining moments. But like in the early years, I would say winning awards in university for fashion, like best dressed in my department, best dressed in the school. Do you understand? So those were some of and I've been recognized by so many well-known blogs, even in Nigeria, Bella Niger, and I've been featured on Vogue too. So like I feel like that's like the peak
of where.
Yes.
That's good. So, like, tell me about how you balance being creative and staying relevant, like keeping up with everything you have to do, keeping up with your daily life as a content creator and also a stylist.
So, for me,
did you find any difficulty anywhere?
Definitely, there will be difficulties.
So, tell us about it. So, in case we want to be like Oluwase, what do we do?
So, just like I said, definitely there are difficulties.
Okay.
But I feel one thing that makes you, keep pushing is just the goal you have in mind, and there is nothing that has an advantage that does not have a disadvantage. So, for me, it's just me looking at the end goal and saying, oh, let me persevere through this. Let me do all I need to do to get to become the kind of person I want to be. So, like, it helps me, be able to maneuver these obstacles in my way. And yeah, so on so many days I have multiple things on my schedule and all of that, but I just find a way to properly manage my time, you know, to meet up with all of this, and also deadlines, basically. Yeah.
That's good. I know, like, it must have been really, really stressful, but like, can you walk us through one day, like a day in your life, the process, what you have to do? Do you style your clothes yourself, your outfits?
Yes, I do.
Would you have someone that styles you?
No, I style
okay.
right. I style
do you style people too?
Yeah, I style people.
Oh, good. So, like, just walk us through you meeting deadlines and you taking pictures, because I don't know. I feel it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Like, one thing I know, maybe styling it and you actually waiting for it to come out the way you want it to be. So, like, the positions you stay when you're taking pictures and creating content and all like that. So, walk us through a day in your life.
Okay. So, as a fashion content creator, I feel Pinterest should be your friend. You know, because I feel like there's no idea that is really original. So you can always go through Pinterest. So let me use myself now, just like yours. I always go through Pinterest, you know, scroll. Sometimes when I see things I like or feel like I see things I feel like I could recreate, I save them, you know. But there's sometimes that ideas just come like off the top of my head. Like, I'm just doing something, I just pass through somewhere, I see something, I see someone online, I see someone wearing something online, or just the combination just makes sense. Like, yeah, there's that too. And there's just me just being myself. And trying to evolve on what I'm already doing. You understand? So like right now, like my kind of style, it has evolved over the years. Not just from like corporate outfits. Like now, the way I am, it's kind of, you could say it's kind of corporate, but it's not corporate.
Casual corporate, like in the mix.
Yeah, exactly. So it's in the mix. So it has kind of evolved over the years. So like a typical day in my life is when it comes to like fashion content creation is, you know, ideation, reaching out to, I have like a team, like my photographers, majorly photographers, because I love,
must be really good.
Yes, so and they're also very creative people, so we rub ideas to let us know what we need. Either if there are some props you also need, you know, try to put it in place, get it before the day of the shoot, and we shoot. And even on set there are some other ideas that pop up.
They have to.
Yes, I'm also implementing too. Yes, and that's how we make it happen.
It seems like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot.
It's like, you know, when people just see a picture, wow, this is beautiful, this is good. They don't know the process. They don't know how difficult it was to go through just to achieve that result. Now let's talk about you combining colors. Trust me, not everybody in Nigeria literally knows how to do that. Not everybody in the world, like, just so both colors are, you're like purple and orange. How would this go about? How have you been able to maneuver that phase?
So for me, I would say it's just my kind of person. I've never had to think about, will this color go or not. Okay. I've never really had to do.
Sorry to cut you. Have there been any situation where you see yourself say, this color did not gel? Or
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just really my kind of person. So so many times if I feel something will work, it actually just works. I don't know how, to be honest. It might it might be God. It might be
God is good.
It's even God. I credit that to God, you know. So like, so many times I just try out things, try out colors, and also as an advice to people, I'll just say, you know, try out different things in the comfort of your home. Don't now go out and be looking like tetracycline in front of other people. So you can, like, your house is like your comfort zone where you can try out things. Let your family members insult you.
Oh, good. I was about to ask that.
Exactly. Let your family members insult you before you go outside and embarrass yourself. Exactly.
Okay, because living alone maybe and you're trying to match colors and you may not exactly get to
your mirror. Your mirror is there for you.
Oh, your mirror is there, but sometimes
and open your eyes.
Sometimes you look at yourself like, I think I look good, but when you step out, you don't look good at all. So now tell me how you've been able to, how social media has changed the way you work as a stylist.
Well, social media actually has so many benefits, and it has really helped me. You know, it gave me some form of influence.
Okay.
And the reason is because I actually started early enough. I started way back in 2015. Not too many people were doing this back then.
Not everybody.
Exactly. Not too many.
It's also a thing.
Exactly. So in like the university space, people actually knew me. like when you talk about people in Covenant, people in Redeemers, these are people that actually do fashion at that time.
Okay.
So many of them knew me at that point. So social media has really changed and helped me, like with my style and how I really approach things in general. Like I would give so much credit to it, to social media.
Okay. Yes. So now, speaking of social media, what platform do you use the most and why?
Majorly Instagram.
Okay, why
because
Instagram?
That's where I started
it's a
from.
Good platform, Charles, but
it's a good platform, and that's where I started from. Just when Instagram first started, it was majorly for pictures. There was no even video. It's just I think 2020 that they started Reels and all of this, and so just like that, I also tried to evolve and advance, and start creating video content also because if you don't evolve, you won't be relevant. Do you understand? So I started evolving also, start creating video content on social media. So yeah, Instagram works for me the most. But right now I'm trying to I'm already doing that. I'm already trying to diversify my platforms. Yeah, TikTok, Pinterest. Because I got to, yes, exactly. I got to discover last year that there's actually a very big market on Pinterest.
So you have been yelling that.
Exactly. So I'm doing that right now.
That's good. I like the fact that you're evolving and you're changing, and social media is helping you to become better in your field. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We've got a quick break, guys. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is still our stylist and our fashion content creator. So now tell me about, have you faced any criticisms online and how have you been able to manage it? Because I know the word out there is not easy for anybody, but tell me how you've been able to maneuver and just keep pushing regardless.
So, because of my kind of personality, I have not really faced criticism that much because I believe I was using platforms like X, which was formerly Twitter. I would have received a lot of even when I know I talked about diversifying my content. Yeah. And there are sometimes I post something on TikTok on X, and you see some kind of comments that are just really man. But on Instagram, everybody's all over light.
Yes, everybody's
all over light. So I've never really had to face that form of criticism, and because of my kind of person, I don't like putting myself in a situation where I am in that place where people have different
things to say about you.
About me, so,
okay.
I believe it's just my kind of person.
Oh, that's good. So, who is your favorite fashion icon now, and why?
Well, my favorite fashion icon, I believe it's not one currently.
Okay, just mention and why.
Okay, so Pharrell Williams.
Okay.
Pharrell Williams is a grand commander of style. Yes. Grand commander of style.
And I agree to that.
Yes, and I believe our kind of styles are similar, so that's why I connect more with Pharrell Williams.
Now I'm drawing the line. Now I'm drawing the line in your pictures. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's good.
So it's Aproki too. Is someone's style that I love a lot. It can be very minimalist. It can be quite edgy too. Yeah. So not giving yourself a box. Is the reason why I like Isaproki. Yeah. So those two.
I like Isaproki as well. So now, if you're going to style any celebrity, who would it be, and what style do you think you would put on them?
Locally or internationally?
Let's do two. Let's do Nigerian and international.
Okay, locally, within Nigeria.
Yeah.
I would like to style the video. I really like to start the video.
It can be fun, Charles. So whenever I hear the video, I just want to jump.
I really like to start the video.
In what way?
Putting up something for him that just gives him the superstar vibe. To project him more as a superstar that he is.
Okay.
Yes, because on some occasions, sorry to say, on some occasions I've seen when he has worn some kind of outfit, and I'm like, no, the style should have done better. So yes, and that's my reason for choosing the video.
Okay.
And internationally, let's say Idris Elba. I mean, he has a great sense of style, but it would just be an honor to style someone like that.
It's amazing. It's amazing you're mentioning people that I know. No, that's good. That's good. So, what's the most challenging shoot or project you've ever worked on, and why?
Off the top of my head right now, The most challenging shoot. Okay, so just like I mentioned, I've been featured on Vogue once.
Okay.
But it wasn't my idea, it was the photographer's idea.
Okay.
So it was something that brought me out of my comfort zone. Because if you see that picture, I was looking kind of homeless. And because it was an editorial image, just that I wore like lace and stuff. So I feel like that was kind of difficult for me to do because it was not like my normal kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, who doesn't want to be on Vogue? So yeah.
So it was really, really difficult process.
It was kind of difficult for me, but I believe, but like for like my own personal stuff, I mean in the early stages, it used to be quite difficult. But like right now, I believe it's almost like it's almost easy for me, like very easy for me to just because I have like a system. You understand, that makes things work easier for me.
That's good. I know Lagos is like a fashion zone entirely. So have you been able to attend events and let's just say GTCO Fashion Week and other fashion shows that we have? And have you been able to, do you attend them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Especially Lagos Fashion Week, because Lagos Fashion Week is one of the biggest fashion weeks in Nigeria. So like it's even like, don't let me not to talk down anymore, but like it's one of the biggest fashion weeks. So there you get to meet even people you look up to in Nigeria, you know. So I attend Lagos Fashion Week a lot. Every year I've been attending since I think 2019, until even last year, and I'll still attend this year.
Oh, good. So tell me about GTCO Fashion. What do you think about it and the idea behind it? Because last year I got to attend one for my very first time. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I love every single thing happening here. So will you want to be in that position, styling people, and what do you think you will bring up? You
mean styling attendees or styling?
Let's just say styling models.
Models on the runway. I mean, it's something I'm very open to. I mean, GTCO Fashion Week is also a very big fashion week in Nigeria. So yes, it's something I'm very open to. You know, working with a designer to put out their pieces in the best way possible on the runway for everyone to see.
Okay.
Yeah,
so now you're creating content like on Instagram and other platforms that you work with. How do you get your inspiration from? Like, do you see, not only for Pinterest, but the ideas of you creating videos? Like, what do you think? Or is there like a brain box, someone that just says, oh, I think you should work this way? Or do you just bring everything, every idea you do? Because the videos are amazing, trust me. So like you working this particular way, looking up this way, is there someone that directs you? Or you do everything? So
first and foremost, I'm a believer, so I'll give the glory to the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit helps me a lot, gives me direction on so many things. Yeah, and also that's why I mentioned the team that I work with. So like there's just this synergy between us where some of the ideas come from me, some of the ideas come from them. So it's just easier that way. I believe every creative, if you are looking to build a team, you should actually look for people who share the same ideas and who share the same visions like you, so that whatever you're looking to achieve will be easier. And so that's basically what has been helping me. So so many of these videos that you see, they are basically some are my ideas, some are their ideas, and we bring them together.
Because you pass off like a model, like maybe you don't even do anything, but like the way you just position and taking photos and everything. I will call you model.
Yeah, it took so many years.
Okay.
It took so many years, you know. I believe in my early stages I wasn't that comfortable. Like when I started this, I didn't like taking pictures in public.
Oh.
But right now, if you put me in the middle of the road,
anywhere I can
take pictures easily, like, because that's what I'm born to do.
Okay, but you know, like you standing out, like with your styling and everything, your outfits actually draw attention of people.
Exactly.
So like now you said before you were shy. Were you a shy person?
Yes.
Okay, so you wearing those outfits, it was like.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, to get to a stage, there's a point to do something to a point of mastery, where you are no longer
so
shy.
You're used to everyone looking at you.
Yes, like I'm already used to it. I've done it a lot of times. I'm already used to it. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, what advice we give to anyone trying to go into this fashion content creating business?
So, any advice I'll give, especially to younger people?
Yeah,
I would say start as early as you can, and be consistent, because consistency in anything just makes you better.
Okay.
You get, and the earlier you start, the earlier you can make the mistakes you're supposed to make, which will make you better. So I'll just say two I'll pass out two advices. I'll say start early and be consistent in what you're doing.
Okay. So let's go on a quick break first. We'll be right back. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we end this show, let's just take 60 seconds, 10 games, questions rather, just in and out. So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple. Who would it be?
It's Rocky and Rihanna.
Thank you. Most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life?
Yeah.
Most outstanding day of my life has to be... There are so many. Well, let's say the first day I was recognized for what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Football or basketball?
Football, basically.
Favorite relaxation sports?
Favorite relaxation in Lagos or anywhere?
Anywhere.
In Lagos, I would say Landmark Beach.
Okay. So, movies or novels?
Movies, I'm a movie person.
Favorite city you like to visit or you have?
Favorite city I would like to visit, Mauritius.
Okay, so favorite indoor sport?
Favorite indoor sport, let's say indoor basketball.
Okay, so favorite food?
Favorite food, jollof rice and chicken.
So mention one thing on your bucket list you like to tick off.
Favorite thing on my bucket list I would like to tick off, especially this year, is like travel to as many countries as I can.
Okay, so let's just say sneakers or corporate shoes.
Corporate shoes.
Okay, good. So if you're giving $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody for 6 months, just you and food, no internet too, will you stay?
$10,000 to stay for how many? For how long?
6.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You won't. Okay, let's reduce. Let's say 2.
2 months.
Okay. Yeah, 2
no
months.
internet, no food.
No internet.
I can run mad.
No, there'll be food.
Okay,
There'll be
food.
good food.
There'll be food?
Yes, but no internet.
No.
No, you can stay.
Because
All
I feel
right.
like all I do, like, it gives you some sense of purpose, you know.
True.
So all of that within 2 months, like I can't.
So what if there's internet? You're going to stay?
There's internet. We are getting there. So, yeah, internet. Yeah, with internet, I'm good.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
It's really nice seeing you and what you do and everything.
Thank you.
So is there anything you want to share?
Yeah.
Where can we watch you? Where do we see you?
Okay, so you can check me out on Instagram. My handle is at akinlolu.certified. I'm also on X. I'm also on every other platform. Yes, so these are the platforms where you can check me out, and it's so nice being here.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on the show. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. So see you next time. Bye for now.
My name is Bintu Salu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aledidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing from there. It is to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get and teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "But I would like to paint." Fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes, you understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like, though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see. Yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But we would like government to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do. Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use, or acrylic color. You have so many media.
Hello and welcome to the program. Debate on electoral reforms and proposed amendments to key sections of Nigeria's Electoral Act of 2022 and the 1999 Constitution ahead of the 2027 elections and other elections in the country are dominating public discourse. The proposals were presented during the joint Senate and House of Representatives committees on electoral matters in conjunction with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. One of such proposed reforms is the removal of the powers to appoint resident electoral commissioners (REC) from the president and vest the power in INEC. INEC is seeking the constitutional changes that will grant the commission the authority to appoint and discipline heads of its state offices, to be known as State Directors of Elections. INEC also emphasized the need for a single-day voting system and the eradication of permanent voters' cards ahead of the 2027 general election to ensure credibility, saying this will reduce the cost and streamline elections in the country. The Commission further renewed calls for the amendment to the Constitution to allow Nigerians in the diaspora as well as certain categories of citizens within the country to participate in future elections. In his remarks, INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu says the next elections come 2027 will be a challenging one. Therefore, he appeals to the National Assembly to expedite the passage of the proposed amendment to the 2022 electoral law and the 1999 Constitution. Well, I'm joined by Mr. Debo Adeniran, who is the chairman, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, CACOL, to discuss INEC's proposed reforms. Thank you very much for joining me, Mr. Adeniran. Let me begin by asking, overall now, what do you make of INEC seeking changes to the 1999 Constitution and the Electoral Act of 2022 ahead of the 2027 elections and others after that?
In any procedure, in any law, in any guideline. So it doesn't matter how beautifully crafted you have a policy or guidelines. If people that are mischievous are allowed to operate it, they will still find a way around it, where they will manipulate the process to suit their whims and caprices. All of the reforms that have been suggested, yes, they are beautiful. They are capable of maybe achieving credible election. But then there will always be a loophole for those who have perverted minds. And that is the only fear, because it's still Nigerians that will operate the law, the guideline, and the reforms. It is Nigerians that will be candidates, and they will be the ones to be voted for. So it is the restructuring of the mind, refocusing, and new moral rectitude that is likely to help rather than changing policies and the rest of it.
INEC is also seeking full control over state electoral appointments, starting with appointing resident electoral commissioners to oversee polls in the state, rather than the president doing so as we have it currently. INEC now says it wants the power to discipline these recs. Is this a considerable proposal from the commission?
The truth is that it is possible that INEC will become truly independent, just like other institutions like Central Bank of Nigeria and other arms of government. They can be independent. They should be allowed to choose those who work with them and have the capacity to discipline them. But then it cannot be completely, INEC cannot be completely independent, just like the central bank cannot be completely independent of the executive, because they are not a separate arm of government. They run their affairs under the guidance of the presidency. Somebody will stay, the president will still have a say in the appointment or nomination on appointment of the chairman of INEC. And the voice of the president is actually stronger than the voice of all other arms of government who have one thing or the other to do, especially the judiciary. Even judiciary, as independent as we want to be, we are being made to believe, the president, the executive still play a lot of roles in controlling that arm of government, because the budget still have to be presented by the executive and defended by the Ministry of Justice. The same thing with the budget of INEC. No matter how independent it is, an arm of government or of the executive will still lord it over the budget and manipulate it in the ways that will suit the need or the interest of the ruling hegemony. So it doesn't matter what we do, but it will only give the outer world the semblance of true independence for the electoral umpire, which is okay. As a matter of fact, that they ask that they be able to discipline their members. All of those disciplinary actions will still pass through the judicial mill, and it is the judiciary that will have the last say, no matter how much they try. Because if they even set up a tribunal that we have once agitated for, that there should be electoral tribunal, even if they set it up, they will still have to appeal. The appellate court will still be there. The Supreme Court will still be there. It will not start the adjudication into any dispute in the conduct of affairs of INEC will not start and end with the proposed tribunal. It will not start and end in the high court, in the federal or state high court or appellate court. They will still go as far as Supreme Court. So basically, we should, it's worth it to some extent and to satisfy the yearnings of, but for me personally, I just believe that it is not the law. It is those who are operating the law. And the selection of those who will operate the new INEC law or guidelines should be those who have a clean pedigree, those who have performed wonderfully well in the areas they have found themselves serving Nigeria before, those who may not want to stain their clean garment that they have acquired, they have worked for over the years, those who have integrity, those who are professional, those who have a family background that you cannot be ashamed of. Those are the kind of people we should look for. They are there in Nigeria, although unsung. Many of them have not had the opportunity of being in prominent positions like INEC before, but they have kept their cool, and they have been men and women integrity in the small corner they find themselves. These people can be sought out and be appointed.
Let me also get your thoughts on INEC's request to conduct all elections in one day in the country in a bid to save costs. We're talking of presidential, governorship, the National Assembly. Now, we understand how challenging this exercise is for INEC in various areas, such as logistics, despite assurances that all is in control just before the elections. Wouldn't INEC be stretching itself in if this were the case, that's to conduct all elections in one day?
Well, I don't think so, because it doesn't take much to compile statistics and analyze it. Now that we have several machines, packages, apps that can help collate figures and decide on the results in real time. So it is not likely. What should be done is for INEC to have the power to screen even the candidates from different political parties. And as a matter of fact, we have once recommended that not just every Tom, Dick, and Harry should be allowed to register a political party. The political party should be seen to have the capacity to run the affairs of this country. And the criteria should be set in such a way that it will not make a joke out of our electoral system, where we have about 20, 30 political parties fielding candidates. The candidates who nominated by various political parties should be pre-screened to be sure that they are actually capable of carrying out the assignment of governance that they are likely to be saddled with in case they won election. And that screening should actually reduce the number of those who are capable, of running the election and winning the election. Now, those we make it easier for INEC to control the number of paperwork that they have to do. All of these screening machines should be made to be compiling the results in real time, like IREF, should be fed in such a way that it won't be necessary for human intervention anymore, and that people can use their maybe biometric statistics to even vote. I think that is one of the reform that they are talking about. That is, you don't need to keep on using the archaic system to conduct the affairs of this country anymore. We have several documents, several, what do we call it now? Several documentation that could assert the personality of the person that came to vote. And the only thing is to prove that they are alive, their eyeballs should be screened, their fingertips will be also screened, and all of that should be enough. Since we have NIN, that NIN and even voter's card have collected our biometrics.
Well, it seems now that INEC and the Nigerian Senate are on the same page, because a bill to amend the Electoral Act of 2022 to provide for same-day elections nationwide as a cost-saving measure and to reduce voter apathy scaled second reading in the Senate back in March this year. Speaking of voter apathy, you think same-day elections will make a difference?
Well, the communication was breaking intermittently, but I believe that voter apathy can be reduced if we allow people to vote where they find themselves without necessarily have to go and queue up in the rain, in the sun. If people can use their smartphones to vote, it's just that they may need to download a particular application that will make them to be to identify themselves, and we are able to do that. If we can withdraw money, without necessarily having to go to the bank, then we should be able to vote without having to go and queue up at polling station. Technology has gone beyond all this pedestrian level where everybody will have to queue up and they have to see you, they have to take your picture all over again, even when your fingerprints will bring out your pictures that have been taken when you are registering for NIN, when you are registering for as a voter, and all of that. You have all of this data that have been compiled. Let them harmonize the data if there's any doubt. Any other thing that is, any other requirement that is not embedded in our NIN should be included one way or the other, and let us be able to vote the way we withdraw money or transfer money from one point to the other. So that is the only way by which voter apathy could be reduced. Some people feel too big to go and queue up. All of these people will be able to vote, with their own machines, with their computer or with their smartphones and all that. They will vote. It will reduce risk. It will reduce violent attack. It will reduce all sorts of things, and it will reduce manipulation of electoral process. And of course, there are applications. The application to be used will be foolproof, that nobody can hack into, and there should be backup, machine, or what do you call it now? Backup data storage facility that will not allow anybody to manipulate the computer system or the data system and get away with it. Because as people, as voters cast their ballot, it should go to both the IRF, the immediate storage facility, and the backup, which will not be available to those who are actually conducting the election until there will be a need to prove that the ballot cast is the result that is announced at the end of the balloting period. So basically, it will reduce costs, it will reduce violence, it will enhance security, it will a lot of things. It has a lot of advantages. I agree with them.
Although Mr. Adeniran, we'll get back to our conversation after this short break. Do stay with us. We will be back shortly. Welcome back. Let's continue the conversation on proposed reforms by INEC. That's reforms to the Electoral Act and 1999 Constitution. Mr. Debo Adeniran, chairman of CACOL, is still with me on the program. Now, Mr. Adeniran, still on the issue of same-day voting, with which the Senate and INEC as well now say will boost voter participation. Do you think Nigeria has the technological infrastructure, to handle the demands of same-day elections? Because that's another challenge that confronts INEC.
The money we spent, running physical identification and the rest of them is enough to acquire the technology. But I believe that we have Nigerians that are technologically savvy to the extent of even developing a homegrown, application that can be used for our own election. Everywhere you go in the world, you find Nigerians making their waves, in the field of technology. Even in Nigeria here, we have several firms that are very innovative, that are very creative, and that have been performing wonders in the areas of development technology. Look at Remita. I mean, if we can use Remita and it's working for the past 8 or so years that they have introduced it into our payment system, we should believe that a company like those who develop Remita, that system specs, can still develop new applications with which we can vote and be collated in real time without wasting time. As a matter of fact, that application itself can be used. They only have to adjust it to suit the purpose of electoral system. So basically, we can vote one day. Even the diaspora voting that has been talked about for so long can be included.
There's the flip side to INEC's reform proposals. Nigeria's House of Representatives Committee for Political Parties had earlier called for the unbundling of the commission by removing the power for registration and regulating political parties and vesting the power in another institution. How good do you think this idea is?
They don't have to remove those powers. They should have, as a matter of fact, like I said it earlier, they should have more powers to whittle down the number of registrable, political associations. The conditions should be made more stringent. The capacity to administer the life of people should be measured in technical terms, in terms that will ensure that if they eventually won election, they will run a government that will be truly democratic. And if you don't want democracy, we should be able to determine how we want to be governed by ourselves through our through the choices that we will have made for ourselves. So basically, if we have a truly independent electoral body, like we are talking about, they should be granted the powers to determine how they want to operate. Like I said the other time, once we have credible Nigerians who with good and enviable track record in places they have served before, they should be entrusted with the capacity to run our electoral system from cradle to grave without interference from another body, another government agency. Let them do it, just like the CBN is doing. There's no human being that is perfect. I'm not saying that we should look for complete saints to run our electoral system, but we should also be vigilant. As soon as we discover that somebody is capable of soiling his or her hands in the filthy, in the filthy jar of electoral corruption, manipulation, and the rest of them, evidence should be gathered against such a person. And as a matter of fact, the operations of the INEC itself should be guided by, by technology, that we monitor everything that is being done at every stage. And there should be backup system that cannot be manipulated by the same set of people. So once this is done, we have to begin to trust ourselves. Once we repose adequate trust in a set of people to govern our electoral system, let us put our trust, the trust. Let us put confidence. Let us repose adequate confidence in them. There will always be some fault here and there, but there should be consequences for wrongdoing. Every wrongdoing in the electoral system should be treated according to the enabling law. And the enabling law, I said, should be very strict on all of the offenses that are attached to the operations of INEC. So basically, we should repose adequate confidence in ourselves. They don't need to unbundle anything. They just have to operate within the administrative, purview of INEC.
Well, the 2027 elections is in 21 months. Hopefully, it's enough time to discuss and agree on what reforms should be implemented before then. Mr. Debo Adeniro, Chairman, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, call. Thank you for coming on the program and talking to us. That's it on this episode. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sport. As usual on the program, it's definitely going to be another exciting moment on the show. A moment that even after the show, you have a lot of reasons to go and visit us on all our social media platforms to get those parts of the program you miss. I have two important guests in the show, and these two guests from two different parts of the world. One from the side of the federal government and also a private sector. A lot of people have been talking about private sector and public sector involvement to enable a lot of things go further. And I'm sure these investors, these entrepreneurs have done so well for themselves to really collaborate to ensure that equestrian sport gets to where it's. A lot of people are also surprised that we have equestrian sport in this part of our world. But without so much ado, let me go straight to Abuja, where we have the president of Equestrian Federation, that's Nigerian Equestrian Federation, talking about Dr. Anthony Obiora. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Also, in the studio with me is we have Madam Vanessa Asuni, who is also into equestrian services. She is the owner of Giddy Equestrian Services. A lot of things has to do with animals, horses, and Giddy horse ride. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So we go straight, I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering, we go straight to Dr. Anthony Obiora. As the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation, what was it all about? Because it's still a sport that 90% of Nigerians don't know that such sport exists in this part of the world. What can you say about that?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me begin by saying that we're really happy to be on this platform. Thank you for the opportunity to, speak about these very important sports. Nigeria Equestrian Federation was established on the 9th of December 2022, and we are the governing body that regulates equestrian sports in Nigeria. We regulate the FEI equestrian disciplines. By these disciplines, I mean the show jumping, the dressage, the eventing, the vaulting, and endurance. These are new disciplines which we are trying to establish, trying to develop, and these are the Olympics disciplines. So we are working in hand with some stakeholders like the Giddy Up Riding Academy to promote these sports. And this is a sport that has a lot of following globally. I'm sure you must be aware that equestrian sports has huge economic impact globally, over $300 billion. And it is sad to say that Nigeria hasn't yet tapped into this enormous potential. So it's a good thing that is a wake-up call, and we are happy that platforms as yours is seeing the importance of having this discussion so that Nigeria begins to also tap into these enormous potentials.
Well said, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with that. But do you see any reason why we lack in the sport, why we are so behind? There's some sport that are local sport that you know that from generation to generations, there are sports that has been always around us. This equestrian sport, do you think it's a sport that has been with us in ages and we decide to leave it behind, or we have nothing to do with the sport from inception of the country?
All right, so equestrian sports, as you know, is an elitist sport. It's very expensive, and it's not like it hasn't been in existence. It's a sport that has over a century existence. Prominently, we have the polo and the horse racing. These are the prominent equestrian sports we have in Nigeria until recently, when we decided to introduce these new disciplines. So it's a sport that is very expensive, and I believe it's one of the reasons why it hasn't gained that prominence, because of how expensive it is. People having access to horses is difficult. Horses are very expensive, and their maintenance and all that. But the good thing now is with the likes of Giddy Academy with the likes of other riding clubs that are coming up, and of course with the support of Nigerian Equestrian Federation and other stakeholders, we are trying to open up this access so that you don't necessarily have to own a horse before you can participate in equestrian sports. You can actually come to these riding academies or centers and register, and then you go through the training procedures and preparations towards competing. So the sport has been in existence, but access points and of course some other challenges, have made it not gain the required attention, such as funding and challenge, such as infrastructure. We have limited infrastructure across the country. We have also the quality of horse care is not as it ought to. So there are several challenges which we are trying to overcome. So that's why it hasn't been that prominent as it ought to.
Has there been any time given that you are aware of that the government, as the Nigerian government, whether the state level, the local government level, or the federal level, has dedicated a particular fund or a particular time or a particular innovation to elevate the sport?
Yes, currently we are having several discussions with the ministries, the National Sports Commission, the Olympics Committee, and you see, the thing is, the existing equestrian sports, right, the polo and the horse racing are not Olympics disciplines. And I should also think it's part of the reasons why government have not really given the kind of support. Now, this industry, before now, like the polo, the horse racing, they haven't given it that economic outlook. Okay. Now, the federal government, with the coming on board of Nigeria Equestrian Federation, which has the Olympics registered discipline. Now, it means that people who participate in these sports can compete at the Olympics, and which is where the National Sports Commission, Nigerian Olympics Committee comes in, because now they can train athletes to participate in international events. So the government has actually shown serious interest, and we are having that discussion with the Olympics Committee. We are having that discussion with the National Sports Commission to promote the sport. So it's at the moment, I would say, gaining that required attention, but a lot needs to be done.
Well said. We will just come into the studio where we have Madam Vanessa Asuni here with us. You are from the private sector, and you obviously agreed to some of what you said. What brought you to the sport? Because it's obvious that you probably be the only one in Lagos or thereabout, not less than 5, doing this. What's the motivation behind a sport that lasts so much of followership?
Thank you. Equestrian sports and working with horses is something that requires the knowledge, the passion, and also a great deal of dedication. And this is one of the reasons why you don't see many people doing it. You have to bear in mind that we're working with live animals that are huge, and one really needs to know what they're doing in order to do it properly. So the way it started for me was that I started very young at 5.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we had something called the Ikeja Saddle Club here in Lagos, and my parents were members of that club. I started riding there, fell in love with horses, and was able to turn my passion into a career by starting the Lagos Polo Club Riding Academy and then Giddy Up Horse Riding Academy. So those are the 2 riding facilities, academies that are available here in Lagos.
Well, sir, and probably for a sport like this, there'll be so much challenges. For you on the private sector angle point of, what have you done to overcome these challenges?
You see, we don't look back, we keep going. And because I'm fueled by passion, there's no need to wait for anybody. And once they see like what is happening now, they're seeing what we're doing, they're seeing how Giddy Up is empowering the youth, not just those that are able to afford equestrian sports, like Dr. Obiora and you stated correctly, it is quite an expensive sport. So what we do at Giddy Up is we also empower the youth. We empower those kids who on a normal day would not even dream of coming near horses, which is why we have our equine youth empowerment program. So kids from the barracks, kids that would usually not do it, we bring them in, we train them, we teach them how to ride in exchange for, you know, helping out at the stables with the horses in their free time.
Obviously, you have. Let me bring Doctor into this particular conversation now. She has stated so well what she's doing and the passion. On the side of the government, is there any model avenue or a model infrastructure in place to also encourage those that we want to be part of this? Like she has rightly stated, a passion. So far, so good. Has there been anything on the side that the government have pushed to the forefront that will probably enable people like her to continue their passion?
All right, so we are currently making some propositions to the federal government and state governments to develop infrastructures for equestrian activities in the states and the federal level. And like I mentioned, it's a sport that hasn't gotten the required attention until recently. But the federal government is we actually proposing to set up a national equestrian center.
Okay.
It's part of the proposition the federation put in to open up that access point for clubs, for youth, and even for international events to hold. Because as it is now, assuming there's an international event is to hold, we don't even have a very standard equestrian center that we can use for such. Yes, we do have some polo club has their own pitch, horse racing pitch and all, but for also these new disciplines, we don't have a center that we can actually have such sports. So we are having discussions with the federal government to maintain some of the existing infrastructures in the states, equip them with infrastructure, equip them with what the youth can use for their training and performance. And then also setting up the National Equestrian Center that would open up that, gives you that international link, so that if tomorrow the FEI wants to host an international event in Nigeria, such centers can, be a place, especially also as we are looking at beginning the Nigeria Equestrian League next year. It's also a league that can attract investment and that can open up the sector as well.
Okay, well said, Doctor. And Vanessa, let's not look. He was also there when the second edition. What's the whole equestrian giddy game what's all about? Because we saw a lot of different kind of horse races. Tell us about.
Okay, so the Giddy Up horse riding and show jumping competition is for, the kids to come and showcase their talents and what they've been doing. So equestrian sports and horse riding is not just something you do. It's more of a lifestyle. It's a hobby. It's something that you keep doing. These kids eventually want to be able to own their own horses and, take care of their horses and keep riding. Horse riding has so many benefits. So we had the obstacle course competition for those that were on the lower level that can't jump yet. And this showcased how well they're able to control their horses. We also had the show jumping on junior division and senior. So for the seniors, we allowed the kids from our Equine Youth Empowerment Program to come and also showcase, and which we gave cash prizes to them, thanks to our sponsors. So this is what it's all about.
So, what areas do you think we need the president and the public sector to encourage such sports? Now that Dr. Obiora was there yesterday, from the government's angle of collaboration, what do you need the government to do to strengthening the sport in the country?
Well, that's a very good question. I think Dr. Obiora is on track when he says we need a center that actually knows exactly how to groom these youths to learn about the whole equestrian sports and just the facilities, the horses. I'm also very big on animal welfare. It's not just about getting horses and keeping them there. It's, can you maintain the horses? Can you maintain the facility? Are you able to, give them the proper care so that when people see, if you see our horses, they're very well looked after, and we put a lot, that comes first. Without the horses, there's no equestrian sports. So it's very important to put these animals who are serving us, giving us the opportunity to do this, put them first. The people that are taking care of the animals also take care of them and empower them, teach them the right ways and the wrong ways. And when we're able to do that, everything will go smoothly.
The other parts that I need to say before I come to Dr. Obiora is there's a connection between some of the riders and the horses. How long does it take to connect? Because I know for a dog, the connection is maybe divine. But for horses, does it come that way? What does it take for a child to get connected to an horse? Because I can see some of the child controlling the horse, and the horse is really obeying some of them.
Yes, that's a very good question. And to answer that, horses are even more intelligent than dogs. They recognize sense. They recognize people. They remember. And they know they can sense everything. They know who is scared, they know who is anxious, which is why we have something like equine assisted therapy. So if you, at our event, we actually had one of the riders compete who is on the spectrum, and he comes and rides and he loves it, he enjoys it, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to give this kind of opportunity to kids in this part of the world.
Okay, and I'm sure there's so much you need to do to ensure, and that should be for Dr. Obiora right now, there's so much the government needs to do to ensure that the sport penetrates. Is there an initial resistance of interest in the sport? I mean, there should be so much to do on the grassroots. What do you think the role the government needs to entail that the sport gets to the grassroots, even if not in practice, in knowledge?
All right, I can tell you that we don't have resistance. There are lots of interest. Actually, there are lots of interest among youth. We've had some grassroots programs across the country, and the enthusiasts are very passionate. One thing about this sport is passion, and that passion can drive you to any length. So we could see that passion among the youth who want to get involved. And by the way, Nigeria has a rich cultural heritage in horses.
Definitely.
It's a heritage that has spanned over a century. So it's not new to us. It's something that we love. But then with the right collaboration, with the right investment, with the right support from the government, and truthfully, it's not just about the government, because the government has lots to do, So that's why we are really encouraging the private sector to come in and support, sponsorship, training, providing this infrastructure and all. And it's something that can really open up the equestrian space, create opportunity, job opportunities, and even boost local economics. So it's a big space, it's a big sector that with the right support will really do a whole lot. In one of our conversations, I did mention that this sport has the potential of bringing in about $500 million annually into the coffers of Nigerian economy.
On that, Doctor.
This is the fact,
let's
when
see,
it's properly harnessed.
Well said, but one aspect I think probably will do so well for development of the sport is train the trainers. I saw there were 3 judges on that day, and how many of the judges do we have, or how many of the technical know-how person is the federation having, or what are they doing in ensuring that other people get to know about the sport, and training the trainer kind of scheme that will also I tell you, it's a big privilege for me. My years of sport journalism, broadcasting, this is my first time of having anything to do with this sport. So what's the government the role of the federation doing to ensure that there's always a training the trainer scheme to ensure that people know the rules? Because journalists, we need to put down our reports, we need to write the technical, who won, how the scores are being counted. What role is the federation doing in regards to that?
All right, so the federation has a national coaching program.
That's
level 1, level 2, and level 3. So it's a national program for people who are interested. Currently, we have about 20 coaches and judges who have undergone this training. So, and it's an ongoing program, and it's open to every individual who is interested to be part of this industry. So it's a program well structured that takes you from grassroots to advanced level of coaching and officiating the events.
Okay. So, Dr. Obera, Vanessa Asuni, we'll go on this quick break. Where we come back, there'll be so much question to ask, and definitely to get a lot of people aware about this beloved and noble sport. Don't go away. It's TV360 Sport Nigeria. Welcome back. Still 360 Sport. If you want to be part of the program, you can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never ends. And if you're just joining us, we have Vanessa Asuni, who is the founder of Equestrian Giddy Up Services, and the Federation president. That's talking about Dr. Obiora Anthony, who is the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. On the final note today, I want to go with Vanessa to tell us the list of 1 or 2 things that can just change the sport around under 2 years.
Okay. So this exposure that we're having is great for equestrian sports. This is something that will really put us on the platform and enable us to cement our youth in that global equestrian space. It's something that once people are more aware of, we know that they will want to come and do it. And with the support of our government, it will really help us, accelerate this goal, and also the support of the Nigeria Equestrian Federation as well.
Okay. Also, Doctor, I want to use the example of the Archery Federation, which have been involved for a very long time in the development of the sport. So there's a lot of issues going on between the Archery Federation presidents and also the stakeholders. Something I'm aware of, and I've played a great role in that. Meanwhile, while everything is going on, there's so much of private sector that has made archery go beyond the federation. How much are you going to collaborate with so much of your private sector, like Giddy Equestrian Services and the rest? How much support are you willing to give? Because I know that the private sector in this part of our country always do so much innovation that also encourage the public sector. So tell us about what you tend to do to ensure that it is not just the private sector involvement, the government will always support, like you support, collaborated with Madam Vanessa Asuni.
All right, thank you very much. So the Nigerian Equestrian Federation is open to collaborations because we believe this is one of the ways these sports can thrive and gain the accelerated attention it requires. And like you rightly pointed, we collaborated with the Giddy Up Riding Academy. We sanctioned this event because we want to encourage them. We want to encourage the Riding Academy to do more. And because we want to make this event known globally, we want to make this club known globally. We want to showcase them to the world and inform the world that what they're doing, we are in support. It increases their credibility. It gives them that national recognition. So we are also open to every other riding club across the country who are interested in developing this sport. We are also open to other private sectors. The people also, the private sector that also want to get involved, and we have that collaboration. Like Nigerian Equestrian Federation has collaborations with different other stakeholders. We have collaboration with Kano Polo Club.
So, Doctor, in the next 2 years, where will we be seeing this sport before we round up the show? Where should we be seeing? Is there a trajectory for where we should be expecting the sport in the next 2 years?
Yeah. In the next 2 years, we envision this sport gaining the required attention. We envisage in 2 years, Nigeria should be in the first World Equestrian Games. We already have one of our members who is pursuing his qualification. And we are very, very also certain that Nigeria will be in the next Olympics in 2028. So these are part of the things we are positioning for this federation and for Nigeria entirely.
Yes, this is all we take on today's program. It's been a wonderful time. I want to say a big thank you to my two guests. One in the studio here, on my left is Vanessa Asuni, and in Abuja is Dr. Anthony Obiara, who is the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. And we want to thank you for giving us your time and for the development of the sport in the country. Thank you very much, Vanessa Asuni. Thank you very much, Doctor, for giving us your time. Yes, if you check your time, it's time to round up today's program. It's been wonderful, like I said earlier. Want to join us? You can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never stops. For everything that has to do with equestrian services, you can join us on our YouTube page to also listen again, watch this wonderful program, and probably the first TV station to talk about equestrian services in Nigeria. Thank you very much, our viewers. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. Bye for now.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Hello and welcome. In recent times, there's been a surge in mass defections, particularly among serving lawmakers and high-profile politicians from the three leading opposition parties of the country, especially the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the Labour Party, and the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. And all these defections have actually happened, they've actually gone one way, let me put it that way. I mean, members are leaving these parties and all heading to the ruling All Progressives Congress. Now, soon after the defection of the PDP members in Delta State, including the Governor Sharif Aborowori, his deputy and his commissioners have defected from the main opposition PDP to the APC. 3 senators also from the PDP in Kebbi State recently defected to the ruling APC. In fact, they announced that on the floor of the Senate. And some of these senators are have been long-term members of the Senate. Now, and of course, you know, one of them used to be the governor of Kebbi State. So a big talking point. In the House of Representatives as well, we've seen PDP and NNPP members formally dumping their party in their respective states now to join the APC. The APC now enjoys a commanding lead in the National Assembly, signaling a shifting political landscape as opposition parties continue to lose ground to the ruling party. In their separate letters, the lawmakers cited ongoing internal wrangling within the PDP and NNPP as the reason for their decision to leave the party. The APC now has, has actually been criticized for coercing members of opposition parties and trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. But of course, the ruling party has dismissed the allegation, asking the opposition to put their house in order. Well, let's discuss all of this further. I'm now being joined on the program by Abubakar Kalgo, who is the Secretary, PDP Kebbi State Chapter. He joins us from Burning Kebbi, that's the Kebbi State capital. Also here in the studio with us is Nelson Ekujimi, who is a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me come to you, Mr. Kalgo. Losing 3 senators from your state same day, and one of them, that's the former governor of the state, Alero. That must be a very, very big loss for your party.
Deji, thank you for having me in this time. I'm Abubakar Bawa, Secretary of PDP Kebbi State. Defection of 3 senators from our state, well, has come maybe to outsiders, they may be surprised, but to us, we are aware and we are following, we knew they are going to defect.
So what exactly is the problem? Why do you think these senators left your party?
Well, sincerely, defection to another party for everyone, it is a setback to that party, no matter what. But if you are following the PDP in Kebbi State, the defection of these senators is not surprising, and it does not touch anything or does not affect the PDP in Kebbi State. You know, formerly they were in the APC. They were rejected in that APC to the extent of one of them has contested under the APC. He got 0 votes during the primary elections. They ran to us, they seek for our mandate, and we feel they can add something, or they can add an irrelevance to the PDP during the 2023 general elections. So we have accommodated them with expecting that they may change, because it is the habit of Governor Alero. It is the habit of Alero for defection. That is habitual since you do defect from one party to another. But this time around, when he came, we accommodated him. We were expecting him to change, but he did not.
Is there a problem in the PDP in Kebbi State that that you're finding difficult to resolve, and that's the reason why some of them are leaving?
Well, as a leader or as somebody who has come to the party and enjoy its ticket, its mandate, and those party faithful, they have voted for him. If there is any problem in the party, we are expecting them to stand and make sure the party is corrected, not that they will defect to the other party, especially with the situation that APC brings the Nigerians into. So we are very disheartened and very unfortunate for them. We don't expect them to do this. If there is any problem within the party, I think they are to stand and make sure the party stands on its feet.
But going forward now, tell me how this, their defection now, there's no question at all that it will affect your party in the state, but how much of effect do you think it will have on your party?
Pardon?
How much of effect do you think their defection will have on your party? That's the party in your state, the PDP in your state.
Sincerely, the campaign of Senator Adamalero and the others did not affect our party. We stand on our feet, and I assure you, the whole party rules are there. Nobody defected and followed them.
And Nelson, let me bring you in here. There's no question at all. Adamalero is a big-time politician. Has been governor on 2 terms, and he's one of the big fish now that the PDP was really proud to have in its fold, and now he's left. What do you think could be driving this, high-profile PDP members to the APC?
Well, thank you very much. Well, the defection is a constitutional right. The Electoral Act even recognizes it, that a elected member can defect if his party is in crisis. And the defection of somebody of Senator Adamalero and others in Kebbi State is one that will change
three senators, three of them.
Three of them is one that will change the political dynamics of that state. And the reason for defecting by some of them cannot be, placed on a single factor. You can say the defection can be traced to the crisis that has bedeviled PDP since 2023 general elections. You recollect that the party became factionalized, and as we speak, things have not returned to normal. You also talk about the Labour Party, for example. That party is also factionalized, that they have about 3 factions. Then you also talk about the NNPP. So some of these politicians who are defecting from this party are doing it for their own self-interest. Some are doing it because of their political ambition. Some are also doing it, because of the fact that internal democracy has collapsed in their party, and they don't want to go with a sinking ship. So when you look at all these factors, you know very well that these political heavyweights who are the campaign, for them to have, been elected on those tickets, also tells you a lot about, their clout that they have in their constituency. You talk about somebody like Senator Adamalero, a 2-term governor of Kebbi State. This is not his first time as a senator, maybe the second or third.
He's been in the Senate.
So this is somebody that you can beat your chest and say he knows the politics of Kebbi State, like the palm of his hands. So when these politicians defect, I think the most appropriate thing for parties from which they have defected to do is to look in the mirror and see what is driving members away from. Because in politics, like we say in our local parlance here, it is about Benwewa, bring your mouth here, let us all rub mind together, not Benwe, some take your mouth elsewhere. So in political party is supposed to aggregate, followers. But when we see situations where critical stakeholders in a political party are jumping ship, that is a cause for worry. And that is exactly what one expects the PDP to be doing now, rather than this bogus claim of the ruling party trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. That does not exist at all.
We're going to talk about that issue of, the accusation now that the ruling party is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. But let me come to you, Mr. Kalgo. I know your party plans to, at least recapture power in Kebbi State, produce the next governor, the next election. But with these defections now that we have seen, 3 key senators leaving your party, don't you think that would hamper your chances, the chances of your party now in, recapturing power in Kebbi State in the next election?
Okay, Mr. Deji, in Kebbi State, PDP is strong and deeply rooted. I mean, at the grassroots. PDP is there at the grassroots. With the defection of these senators, I assure you our people are very much disheartened with them. So instead of feeling discouraged, our people are now courageous, which we have been receiving their calls here and there, which we have been receiving their calls that we shouldn't be shaken. Inshallah, they are together with the PDP and they will make sure Aleru does not make any relevance in the next elections. And we have so many plans. By now, we have already calls of our stakeholders, those who remains in the PDP, excluding the 3 senators. We sat with them and we have mapped a strategy that we are going to reach all the grassroots and make sure that PDP become strong.
Are you sure in the coming days or weeks we're not going to see more members leave your party?
You said?
I said, are you sure that in the coming days and weeks more members will still not leave your party to the APC?
Our members are still remains in the party. They don't have any intention of defecting. Nobody is going to follow Aliru to APC. What APC did to the people, especially in my state.
So you're very sure. You're very sure that nobody will leave. That this is the end. After now, nobody will defect.
Had it been our people has the intention of following, they will have followed by now. They will leave PDP by now. On the day that Aliru left the PDP, we have called a press statement. We have addressed our people on that very night and on that very hour that he has defected to APC. We have addressed our people.
But tell me what you feel about what is going on in your party at the national level. I mean, you must feel very sad about it.
What's happening in the national? Hello?
Yeah, I said, tell me how you feel about what is going on in your party at the national level. I'm talking about the national PDP now. I mean, the leadership crisis we see. What do you make of it? I mean, you must feel very sad about it.
Recently, the stakeholders of the PDP met. They have formed a reconciliation committee under the leadership of Senator Bokola Saraki.
Yep.
They are working tirelessly to see that PDP comes into being.
So you're confident that the PDP will bounce back?
Inshallah. With this, I am sure. I assure you, PDP will bounce back and take over the national government.
Nelson, let me come to you. What do you think is the problem of the PDP?
The problem of the PDP, if we go back in history, the problem of the PDP today started prelude to the 2023 presidential election when the party had its primary. The political temperature in the country, favored the president coming from the south, and because the PDP, trying to be clever by half, produced Atiku Abubakar, who is also a northerner like the former president, who had spent 2 terms of 8 years in office. And so that divided the party going into that election. And that was why the party went into that election, a divided house, and lost. And the political, arrangements today, even though unwritten, in any of the parties is that the South should produce the president for the next 2 terms before it goes back to the North. And it is the lack of respect for that unwritten rule that has emerged the PDP in crisis. Don't forget also that the PDP faced similar crisis in pre-2015 when former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was supposed, after completing the term of late President Umaru Yar'Adua, who went for another term, and instead of him to have, to allow a northern candidate to emerge, also went into the ring, and everybody came together and they kicked him out. So unless and until politicians and political parties learn to live within their own rules that they have, by joint agreement, they have signed into, and not try to circumvent the rule because you have a deep pocket or because you feel your ambition is greater than that of any other person. So long that the PDP will be in that crisis. And as we speak today, you can see that the crisis in the PDP is far from being over. And you also look at a party like the Labour Party. People, a lot of politicians have always seen that party as a vehicle for achieving, is like an opportunistic vehicle for achieving personal ambition. You remember that in 2007, thereabout, former Governor Olusegun Mimiko became governor of Ondo State 2 times under the Labour Party. And if a party like that is in crisis today, you want to ask, where are the elders in that party? Even the presidential candidate of the party.
The party has not been able to manage
at all.
The goodwill.
Yeah, yes, they have not managed it at all. So the party continues to swallow in that murky waters of internal contradictions. So it is the lack of internal democracy, the inability of the party to live according to the arrangement within the party, to live according to its rules, that gives birth to crisis that if care is not taken might sink the party, and that is exactly where we are going if corrections don't come early enough from those saddled with that responsibility.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Kalgo. Do you think the APC wants to turn Nigeria into a one-party state?
Well, in fact, that is what they are trying to do, which is very bad for democracy. It is very dangerous for democracy to have a one-party system in the country.
But are they forcing people to defect to them? It's not as if they are forcing those who are defecting. They are not being forced to come to them.
It is like forcing, because they are hunting them with EFCC and ICPC. Some of the people who are hunt with EFCC and ICPC, they have no option but to come to APC. If you could recall, when Adam Ashamole was the national chairman of APC, remember what he has said? Whatever is your thing, if you leave and come back to APC, your sin is forgiven.
But what is the evidence? What is the evidence on ground, for instance, that Adamolero does not have a case? I'm not very sure he has a case with the EFCC. The other 2 senators who joined him, do they have any case with EFCC?
Even the vice president aspirant or our vice president candidate who has come to APC, what is the reason behind his campaign? Isn't an EFCC that they are chanting him? So you have no option but to do that.
No, but I'm asking you that the senators from your state who defected to the APC, do they have anything to do? Did they have anything with the EFCC?
Those senators who has defected from to APC in our state, I have told you, it is their habitual. They always betray the party that has voted for them. This is not the best time for them to decamp. It is their habit.
Okay, so it's a habit.
I am telling you, they have lost respect and credibility in our state. They have lost that respect and credibility in our state.
All right. I'm very sure, as at last week, you wouldn't have said these of them until they defected. Anyway, that's just by the way. But Nelson, this talk about the APC, that's the ruling party, trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state.
I think that is a cheap blackmail. No party or individual can transform Nigeria into a one-party state. We practice multi-party democracy, even at the grassroots level, not to mention at the national level. As we speak now, we have members of the NNPP in the Kano State Government House. We also have them in the National Assembly. We have members of the Labour Party. We have members of the PDP across all tiers of government in this country. So I wonder where this talk of one-party state is coming from. It is at variance with the reality of our political situation.
Maybe the APC should be saying no to those who want to defect.
Well, under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the right to associate is a legitimate right. So if the APC, in their wisdom, now decides that people want to join their party, don't forget, we practice multi-party democracy, and our democracy is about numbers. It's about gathering people. Because on the day of election, you are going to count votes based on the people that have voted for a party. So if a party finds you relevant, if a party finds you as adding value in terms of numbers to its political fortune, I don't see how that party can close its doors to you trying to become a member. So what we should admonish these parties that are losing members is to put their house in order and look at what they are doing wrong that has made their members to start jumping from their vehicle. Because in the past, even the APC in the past lost members to other parties. For example,
to the PDP,
to the PDP. For example, the present governor of Osun State, Demola Adeleke, was once a member of the APC before, he jumped to the PDP, and today he's the governor of PDP of Osun State under the platform of the PDP. So the talk about one-party state, I think people saying that need to be told that they can fool some of the people some of the time. They cannot fool all the people all the time. We are well in tune with the fact that our democracy is founded on multi-party, tenets. So it is not. It was pure blackmail. That's my opinion on it.
All right, gentlemen. I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar Kalgo, Secretary of the PDP in Kebbi State. Thanks a lot for your time. And Nelson Ekujimi, Political Affairs Analyst, thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us and go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, in a bid to boost citizens' participation in elections, Nigeria's House of Representatives has passed for second reading a bill to make voting in national and state elections mandatory for all citizens of voting age. The bill, jointly sponsored by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and lawmaker representing Plateau State Daniel Asama Ago, was presented during Thursday's plenary as part of moves now to amend the Electoral Act 2022. Leading the debate during plenary, Asama Ago said the proposed legislation seeks to deepen democracy in the country through increased participation and legitimacy in electoral outcomes. The lawmaker cited countries like Australia, Belgium, and Brazil, where the governments have adopted mandatory voting with positive outcomes in terms of political participation and public accountability. Describing political apathy as a threat to good governance and national stability, Asamago assured that mandatory voting can significantly reduce the influence of vote buying now. He added that the rationale for this bill rests on the urgent need to revitalize democratic participation in Nigeria. Joining me now to discuss this is political affairs analyst and member West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, WADEMOS, Omorui Aigbe. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Aigbe, thank you very much for coming on the program. Forcing people, because essentially that's what this means, compelling people to vote. I'm just wondering, what do you make of that?
It sounded more like a comedy. I mean, it's so
we haven't even got to the point of strengthening our electoral system. Our electoral system is still being subjected to a lot of debate that there's no electoral integrity. Votes don't count. Malfeasance at the polling unit, voter suppression, and a number of issues that we need to do to strengthen our electoral system to build trust among citizenry. First, you need people who are even willing to vote before you make it compulsory to vote. If you have made all attempts to create and clean up our electoral system, and you make proposals that to make election compulsory, then people can be able to listen that the country has done very well. There is no need that we are spending so much money in our processes and then turnout is low. Yes, the fact of the matter remains that turnout is low, and we have to agree on that.
Yeah.
The cost of election is increasing. People participating in the process are decreasing. In the 2023 election, there was a high level of voter suppression. About 28 million or thereabout turned out to vote. But in Lagos alone, the suppression that took place in Lagos is enough to even argue that you have not even protected voters. You are making them that they must vote. Even the Australia that is being talked about, or Bolivia, or Brazil. But let me stay with Australia. The proposal to make voting compulsory in Australia dates back to around 1915. Even in Australia, there are certain categories that are exempted. One, if you live about 500 meters away from a voting point, you can actually argue that you don't want to go and vote. It's far away. If you are sick, hospitalized, or there is a force majeure on election day, it rained heavily, and you don't want to go into the rain to vote, there are categories. Even the Australia had about 75% turnout of voters. Ghana does not have compulsory voting. The last election, they were even angry that its turnout nosedive, which amounted to about 60%. Before that time, in 2020 election in Ghana, it was 74%. No compulsory voting. It is a trust in the system that matters. Rwanda doesn't have compulsory voting. They are going about 94%. What Nigeria needs to do is to build trust. First, trust. A situation in which you have to go and queue up to collect your PVC. Many people, maybe including people who are listening to me now, have their PVC stock them in INEC offices because they don't have the energy to queue up and begin to if you go to the point of collection of PVC, because INEC does not distribute, you have to come and collect. You have to sign one document. Now that INEC has proposed that the PVC, there will be no need to actually have that hard card PVC to come and vote, which is a very remarkable proposal going forward to try to increase voter turnout. Beyond that is early voting proposal. That there are a category of us, including media organizations, military personnel involved in election day duty, who do not vote by circumstance because they play a role in the election. Early voting can cure that and increase the vote. Even though, early voting that happens before election, I may not support that. In Ghana has early voting proposal in their laws. But the early voters in Ghana 2024 election was insignificant. It was less than 1%, 0.0%. About 136,000 people registered to vote early in a population of 18-point-something million registered voters. So at the end of the day, what does Nigeria really need? One, clean up the system. Let our yes be yes and our no be no in the election. But let's avoid voter suppression.
But let me ask you this: but can this compulsory voting can it make some difference? Can it make some difference in voter apathy? Is there a chance that it could actually lead to an increase in the number of people who would normally come out on election day to vote?
Fantastic. So in Bolivia, evidence suggests that the introduction of compulsory voting increased the turnout. So you are forcing people wherever you are to come and vote. That same evidence suggests that more people started collecting money to come out and vote. So they will go From all our evidence, particularly even in Egypt, some research suggests that people who did not want to vote, because you have made it compulsory, they went to the polling unit and trumpeted two parties. At the end of the day, they didn't want to vote because they don't prefer any of the candidates. So they ended up making their ballot to be rejected. So at the end of the day, you have 95% turnout. Meanwhile, the legitimate vote, that is what they call a valid vote cast, does not amount to the 90-something% turnout. So it's a weird scenario. Beyond that, in this country, there are individuals who went to register to vote who were not truly interested in voting. And the question is, how? So you know that INEC registration with the PVC is the only card. In fact, Eze-Wango has explained this very fantastically well. That card, that PVC card, is the only card that you obtain free and can be used authentically in any. You can present a PVC anywhere, including opening a bank account, including other things. The PVC is an acceptable card and is free. Is the only free card. Other cards, you may argue that NIM is free, but I'm not sure you even have the NIM card, because all we have is a slip to date. The international passport, you have to pay for it. Driver's license, you have to pay for it. So there's a huge number of people who have gone to register to vote because they needed a card for other exigency. On that note, is on one side. Then there is another category of people. People have died. They are still on that ballot paper. You know, in this country, death registration is almost like, why would you go and register death now? It's almost culturally unacceptable. But how do you clean up a document that is about 93,000 registered voters? And we are not speaking to auditing of that ballot to know those who may have died. And how do you even do that? So you have to go and paste the registered voters in a particular location, which INEC does every election cycle. Paste it for claims and objection, but people don't report death. And do you know, if INEC just use reporting of death alone, people can go and report death, because we have also seen in this country where, in an attempt to change a party candidate, they have to go and print the poster, the obituary poster of those candidates, because they need to change them, because the law says for you to change a candidate, the candidate may have to die or something. So in an attempt to change candidate, political party actors went to print burial posters and submitted it to INEC. They went to get a death certificate and submitted to INEC until INEC discovered that it was all fake. So political parties and actors can do anything. They can actually go on the register and begin to list out names who are not in favor of them and report them for that they have died. That's on one side. Truly, there are dead people in the register. And beyond that, in the era of Japa syndrome, how many Nigerians, doctors, teachers, artisans, many people who have fled this country who registered to vote, are you going to prosecute them in absentia? There's a number of things. In Australia, I actually felt bad when I see honorable members making assertion with Australia. Even when we make the US example, we are very careful. Australia is a great democracy. It's one of those democracies that resonates with the countries like Norway, the Scandinavian. These are great democracies that implement the will of the people. These are democracies that don't buy votes. These are democracies that don't rig elections. These are democracies without violence in elections.
But then the question is, if compelling people to vote would make a difference in the turnout on election day, what's wrong with doing it?
No, we don't have a problem with doing it, but you have to take some steps one after the other. You don't give birth to a child today and expect the child to walk. I am saying that there is no trust in the system. You must build that trust first.
Trust first, yeah.
If people come out to vote and eventually their vote did not count, arguably, people say that the 2023 election, the expectation were cut short midway. And most of these category of people may not want to vote. So what do? You create an incentive. You can put penalty to say if you don't vote, why are they not using the Australian model? In Australia, it is on taxation, not on penalty, not 100,000 naira when you don't vote. So why can't we follow Australia to say if you don't vote, you will not enjoy government incentives? You and I know that people will just not vote because what government incentive is coming to them? What tax holiday will come to them? I mean, these are issues. If we need to even penalize anything, we should penalize defection of candidates, of official elected officials. Penalize. If you defect from party A to party B, you go for 10 years. Can't we penalize the real thing? How can people queue on the line and vote for you under party A? Soon, you move to party B. And you are coming back to say you criminalize the people for not voting. Sometimes I'm just curious to understand what this... There are many laws that can improve our elections. One, it is time for Nigeria to move to electronic voting.
Yes, I
am not talking about internet voting. Most people always talk about, when you mention electronic voting, they quickly rush to internet voting. Hacking, this, that. See, there's electronic voting that requires voters to turn out at the polling unit.
Yes, I have seen that in the US.
Vote, in 2018, I mean, in the US, there's a model and there's also the ballot paper.
Yes.
But there's a trust in the US. And that's why sometimes I'm curious not to use the US model, just like the way I'm avoiding the Australian model. In the US, there is trust. People post their ballot from Afghanistan to the US, and it counts. People post their vote. You post your ballot from Nigeria to the US, and it counts. If you post ballot from America to Nigeria for a Nigeria election, I'm sure that you and I will not allow it to happen. So, an electronic voting in this that will enhance trust is one. Go to the polling unit. Once you cast your vote, you get a paper ballot tray, and still put that ballot paper in the ballot box. You can only do with internet when you have done with the results the recounting. Make sure that they want the result, the ballot on the box align with the vote electronically. When that is done, party officials, police, observers agree that this is the same thing. It tallies. You write the result on the form EC8A, and you transmit that from EC8A online. We are already doing electronic mechanism in our process. Just move to the voting. Number one, it will reduce cost. We have had that conversation, Mr. Deji, if you remember, that the cost of producing ballot in this country should even be criminalized. How can Nigeria waste so much money? And that's the essence of maybe making election compulsory. But rather than do that, we can reduce that cost by simply engaging electronic voting so that we cut cost of printing ballot papers that are not used. But before that, election must be seen to be free and fair. It's a perception thing. A situation in which the president is the sole appointee of INEC leadership does not even create room for trust. And the president, it is constitutional. I mean, we are not doubting it. It's his responsibility to appoint. But we are saying it doesn't even conflict. It's more like a conflict of interest. That the president participating in an election will appoint the referee of the election. But I know that the constitution make that for him, but or for the president, not necessarily because it's President Bola Tinubu today. It is a constitutional provision that other presidents have enjoyed. But historically, we are already beginning to see that it is impacting on our trust system. The president just appointed some national commissioners, about 2 of them. One of them, go and do the background check on one of them. He worked for INEC. He was in charge of logistics in INEC. And now that fellow was in charge of logistics is now a national commissioner appointed by a political actor. What message does that send? These are some of the trust issues. In the US, we have never seen INEC declaring an election in the US. We have never seen it. In Australia, you don't see an INEC. In Kenya, after the 2018, 2007-2008 conflict arising for their election, they came back and resolved an issue in their constitution, part of constitutional amendment, to create an independent body for the appointment of their IEBC, that's the Independent Election Boundary Commission.
Okay.
It is not the president that select those who are members of that commission. It is a committee or a panel. The panel is made up from nominees from the government party, opposition parties, and all of that, including civil society. They agree, they advertise the role. That's what makes it an independent National Electoral Commission. The way it is now, it is not truly, because the appointees, the power to appoint persons into that commission
Let's end it. All right, I'm afraid we just have to leave it there. Omori Agbe, thank you very much for your time, and unfortunately we're out of time. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, amid calls for reforms in Nigeria's judicial system, the National Judicial Council, NJC, recently made a significant move that may reshape the future of judicial appointments nationwide. For the first time in a long while, the NJC has invited members of the public to comment on the suitability or otherwise of candidates shortlisted for appointments into various judicial offices across the country. Now, the new openness in the recruitment process is expected to promote transparency, public trust, and judicial accountability in line with global best practices. Now, legal luminaries in the country have reacted to this move by the NJC. The senior advocate of Nigeria, Monday Ubani, says by allowing the public to contribute to the vetting of judges, the NJC has shown its willingness to deepen democratic participation and rebuild public confidence on the bench, especially as the nation's judiciary faces intense criticism. He also commended the NJC's readiness to embrace transparency and to allow the people who are the ultimate beneficiaries of justice to have a say in who sits in judgment over them. Well, joining me now to discuss more on this is Monday Ubani himself, senior advocate of Nigeria. He joins us from Benin. Mr. Ubani, thank you very much for coming on the program. So you've highlighted, some of the, should I say, the advantages or the pros of this new initiative by the NJC. But can you shed more light on it? Why you think this is actually the best move that the NJC has made?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Deji. The most important thing for me is the sensitiveness of the NJC to public reaction on the recruitment process of judges in Nigeria. You know that over time there has been these criticisms that the recruitment process of judges in Nigeria lacks transparency, and that there is undue preference for mediocrity in favor of meritocracy. You know that most judges are either children or nieces or cousins of very important personalities in the country. There has been this criticism over time. And the truth of the matter is also that there is a falling standard in terms of quality of delivery, in terms of quality judgment. If you compare it to what we used to have in the 80s and in the 70s, So the NJC is also worried concerning the recruitment process, and they have come up as since we are sensitive to input when people make suggestions. Now we will need input of members of the public, the stability of any of those nominees. Anytime we publish names of those we want to employ, we will need input, because these people, you live with them, and one way or the other you must have had an experience with them, while in their judicial function and all that. So you have a right now to make an input, and they will take that into consideration. So I think that it's something that is worthy of commendation. I mean, in other countries, judges are even elected. There is a process of making sure that before you become a judge, member of the bench, you you pass through rigorous process of getting you in. You must be a person of unquestionable character and unquestionable learning and the integrity. These are issues, we have.
But don't you think this is also
so
going
I'm
to
very
create,
happy that NJC has
don't you think this may create problems too for the NJC? Because, when appointments are announced and then you have to wait for members of the public to make their comments before probably confirming the appointments and all of that. I mean, you could have situations where even those who do not like you, not because you are not good, but probably just do not like you, they may put in petitions, and that this could, lead to, they may put in comments now, and that this could lead to delays and sometimes confusion, if you like, where you would have a number of people speaking for and against an individual and all of that.
What it means that there's going to be timeline for all this. And of course, they are not ignorant of the fact that there may be abuse in the process where people, just out of sheer jealousy, just want to defame a character, who want to say anything that is clearly unsubstantiated against a nominee. And that's why they say that, look, the process is that you must put whatever you want to say against a candidate in a verifying evidence, meaning that you must swear an oath that this is the truth. Truth are the facts that you know to be true. So if they find out that there's no truth in whatever you are, of course you will be subject to perjury. You'll be tried for perjury because it's a very serious business. You don't come and begin to run down a personality or character of an individual just for the sake of it. We have had similar, even when you have been vetted for censorship. There have been petitions where people just write unnecessary because of the fact that you have disagreement with somebody. You just now feel that this is an opportunity to get to that person by writing unsubstantiated allegation. If you do that, of course they always throw it out. So I'm saying this one is going to be under verifying affidavit. So you swear an oath that what you're saying is the truth. And if you find out that you are lying, of course you'll be charged for perjury. And so it's not something that will create any unnecessary problem for the system. And as I said, the position is that it's good. There will be a timeline for that. They have timeline within which to dispose of any public complaint. If you have anything, say it under, then you'll be called upon to come with your documentary or oral evidence to substantiate. You can substantiate that within that timeline, the matter will be dismissed, and then you face the legal consequences of lying against the nominee. So that's what I think. So there won't be much problem. It's good to have that input, because there are many personalities, they have actually deployed into the judiciary that are not, their characters and all that, is questionable.
Now, doesn't the NJC on its own also carry out some kind of vetting before these appointments are confirmed?
They are not God. They are human beings, they are limited, times or space and the other factors. So that's why they say, look, do you have any, you may be living in the same neighborhood with this individual that you want to make a choice. Is there any adverse comment you want to make concerning? Is there anything you know that we don't know? They will do theirs, quite all right. But information from the members who may have done one thing or the other with these nominees will go a long way. So they are not God. They can't know everything concerning an individual. So throwing it open. But as I said earlier, the issue of abuse, and I share your sentiment, I also share your concern, that we must be very careful not to use the opportunity to defame characters and then run down a personality and create a doubt in the mind of members of the public, about a personality that has been nominated for such an onerous, responsibility. It's a very grievous responsibility that for you to be a judge, and somebody has no reason whatsoever to run down that individual because you have maybe a business agreement, that did not work out, or you have had a quarrel with him or her and all that, then you now feel that this is the time for me to get at that individual. If you do that without any serious evidence to back up whatever you are saying, you go down for it. You go down, and so that system must also take care of those who want to lie against a nominee.
So how does this actually build confidence in the judiciary?
Now, what it does, and as I said earlier, is in accordance with best global practice. we have it in other countries where even judges are elected.
Elected, yes.
There is an input of, yes, people are, you have an input as to who, it's a responsibility that, it's a society driven. You are coming to render public service. You are coming to adjudicate on matters of, between parties. This is issue of justice. So it's not something that is consigned primarily to lawyers and judges themselves. Members of the public must have an input as to the character. Apart from the issue of, the law, the integrity of the person coming to man the bench is also of importance. So people who live around you, who know you may have done one or two things, people in your church and all that, your mosque, who know this person, can say, look, we don't trust this person, or we trust him. Some people can put in on, this is the right choice. That this person has the knowledge, he has integrity, he has character. So these are issues. And so I see it as building confidence. A lot of people are no longer interested in coming to the judiciary for resolution of dispute because of lack of confidence. People are losing confidence because of things that has been going on within the judicial sector. So this is part of the measures in order to ensure that we rebuild the confidence of Nigerians towards, after all, you had an input towards this man who has been made a judge. You made an input. His name was published. What did you know and what did you say concerning him? Did you say anything? So you don't have any reason now to complain if the person turns out to be a bad judge. So it is a mechanism for building confidence. It's a mechanism for having an input of variety of persons towards the character of it. So if you pass through that process and you become a judge, just like to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, your names are published and people are asked to make an input of the character of this individual. So if you pass through that process and become a senior advocate, you are a leader in every respect. You have not been found wanting in character and in learning, and in every aspect of national life, you are qualified, and that's why we are gazetted, and that's why there are few in the country. So a judge passing through that process will once again guarantee the confidence that we need to rebuild concerning our judiciary, which over time now people are beginning to say negative things about. So I think it's something that is worthy of comment. Let's try it. Let's try the process and see how it goes. Rather than probably stop it, arguing against it.
It's really good. I mean, it's a good idea, something new, and there's nothing wrong in trying it. Let's also hope that the public will also play their role and take up the responsibility, because sometimes you have these things in place, but people don't actually use them. People don't take advantage of them at all to make comments or what have you. Let's hope the public too will play their own role. Mr. Monday Ubani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
On the news, one person dead, 3 others injured as building collapses in Mushin area of Lagos State. Bandits kill 3 persons in Kogi State, demand 12 million naira ransom for abducted monarch. And police deny reported abduction of 15 Anambra UTME candidates. Thank you for joining News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Atigun. One person has been confirmed dead following the collapse of a 2-story building under construction in the Mushin area of Lagos State on Sunday. The incident occurred at 96 Ishaga Road, directly opposite the Diaraba Central Mosque. Giving details on the incident, the Southwest Coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Ibrahim Familoye, confirmed that a body was recovered from the rubble at approximately 8:18 p.m. 3 adult males were also rescued from the site with varying degrees of injuries and are currently receiving treatment. Although the exact cause of the collapse has not yet been determined, eyewitnesses say the building had been undergoing work at the time of the collapse. Investigations are currently underway. This latest incident comes just weeks after a similar tragedy in the Ojodubaga area of Lagos, where a 3-story uncompleted building collapsed at Oremeta Street on April 19, resulting in 1 fatality and 13 rescues. Let's get a situation report of the building collapse on Ishaga Road from an emergency official. Adewale Adedokun is the Assistant Chief Search and Rescue Operations at NEMA Lagos Operations Office. Thank you for coming on the news, Mr. Adedokun. Now, can you tell us the current status of the collapsed building, and has the cause of the collapse been ascertained?
Okay, thank you for having me. At the moment, can you hear me, please?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so at the moment, the operation is concluded. That's the emergency phase is concluded at the building collapse scene. You'd recall that 2 people were initially rescued alive, then 1 more, and then totaling 3 people rescued alive, and then 1 death recovered. So the operation is closed, the emergency phase is closed. the scene had been handed over to other government officials like LAPSCA, that's Lagos State Building Building Control Agency, and the police has taken over the scene as well. So the emergency phase is over, and the scene has been handed over to state officials to commence investigation as to the cause of the collapse.
So you're confirming now that rescue efforts have ended, or are there ongoing rescue efforts to save any potential survivors?
No, the area is already on ground zero. We do not believe anybody is left there. The scene has been all the need to be carted away has been carted away. So we don't believe anyone is trapped at the scene at the moment. So that's why I said the emergency phase is over. The scene has been handed over to the state officials to commence investigations as the cause of the incident.
Right then, Mr. Adewale Adedokun, Assistant Chief Search and Rescue Operations, NEMA Lagos Operations Office. Thank you very much for coming on the news. Moving on, tension continues to mount in Okoleke community in Yagba West local government area of Kogi State following a violent attack by suspected bandits that has left 3 people dead on Saturday. The assailants, who had earlier abducted a traditional ruler, Dada James Ogunyoda, remain at large while demanding a 12 million naira ransom for his release. The revered nonagenarian and graded chief was kidnapped from his palace in the early hours of Thursday. Initial ransom demands from the kidnappers reportedly stood at 100 million naira, but were later reduced after negotiations, reportedly due to concerns over the monarch's fragile health and his need for medication. Despite ongoing efforts to meet their demands, the bandits struck again over the weekend, deepening fear and frustration in the community. In a similar development, no fewer than 15 people have been reportedly killed, while several others sustained various degrees of injuries in a renewed attack by suspected armed herdsmen in Ogwomogbo and Okpolo communities in Agatu local government area of Benue State. A former vice chairman of Agatu LGA, John Ikulono, who spoke to journalists on Sunday, said the victims of the attacks were returning from the Oweto market after the day's business and heading to their various communities when they ran into the ambush. And following recent reports about missing 15 candidates who were said to have been abducted on their way home after sitting for their rescheduled UTME in Imo State, the State Police Command has clarified that the candidates were stranded, not abducted. A press statement issued by the command's spokesperson, DSP Henry Okoye, revealed that the vehicle conveying the candidates broke down, rendering the students stranded along the way. He pointed out that the poor network caused a communication gap, which gave rise to unfounded speculation online and concerns for their safety. Okoye further disclosed that after the vehicle was repaired, the students, with their proprietor, resumed their journey and returned to Onitsha. Still on security, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has reassured residents of Borno State of the military's unwavering commitment to restoring lasting peace following renewed attacks by the Boko Haram terrorist group. General Musa gave the assurance during a one-day operational visit to Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, where he assessed troop morale and inspected the site of a recent bomb explosion at Giwa Barracks. The explosion, which the Nigerian army attributed to excessive heat wave, caused significant structural damage. TV360 correspondent Solomon Josiah tells us more.
In a bid to boost soldiers' morale, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, embarked on a one-day operational visit to Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. While addressing the troops, the defense chief emphasized that the visit was aimed to reinforcing the military's resolve to decisively tackle insurgency in the northeast. He reaffirmed that the armed forces are working tirelessly to flush out all terrorist elements, especially Boko Haram and ISWAP, from their hideouts across the region.
Not only here in the northwest, north central, efforts are being made to ensure that Nigeria is safe and secure in line with the mandate of Mr. President. The naval guys we have seen are just part of the plans we're having ahead. Equipment are coming in, more platforms, air assets are coming in, more actions are being taken to ensure that we address these issues of the attacks here and there, and I can assure you that things will continue to be better. I want to assure the people in Maiduguri, Northeast, and Nigeria in general that the armed forces of Nigeria is determined, is willing, is committed, is capable of restoring peace and security in Nigeria, and we're working towards that. We want to remember that we've always mentioned that asymmetric warfare is a very, very difficult operation because it's unlike the conventional type where you can just go and cap a bomb a whole community and end it up. Here, because of the issues of human rights, not to impinge on the rights of civilians that are not part of them. So it is very difficult. It takes a lot of time, a lot of precision to be able to achieve that. But I can assure you that we're heading in the right direction and we'll continue to do more.
While charging troops to remain vigilant, proactive and offensive in their approach, he inspected the Giwo barracks and evaluated the extent of damage caused by a recent explosion and urged that measures will be implemented to prevent reoccurrence. General Musa also disclosed that the Nigerian government is strengthening security cooperation with Russia to acquire more sophisticated weaponry.
We do not have the required equipment that we need to do those fights. And so we're open to all friends of Nigeria that want to support us to ensure that we get this fixed. Russia has shown commitment in doing that. And you know, over time, they've been committed in the nation, has always supported Nigeria whenever the need arises. So my visit there, firstly, is to show that we appreciate what they're doing. The peace efforts, they were celebrating the 80th victory parade for the Second World War. We know the role they played that. And so it is just to extend that hands of friendship together with them. And they show the willingness to support us. And more things are coming from that area, and other countries too that are willing. We are open to partnership with all nations that love peace. That's the important message I want to convey.
General Musa further reiterated that his visit aimed to send a message of reassurance to the people of Borno and the Northeast at large that the days of Boko Haram and ISWAP are numbered and that the military remains resolute in its mission to reclaim every inch of Nigerian territory from the hands of terror. Solomon Josiah, TV360, Borno.
President Bola Tinubu has described Nigeria's unity as a work in progress. Tinubu said this on Sunday when he joined other world leaders at St. Peter's Square, Vatican City in Rome for the solemn inauguration Mass of Pope Leo XIV, the newly elected leader of the Roman Catholic Church. Following the Mass, Tinubu told reporters that his participation as one of Muslim faith aligned with his broader message of national unity, describing the development as heralding a new era for stronger engagement between the Catholic Church and the Nigerian government.
It's consistent in the true sense of unity in diversity, and I'm greatly honored. We have to continue to work on it. It's a work in progress for the sake of our country and the continent as a whole.
Very, very symbolic and indicative of the great solidarity that he continues to show, not just to the Muslim community, but to the entire Christian community. He has shown this solidarity with the millions of people who are of the Catholic faith in Nigeria by attending this Mass, being himself a Muslim. This has also shown his commitment to the advancement of peace, not just in the African region, but globally.
A Muslim president can be accepted and is liberal to carry the whole country along. So he represents not only the Muslim faith, but also Christians in Nigeria. And it changes the perception that Nigeria has this, everlasting sectarian conflict between Christian and Muslim.
In Lagos, the state government has organized the distribution of professional kits to midwives and nurses in the state under the Renewed Hope initiative set up by the wife of the president, Oluremi Tinubu. The initiative is part of the broader agenda to improve maternal and child health services in Nigeria by equipping frontline healthcare providers with the tools necessary to deliver quality care. TV360's Ogechukwu Kekwe completes the report.
The distribution of the kits marks another milestone in the ongoing effort to strengthen primary healthcare delivery in Lagos State, reflecting the shared vision of the federal and state government to prioritize the welfare. The distribution of the kits marks another milestone in the ongoing effort to strengthen primary healthcare delivery in Lagos State, reflecting the shared vision of the federal and state government to prioritize the welfare of health workers and enhance the quality of care provided to citizens. In their keynote addresses, wives of the Lagos State Governor, Deputy Governor, commended the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu for establishing the Renewed Hope initiative, which aims to empower health workers across the 6 geopolitical zones with the goal of ensuring a better life for families.
And our concentration is really in the primary healthcare sector. So in Lagos State, it has been handed over to the PS Primary Healthcare Board. I think she feels more comfortable with you people. And this is to improve quality of life, ensuring that our people are helped in safe places, ensuring that our standards are kept, also ensuring that she will invest more in service delivery and equipping the nurses and midwives. She is very much interested in deepening the collaboration with stakeholders that are existing.
Today's event is a testament to the power of purposeful leadership and collective action. It symbolizes our shared commitment to strengthen the healthcare delivery system, particularly at the grassroots level, where the majority of our people reside. We are gathered not merely to distribute kits, but to empower the lifeline of our community, our health workers, midwives. I sincerely extend heartfelt appreciation to our dear mother, again, the mother of our nation, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for this noble and life-saving initiative. The Renewed Hope initiative has consistently demonstrated compassion, vision, and people-centered approach to governance.
Health experts at the event further revealed that the transformative program also aims to equip frontline workers to deliver quality health care and uplift women, children, and vulnerable groups, reducing preventable maternal deaths.
It is also aimed at strengthening, through partnership and investment, the primary health care centers, which are the closest to our people at the grassroots. And it is only on this basis that we can continue to reduce the maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate, neonatal mortality rate, all with all this efforts that we are launching today.
These interventions, combined with stronger facility linkages and ongoing supervision, have contributed significantly to improvement in early newborn care, respectful delivery services, and safe motherhood across Lagos State primary care system. Today's event is not merely a presentation of uniform and footwear. It is a visible affirmation that nurses and midwife efforts matter, that they are seen and they are valued.
The experts say the event affirms the vital role of nurses and midwives in the healthcare system, renewing commitment to support equipped and celebrate frontline heroes while urging them to remain steadfast in strengthening maternal health. Ogechukwu Kekwe, TV360, Lagos.
Committee of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian University SANU and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Allied Institutions NASU has rejected the recent distribution formula adopted for the disbursement of the 50 billion naira approved by the federal government for university-based unions. The 50 billion naira is to be shared among SANU, NASU and the National Association of Academic Technologists. However, in a statement, the non-academic unions expressed disappointment that 80% of the allocation was given solely to ASU, leaving only 20% to be shared among SANU, NASU and the NAAT. The association described the arrangement as grossly unfair, totally unacceptable and capable of creating industrial disharmony, thereby further highlighting the teaching/non-teaching dichotomy in Nigerian universities. It's time for a short break. Still to come on News Now. Sudan's army leader al-Burhan appoints former UN official as prime minister. We'll give you details shortly. Welcome back. Let's brief you on our main stories. One person has been confirmed dead following the collapse of a two-story building under construction in the Mushin area of Lagos State on Sunday. The incident occurred at 96 Ishaga Road, directly opposite the Diaraba Central Mosque. We also told you that tension continues to mount in Okoloke, a community in Yagba West local government area of Kogi State, following a violent attack by suspected bandits that has left 3 people dead on Saturday. The assailants, who had earlier abducted a traditional ruler, Dada James Ogunyade, remain at large while demanding a 12 million naira ransom for his release. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is angel, not angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Victoria Konde has the latest on business news. Over to you, Victoria.
Thank you very much, Simi. Welcome to Business News. Now, the federal government has concluded key legal and governance frameworks required for the operational rollout of the African Energy Bank as preparations for its official launch enter the final phase. This was disclosed during a high-level review meeting held in Abuja and hosted by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Eniken Lokobiri, with the President of the African Export-Import Bank and the Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization in attendance. Lokobiri added that beyond the completion of regulatory frameworks, discussions on capital mobilization had also recorded encouraging commitments from both member nations and private investors. Still on business now, President Bola Tinubu has approved the issuance of critical regulatory licenses for the Kolmani Integrated Development Project, a multi-billion-dollar oil exploration initiative located between Bauchi and Gombe states. In a statement issued by a special advisor on media and communication, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Enikin Lokpobiri, disclosed this during the commissioning of the permanent site of the Bauchi Oil and Gas Academy in the Alkeleri local government area of the state. The Kolmani Integrated Development Project, first inaugurated in November 2022, marks the start of oil exploration in northern Nigeria. Right now, we'll go on a short break and be back with stock market updates. Stay. Welcome back. It's the first trading day of the week and the Nigerian equities market closed in negative territory, dipping by 0.01%, and the market capitalization now stands at 69 trillion naira. In total, 127 equities listed on the Nigerian exchange participated in trading, with 46 gainers and 23 losers. On the losers chart, the Initiates PLC recorded the highest decline, shedding 10% to close at 6 naira 12 kobo per share, and was followed closely by the associated bus company. By the close of trading on Monday, over 486 million shares were exchanged in 24,883 deals, amounting to a market value exceeding 11 billion naira. Now, when this is compared with the previous trading session, which was Friday, May 16, today's performance reflects a 13% increase in volume, a 32% rise in turnover, and a 52% boost in the number of deals. Now, on the global front, two of our selected indices, the UK's FTSE and the US Dow Jones, closed in bullish territory, while the counterpart, the Japan's Nikkei, bucked the trend by ending on the bearish note. Now, in the foreign exchange market, as of today, the US dollar is trading at 1,620 naira on the black market, the British pound at 2,050 naira, and the euro at 1,720 naira on the black market. That's it on both business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And on the foreign scene, Sudan's army chief and de facto head of state, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, has appointed a former official of the United Nations, Camille Idris, as prime minister as part of changes to his sovereign council as the nation's civil war grinds on into its third year. Idris, a career diplomat, spent decades at the UN's World Intellectual Property Organization and was its Director General from 1997 to 2008. He also ran as an independent candidate in Sudan's presidential election in 2010 against longtime military ruler Omar al-Bashir, who was later ousted in a 2019 coup. And on sports, President Bola Tinubu has officially declared open the 22nd edition of the National Sports Festival, tagged Gateway Games 2024, holding in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. While declaring the sporting fiesta open, the president said sports remains the soul of Nigeria's togetherness, saying nothing unites the country like sport. Tinubu, who was represented at the event by Vice President Kashim Shettima, charged the participating athletes to compete favorably with integrity in the spirit of true sportsmanship.
Exciting that Ogun State is putting up such a great show. And, over the last few weeks, we've had sleepless nights. As the executive secretary of the local organizing committee, it's been hectic. His Excellency the Governor has joined us in having sleepless nights. And I believe that we're in for an excellent time. I believe we're in for a great time here in terms of this opening ceremony and also in terms of the performances that we'll be having from the athletes. Lovely facilities have been put up for them and they are encouraged to put in their best. I see a lot of record stumbling in this festival. I see a lot of great performances from the athletes and I see a lot of organizational success that the state will get from what we have done here in the last few weeks.
Enugu State is highly prepared for this competition, for this festival. As you know, we're the next host. So His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubuisimba instructed that we must put up a good show, we must put up good performance. So, and we've been working round the clock towards that. So we're expecting a good showing from our athletes. We came with a much bigger contingent, and there was a very stringent selection process that ensured that most of the athletes who made it onto the final contingent are medal hopefuls. So we're very, very excited and hopeful for good performance.
I see progress. I see unity as a nation. I mean, we have people from every part of the nation, north, east, west, south, coming together in one voice to achieve this thing. That's unity. That's really a symbol of growth and development in the country.
It's actually a very good one because actually we've all the athletes have been preparing for this for about 4 to 5 months now, from the preliminaries to the proper. So I actually feel great to be here. We've actually been preparing for a couple of months now. So we hope to have nothing but the best, like having a goal.
Still on sports, the Ballon d'Or award ceremony is set to take place on September 22 this year, and the number of awards for women and men will be equal for the first time, organizers announced on Monday. Awards for Best Women's Goalkeeper, Best Young Women's Player, and the top women's scorer in a club or national team have been added to the list this year for the ceremony at the Théâtre du Châtelet in Paris. That means there will be 6 awards for male players and 6 for female players, with an additional prize, the Socrates Award, for actions that promote solidarity, which is open to men or women. Nominees will be announced in early August. And that's it on News Now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akowe app. Now, today we'll dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akowe.
Akowe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola, and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was founded with a simple mission:
to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names. And after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head. And simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, you know, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. You know, most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, you know, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. You know, it's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school. And then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically, you will pay to search, and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who is to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now, it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's import doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from the school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. we're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available, we just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akọ̀wé's effort to bridge the gap in document verification earned them recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. We had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it, and then in August, I got an email to say, hooray, you're welcome, we're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage. And that was a great milestone because for Akọ̀wé to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200, that was a great morale booster that, okay, we're solving something really global here, and TechCrunch, and if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? So that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. So that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akọ̀wé has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akọ̀wé will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quick. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. So already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akọ̀wé has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rates of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process.
Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of those businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. This is small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I think I would say if you have a need to operate in the global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment. They are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What set Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed, and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, Waza clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that are adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, Waza or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the Waza CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting Waza's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also re-emphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the Central Bank as an IMTO. So while that regulation or directive is in place, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, WASA has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging market. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally.
And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Ogechukwu Okekwe. The federal government has approved the establishment of a new group purchasing organization named Medipool. This organization aims to reduce the cost of essential medicines and expand access to quality health care across Nigeria. The coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate, disclosed this to State House correspondents at the Federal Executive Council, presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Villa. He said the move aligns with President Tinubu's directive to ensure lower pharmaceutical prices and boost local drug manufacturing.
Today, Federal Executive Council approved Medipool. It's a group purchasing organization for competitive pricing and to be a supplier of essential medicine and healthcare products across Nigeria that are funded through the federal government's intervention, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, but also potentially outside that through federal tertiary hospitals, so that as a buyer, we can negotiate lower prices. So it's using the monopoly power of government as a large buyer of those commodities, negotiate lower prices, and then channel those commodities. And the scope includes, but it's not limited to, procurement planning, distribution, monitoring, supply chain logistics management, quality assurance, regulatory compliance, as well as ensuring that local manufacturers are supported and import substitution, the financial management and payment systems, as well as capacity building and training and contingency planning to ensure steady availability of essential drugs that are the quality that Nigerians can benefit and at a lower cost.
And the Cross River Government and Evidence Action, a non-governmental organization, are targeting over 900 children across 14 local government areas for the 2025 deworming exercise in the state. The senior program manager of Evidence Action in the South-South Tochi Ohaji, said this in Calabar during a discussion with journalists. Ohaji mentioned that the deworming exercise, which was also held in 2024, successfully treated over 800,000 children in the 14 local government areas. He emphasized that the goal for the exercise is to eliminate neglected tropical diseases by 2030. And the Sierra Leone's recent surge in mpox cases has targeted concerns across the continent. The African Center for Disease Control and Prevention has said the center warned of a potential regional health threat if swift measures are not implemented. The Africa CDC said the rise in infection is contributing to a broader resurgence of the virus in parts of West and Central Africa. The Chief of Staff at the African CDC shared this update during a weekly webinar briefing on the outbreak. The World Health Organization reports that mpox is a viral infection that spreads through close contact and typically causes flu-like symptoms and post-flu lesion. We'll go on a break and the program will return shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back. The latest 2024 estimate from the National Agency for the Control of AIDS paints a concerning picture of the human immunodeficiency virus prevalence across Nigeria, with Rivers State, Benue, and Akwa Ibom State named as leading the infectious rates. The HIV attacks the body's immune system and without treatment can lead to acquired immune deficiency syndrome, a life-threatening condition. These findings underscores the urgent need for targeted interventions in the most affected region to control the epidemic and provide care for those living with the virus. According to reports, out of over 2 million Nigerians living with HIV, Rivers State topped the list with over 208,000 reported cases. Benue follows closely with over 202,000, while Akwa Ibom accounts for over 100,000. Lagos ranks fourth with over 100,000 cases, while Anambra and FCT reported over 100,000 and 83,000 cases respectively. While joining me on the program to discuss further is Chairman Chidikun Medical Center, Dr. Philip Njemanzi. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Okay.
So according to the latest reports, 2024 estimate from the National Agency for Control of AIDS, Lagos ranks fourth in HIV prevalence. What do you believe are the main factors driving the high HIV prevalence in Lagos, and how do you think we can tackle them more effectively?
Yes, actually, it's a very big metropolis. Lagos is big, and there are many people who are jobless, homeless, and of course, there is a very large population of cared for people in terms of living places, having enough to eat, and then having the proper shelter in a big metropolis like that, one of the biggest in the world. So it is not a surprise that we'll have an increased incidence there. And secondly, there are many more ungoverned places. What does that mean? That means the measures which government takes doesn't capture this population. Now you can talk about the slum areas, areas where they are a bit hard to reach places within the metropolis in terms of they do not have health workers penetrating these areas and going there to carry out essential campaigns and awareness. So these ungoverned, not properly governed spaces will be also a breeding site for the spread of HIV and AIDS. So the truth of the matter is that the incidence is not very surprising that the incidence is rising and is much greater in a large metropolis like that. What needs to be done is basically to re-strategize. to quarterize the areas of campaign. So that means within the different local government areas that cover the metropolis, then you have to really kind of assign health workers, social workers, carry out effective campaigns, use the multiplicity of the media, that is especially radio and television, of course, to kind of help make the campaign spread. And also not to neglect religious centers, both mosques and churches, to use as a means to propagate prevention mechanisms. I think Nigeria has done well with the initial campaign, but there is a kind of paucity now, and we do not see that vigor again. I think there is need for energized and more enthusiastic campaign on HIV/AIDS in terms of providing the wherewithal for health workers, letting people know that HIV is still very much around. That is one of the consequences of the overhyped pandemic of COVID. Because when COVID came around, it seems that all other diseases disappeared from the spectrum, which was very unfortunate. And it is actually something that will create problems in years to come, because people were primed to believe that, oh yeah, this pandemic is all and all that would kill people. But the real killers, the pandemic was totally insignificant in terms of deaths. The real killers, HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, all those things were there killing multiplicity of people. And there was a skewness, what is called skewed healthcare financing. That means the resources of the country were diverted to something totally of secondary importance, where the things of primary importance were left undone, unfunded, untalked of, and of course the result is that the disease didn't go away. Of course, it continued to spread and causing far more mortality and morbidity among the people. So now is the time to refocus and look at how do you address this system. Luckily now we have the NCDC, which should be charged primarily with prevention, not just collection of data and review, but the whole arm of the NCDC should be created under the Surgeon General. We have talked about this enough, that there should be a Surgeon General for Nigeria. And that Surgeon General, well, in the United States, you have a Surgeon General. In most countries, you have Surgeon Generals. And this Surgeon General is at the federal level. And then there is a Surgeon General at the state level, and a Surgeon General at the local government level, even a Surgeon General at the ward level. Now, what does this? It is not just layering bureaucratic steps all across and then creating more bureaucracy. No. What the Surgeon General does is help prioritize campaigns, review the statistics, appoint health inspectors, and then healthcare workers that will go, social workers that will go into the different nooks and crannies of the society in hard-to-reach places, find out the way to do this, and carry out the campaign to where it is needed. You will need such a coordination. You can't say the Ministry of Health is going to do this or do that. The preventive arm of medicine is as important, if not more important, than the curative arm of medicine. So what we have done in Nigeria, we have over-focused on the curative arm of medicine. So when the patients come, they are to be treated for HIV, and we will talk about it and then give them distribute drugs. Well, that's one part of the problem. The other part of the problem is to make sure you don't have more HIV patients. And the way to do it is by carrying out campaigns to educate people, because this is a highly preventable disease.
So aside Lagos, Rivers State, Benue and Akwa Ibom was also part of the leading rates of infection. So we know that the federal government is trying its own quota to curb the spread. What steps do you think can be taken by the health authorities to curb the spread of HIV, especially in high-risk areas?
Yes, the places you've mentioned, Rivers State, Benue State, Akwa Ibom, these are areas, of course, where you have the peculiarities. And you see, that's why health services are on a concurrent list. So the people in the state, so let's say, as I said, more appropriately, if you want to deal with this, you have to have a Surgeon General. The Surgeon General who will be appointed for Rivers State will know where in Rivers State they are having the highest incidence. So he will now know what are those habits. He will look at the employment data, look at the places where it's occurring, in which population, in which. So he will now know how to take on that problem. For example, it might be that there is a particular part of the town, particular part of the community, and then of course he might decide to say, okay, well, let us go and talk to the traditional ruler, who and then the youth leaders and the town unions in these areas, and then try to co-opt them into this program. Let us talk to the religious leaders and then co-opt them into this program. So I think the same thing that I said about Lagos applies all across Nigeria. But you have to have the people appointed from those areas who understand the local community, because this has to be done in vernacular. That means it has to be done in the local languages of the people, what people will understand.
So in the area of awareness, in your opinion, how can we improve HIV testing and awareness program to ensure they reach more people, particularly in underserved community across Nigeria, especially states leading the infectious rates?
Yeah, I think if we were to study this disease statistics, we'll be looking at that the problem is skewed towards younger population. And luckily, this young population is increasingly going on the internet. So I think you meet them where they are. So what needs to be done is that we have to have a social media-based campaign, especially to capture the young people, because this is a very large population, and they're doing they use the WhatsApp, the Facebook, the TikTok, and all that. And government should be there on TikTok, sending out messages and making videos and things to tell stories, and then using those social active people or people who they call influencers on this social media, and then use them to pass this message also. I think this will be very, very useful, because you are going to capture a large segment of the population who are very proactive. And then, of course, when the jingles are developed, they are developed to fit in the context of what is being pushed out on TikTok and Facebook and WhatsApp and all the other social media platforms.
So stigma and discrimination remains major barrier to care, especially for the younger population. What role do you think education play in reducing the stigma surrounding HIV? And how can we make it more effective across Nigeria, especially states leading with infectious rates?
Well, stigma is part of almost every aspect. We know before this time, we had a lot of stigma for tuberculosis, where the people who were with tuberculosis were thought to be and then even from the biblical times, you have stigma for those with leprosy. So stigma is a part, is a self, defensive mechanism, where how people try to see whether they can avoid a disease. So that means they will stigmatize whoever they think, maybe whether it's true or not, that has the disease or HIV. So when they will look at some people, they will say, oh, this person might have it. Maybe because of the way they look or because of their character. So the stigmatization is part of the human defensive mechanism in order to push away this. They're very ineffective, of course, because that person that is looking very nice and looking very healthy might be the one with the disease. And but what should be done is proper education. How that education comes is by self-awareness. We still have, I think we have gotten to the point in this country where we should have free HIV testing. So if someone feels that they are having some symptoms and they feel they should go tested, then the government can have calendar dates in their schedule where there is a free HIV test. That means they will tell you, okay, go to any government institution that is nearby to you. From this date to this date, you will have free HIV test. And that could be done they could be connected with something like the Independence celebration from October 1 to October 7. Oh, yeah, you have free HIV test.
From your perspective, what should be done to better equip the healthcare system to provide long-term care for people living with HIV and AIDS?
Yes, I think one thing that we must know and do is that we must own the healthcare system. This idea that some international agency is going to participate and help us to do our health is total nonsense, and it should not be allowed. Healthcare is national security. It's far more important than the Nigerian Army and police and Navy and Air Force. So we don't call United States to come and invest in our Nigerian Army or Navy or any of us. So the same thing, we can't call on foreign organizations, no matter how well they mean, to come and invest in our healthcare, because it is national security. There might be a good idea that they want to help, but if they have to help, they have to put it in what is called a common basket of the board. So if you really want to help, and Nigeria has maybe a 10 trillion budget, then if you want to add 1 trillion, you add it to that, and then we will be the one spreading it to where we want to target. Because giving aid in healthcare services from outside does not improve healthcare. What it does is skews healthcare. That means if I give you 10 million for HIV care in a particular area, when the main thing that area needs is malaria, what happened? I just diverted all the necessary personnel and the workers and the resources to HIV while the people are being killed by malaria. So this is something that has to be understood, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, because they accept all this aid as if it is good. No, it is actually bad for the society.
So the UN 95 goals are ambitious. What does Nigeria currently stand in achieving this target, and what are its gaps?
Now, we have to be very careful about taking UN goals and using it as target for national development. No, we shouldn't. But what we should do is to have our own national targets. And then those national targets are set according to the priority needs of the country. Because what is happening is that you have men and women in blue suits in somewhere in New York or Geneva writing about what they don't understand and setting up goals that are totally unrealistic. So that's not what we should follow. We should use our own people. The Nigerians we invented human civilization. I've been saying this over and over again, both healthcare and technology. We have the most brilliant people in this country. And they are still there. But why don't we use their initiatives to do things? We are looking at people who really don't have any idea, don't understand what the issues are, and they were sitting in one glass building in New York, and they are making decisions and coming up with targets that are totally unrealistic and will not lead us anywhere. And this is why we have stagnated, and that's why we are going back instead of moving forward. With over 50, 60 years of all these interventions has not led to any development. So I think it's high time we take initiative. Any country that has developed has only looked inwards and used the ingenuity of the people to propel development. And this is why we should do that in Nigeria. UN is not a government we voted for. We voted for a Nigerian government. And that Nigerian government is supposed to come up with strategies and means using our wealth and our intellectuals. Because when you tell an Ijebu man and tell him, okay, these measures, I want to advocate it so that everybody's going to, he will tell you directly, the Ijebu people will not do this because they will not listen to this message. But if you twist it this way, they will listen and they will be receptive to it because he knows what he's talking about. He's not the blue shirt jumbo sitting in New York. He doesn't understand that. So that's why we should use our own people, indigenous people, to do this and propel this nation forward. I think we should just ignore all those UN goals. They are totally unrealistic and not even made in a very intelligent way as they should do, if you really know what you should be doing.
Well, Chairman, Chidiko Medical Sector, Dr. Philip Injemanza, thank you for speaking with us on the program. And that's it on today's health journey. Thank you for tuning in. I am Ogechukwu Ukekwe. Bye for now.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okoche Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy, very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Chatham House, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in River State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Adigun. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid-el-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by the vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okpebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okpebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Torankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okpebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junctions in Uromi to stave off reprisals. Joining me to discuss more on this is a former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and they've no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time. And if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, we have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amotekun. You know, and these groups have been taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. Regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reporting to a formal law enforcement agency. They cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in seeing that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And if you think very seriously about it, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, these communities should start to, take care of themselves, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amotekun and all the rest of in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. Because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings. And I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and commit these condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice, as the case may be, in Nigeria?
Well, that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really, really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group. And these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around Uromi area, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before. Because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people, let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry, losing their family members, and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it up. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, from details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, the problem with the police. Because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. That's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's what I'm saying, that there's a disconnect between the vigilante groups and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these police, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there. And then, of course, remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust that distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they will say, don't even think about him. Let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and do this. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Makri, will continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country. Corruption not in my
country. In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former assistant director at the DSS, Dennis Amakri. Thank you very much, sir, for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Kwebolo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, do state government have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined?
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that, in fact, all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that, yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So, yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their Dane guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incidents from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying Dane guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where, as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears, and also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage. Okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying Dane guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them. So that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern state. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Ministry of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uromi has brought out other things like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insult their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetorics. And we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north. Nothing really happened. And then, of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out. And then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But, the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in future.
Finally, the Edo State government says, or governor now says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this is the time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever and then sit down with them and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that. Because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then, you allow people to, the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the governor should come in and, of course, formally structure them because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the community tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the communities. They are scared of a reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Hey people, what's poppin'? Welcome to another exciting edition of your one-stop show, 360 Vibes, your one-stop show to everything and everything entertainment, where we get to give you the latest and trending entertainment news. Is it music, fashion, comedy, lifestyle, everything, we got you covered here. I'm Victoria Akode on Instagram, Victoria_extra, and of course, I cannot be alone on the show. We are a squad of powerful ladies that bring you gist, all the juicy gist, because I cannot be doing the talking alone. So, you know, men mouths. Now, this time around, it is women mouths. Hey, ladies.
Hi.
I'm feeling it. So good to be back on the show. How are we doing?
I'm fine.
And happy new month.
Happy new month. Welcome to May.
May the month of May be a blessed month.
Amen.
It is already.
Amen.
It is already.
Yeah. What's up, guys? It's your girl Joy Uchejim, Sheen_Joyoma on Instagram. And as Victoria said, this promises to be a very exciting episode because the weekend has been very hot. So don't go anywhere.
Hi fams, welcome back to your favorite show. I am Faith SJ, as you all know. Stay right there, do not go anywhere.
So right now we'll be going on a short break, and when we are back, we'll be bringing you the latest gist. I know some of you might be aware, but when we get back, we'll dive right straight into the conversation. So stay with us. Welcome back. So over the course of the weekend, something happened in Nigeria, and social media has been, you know, going agog. Everybody's like, oh, free this person, free this person, free this person. So if you are late on that gist, is no other person than the one and only Otise, very dark man, aka VDM. So over the weekend, we heard the news that he was arrested by the EFCC, the Economic Financial Crimes Commission. He was arrested, and that was shortly after he made a video calling out a particular bank over something that happened to his mom's account, you know, NIN issue and the money being removed. And before we knew, shortly before we knew it, he was arrested, and, you know, everybody on social media, free VDM, what's going on and all of that. So, and today, Monday, EFCC came out and released a statement that apparently the reason for VDM's arrest was because they have received several petitions from different people, multiple petitions, that VDM is they accused VDM of cyber stalking, and now he's going to be arraigned in court shortly, and they would release him after he's able to meet is bail conditions. Where we are at the end of the day. The last time it was House of Reps that summoned this guy, and now it is EFCC that actually arrested him, and now they are taking him to court based off multiple petitions that this guy has been cyber stalking. So you guys, what do you think? What do you think is going on? What can you make of this?
You know, the whole funny thing about this instance right now is that is the timing. Coincidentally, he was arrested immediately after he went to the bank to actually make clarifications on what exactly happened to his mom's account, because apparently her entire salary was deducted over a loan that someone else made with her own NIN, and it's very complex actually, but he went to rectify it. And then shortly after he left, he was arrested. So now people on social media are thinking it's in relation to the bank. People think that the bank is possibly behind it. But then there's no evidence. There's no proof. So I feel like it's just this social media excitement. Like, okay, I've suffered this thing from the bank too. So that's why they're just pulling this against him.
Do you know that at a point, Guarantee Trust Bank had to like shut down operations that day? Because Nigerians, let us be calming down. Honestly, the way we just run with news is scary. Actually, you don't know whether the information is verified or not. You don't know why he was arrested. And before you know, people started like making large withdrawals of their money from the bank. They saying that they're not going to use the bank again. Like, yo, calm down now. It's not like let's just calm down. In as much as we had not gotten like verified information from the bodies involved, GT Bank didn't even give any statements. Yes. And I didn't even see any reason for GT Bank to even arrest him in the first place, to cause his arrest in the first place. So Nigerians, that's the first thing I'm going to say. Let's be calming down. Like, let's quit jumping into conclusions.
But then they don't actually.
Okay, so VDM, recently, I know I'm always on that opinion, like VDM talks so much, and recently I started liking him. Yes, recently I watched one clip where he said he has been very busy of late trying to fix one or two things in his foundation, that there are lots of projects he wants to do, that's trying to reach out to those schools that don't have boreholes, get them uniforms and stuffs. And when I saw that, I got touched. I love that part of him. But then if EFCC is coming out to arrest him for cyber stalking, really, I won't be surprised, because Baba, they talk too much. Over time, I just keep saying it. Now, when you look at the trend that has happened recently about him, Iyabo Ojo, Tonto Dike, and coming out, the way the guy they talk,
even the
messaging too. Do you get? And the way he talks is as if he has proof. Like, and then when he talks, you have people behind the scene dancing to VDM, like now, like as of was it
today?
Okay, let's say today. Yes, today being Monday, they are protesting for him.
Yeah,
he has created a lot of fans already. He has fans out there. Now we are not disputing it that he has fans, but my major issue here is he bullies people. So I wouldn't say I'm not. I don't want to
bully is a strong word though.
Yeah, he bullies. No.
He's fond of calling people out.
And that's bully. Victoria,
I would say
Victoria, that's bully. Imagine you say words. There are some words VDM threw to those set of people.
I feel like it's back and forth though. They come for him, he comes for them.
That depends on the celebrity involved.
Exactly.
Because there are some that don't really reply him in that sense.
Now, you know, okay, there was the, what's it called? Davido's wedding. During Davido's wedding, he came out and said some people went to the wedding, they didn't invite them. I watched that clip. And then I'm like,
underlining that person.
Do you get? So when I mean bully, guys, I know what I'm saying. VDM bullies people too, aside the fact that he's actually on the good path, trying to help citizens out there. I am not disputing that fact.
Although I have a strong perception of the word bully, I know that VDM can be a lot sometimes, but I feel like most of the time it goes for people that come for him. If he doesn't have any business with you, he would not come for you, except for this time, like this old Messi Chinwo's case and all of that. But I really cannot wait to see what happens after this whole thing. Let's wait till he gets arraigned into court, and let's just, those people that petition, why? Let's know the instance. At least they'll provide evidence when they got cyber stalked, what he did and everything that, you know, they're accusing him of. And I think I would like to just comment, okay, this whole philanthropy thing from his end, because at a point people were like, okay, what is he even doing with his platform? Oh, this, all that. But because I remember there was a time when they started this whole foundation thing that people came together and contributed money, and he started that. But that's beautiful. However, I think that maybe, I don't know the kind of person he is, maybe he will calm down with the old setting. He doesn't even used to use ring lights. He will just place his phone anywhere. He can just place it in the car. He doesn't even have time for a ring light, and just calm down with the type of words and things that he says, because he can't be social if you don't have verified information about certain cases. You cannot just be dishing, you know, opinions and ideas, because people's life actually, you know, actually at stake with
this thing. Because even when you add all of this, the way he speaks, he's known as an activist, online activist. And if you even read the comment sections in some of his posts, people are of the view, some people are of the view that he has even done more than some politicians, more than some government representatives. Like, he has spoken out more, he has helped more people than those that are in the so-called positions. So some people are actually of that view. So when you now say he has been cyber stalking people, usually I think he tries to build this brand and maybe he has evidence or something, but then the words he uses are always harsh. They're always harsh.
And he uses demeaning words.
Very demeaning words. And even if he has evidence for the so-called accusations he's making, the way he says it is actually very harsh, and it can even lead people to possibly petition him. So I think that's why this whole thing came up. But we're looking to get more details from EFCC. Because the identities of those petitioning him will not be released, because that's their human rights. They have the right to petition people, but their identity don't have to be out there. But just the evidence that he has done this. But in the meantime, Nigerians, especially those that claim they have also been suffering this same thing from this same bank. You have been suffering it since. Why didn't you take your money out of the bank since?
That brings me to what I even want to say now about our banking system in Nigeria.
No, before we enter the banking system, okay, I understand that you've been, let's say, allegedly being deducted, they've been taking money, too much charges, whatever allegations these people are bringing up.
It's not just this bank, it's virtually
generally. That's why I said banking system in Nigeria.
Especially with the increase in tariffs, in telecommunications, and all of that. So even if anybody has grievances against this bank, you can take it up with the bank, you can take it up with the management, customer care is there, for them to explain to you why they are doing this. And if you are not satisfied, you can quietly leave.
And trust me, it's not just that one bank. I think all banks in Nigeria are affected,
obviously,
based on the regulations and policies that have been rolled out lately. So they have different policies now, and that was. Trust me, I'm also not cool with some of these things. But trust me, it is not that one bank that is guilty. All of banks right now, even the fintechs that were able to say, oh,
exactly.
Now they're already charging.
Not true. Do you understand? They're already charging us.
It's not peculiar to that bank. All of the banks in Nigeria are going through that. So let's calm down.
I feel like
but ladies, what do you guys think about the fact that the banking system in Nigeria is operating this way? Do you think we can do better? Or what do you ladies think? Because no, when you look at the fact that these little deductions they do, they go a long way, and most times when you just when you see when you see the debits, you are pissed off. You're like, these guys have come again in a month. They can take.
You can't even track most of the amounts.
And then they tell you for maintenance. So does it mean that you should be staying off your ATM? You can always do your transfer with your phone.
Whether you use your ATM or not, they are going to always deduct the maintenance card.
You still get charges.
It's so alarming.
I feel like it's a general problem.
And that's why you see citizens are coming out. They aren't supporting VDM in a way.
But my issue with this thing is
because of what
they're now witch hunting this particular bank. I mean, We all know that different banks have their different their shortcomings and the rest. But why is it that, okay, because he made a complaint about this particular bank, and
then
now
that bank is
everybody
the
just
village,
made
and they lie.
At some point, youths were even protesting in Abuja in front of this same bank.
But you know,
why didn't you protest since you're waiting for a celebrity to just make a statement so you can just fly off?
Let's be realistic. Not everybody even uses that particular bank. Some people are just looking for like a platform to just unleash violence. Some people just want to be part of a particular, protest. If you should go on set now, if you go to that location now, how many of you are using this bank?
GTB. How much is even in the account?
How much is in the account? So I feel like they should calm down and just relax. I know Nigeria is going through a lot right now. So don't let us, please, and while you are protesting, keep it peaceful. Before you know now, because Nigerians can be very funny sometimes. Yeah, they can start destroying things and can be hijacked by thugs and everything. So let us, in all things that we do, let's apply wisdom. So alright guys, so that's it on the first segment. VDM, we will just wait and see how the whole case unfolds, and hopefully justice is served at the end of the day. So right now we'll go on a short break and be right back with the rest of the gist for today. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. So on to the next gist. Joy, you changing? Over to you.
I've got the latest. So we're just going to dive into this whole family matter. I know we are all upcoming wives. Nobody is too young. So we're going to delve into this. Apparently, a lady came up on Instagram and she was trying to get an advice. So when she told the whole story, it begins with her husband, who was a big-time staff in a multinational company in Nigeria, and he was even close to his foreigner boss, and he had lots of benefits. They had cars from the company, they had a house on the island, and even had the company pay their children's school fees. So it was a good life, really, until the husband was disgracefully sacked for harassing a female corps member that was posted to his department. And this thing came with very damning evidence that was not even disputable at some point, because he made very disgusting remarks. He made this, according to the part we can actually say on air, he made this couple sit on his lap and feed him and gave her body very disgusting names. And then she actually recorded some of these statements and reported it to the company. So now he's sacked. But the twist now is that, okay, since he's sacked, they've lost the house, they've lost the cars, the children have left these expensive schools. The man has now, since then, given his life to Christ. He's now a member in the department in church. According to the wife, he fasts and prays very regularly, but then he's still unemployed. And the wife is not the one paying the rent, paying the bills, and taking care of the entire family. So now she's asking, the disgrace has been a lot. She's going through a lot of stress. Should she stay with him? Because she's thinking of relocating with the children and leaving him to deal with it so she can start her life afresh. So the question is, should she stay with him and support him as a loving, caring wife, or should she take her children and start her life? According to her, she's actually a very good-looking lady, and men always ask her out all the time. So she can actually start afresh. Let's just put that one there. What do you guys think? Should she stay or should she go?
So first, the lady in court, the court member, that reported him. Why did you even report him at first?
Wait, what question?
Hang on.
Okay. I'm surprised you're asking this question.
Yes,
though.
because how did you get to that point that he had to rubbish you that way? Was it a rape case? No, she gave her body to him.
No. I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
That's a very strong way to come forward.
Okay. Because if she didn't enjoy everything that happened.
Are you sure about this?
No, ladies, hang on.
Okay.
They didn't tie her up.
Okay.
Even if he made some move, there should be a no. There should be a no. Knowing the fact that you know what you want.
Okay.
Do you understand?
But we call this case an harassment case.
Actually.
And nobody can hold this man's mouth that should not talk. He said some of these things. So will you say it's because the lady put herself out there, that's why she received this? Women that are harassed or women that are harassed generally,
See,
it's all about dressing and
based
putting
on the
yourself out there.
statements that she made. Based on the statement that he made, she didn't throw herself at him. It didn't seem like something like, I'm sorry, I cannot defend her. I don't know what really happened. But it didn't seem like statements that she probably threw herself at him. But it was just a case of a very indisciplined man.
Now,
trying to harass a young lady.
Don't get me wrong.
Mind you,
do you know that you can still stop whatever it is? No,
it's wrong. See, I don't want to know whatever reason you have.
Except you're being drunk. I will blame the lady.
I will blame the lady. I am surprised that you are blaming the lady in this case, because it's a case of sexual harassment. I come to work every day and you look at me lustfully and tell me demeaning statements, and you're not saying I should not report to you.
Victoria.
I'm going to report to you because I am there as a core member to serve. So why should you make me sit on your lap to feed you?
How will you even sit? How did you get to that point you sat on his lap?
See, the fact that she stopped him was the main thing, because I'm pretty sure even if she
must have done it to lots of other ladies. Because tell me when you get to the point that you are naming. See, let's leave the lady out of this. Let's focus on the bad behavior of the man.
The man is bad.
So, because I won't see the reasons why you want to be blaming the lady.
Is very bad.
See, let me tell you, whether or not she threw himself at him, a disciplined man would have actually said no.
Of course.
But he didn't say no. He went on to start giving her body parts names and telling her that he was going to, get down with her.
For still going
that far. Blame her for what? Have you ever been in a position have you ever been in a position whereby you cannot defend yourself? Have you ever been in a work situation that I'm sorry, have you been in a work situation, because I am being triggered right now. Have you been in a situation whereby you cannot defend yourself?
There are situations like that.
Because you have a boss eye up there and you cannot defend yourself.
Let's keep it calmly.
Victoria,
this is actually very triggering. It's
exactly,
triggering.
it is, but let's just bring it back home. All right. The fact is, we don't know what exactly happened prior to all of this. What we know is that this man was indisciplined and he was indecent and he sexually harassed this lady. There was evidence apparently before he was sacked. There was evidence, but we cannot say anything from her. We cannot throw the blame.
So why did he repent? Why did he start going to church?
We cannot throw the blame at any lady.
He has been doing that act.
No, let's not defend anybody. I know we planned on making this discussion about whether the wife should stay with him or not, but it seems like that's taking a different.
So for the wife,
So let's just get your view on that.
All right, for the wife's case now, the truth is, God forgive. I will always come from that angle. I know it's not easy, right? Knowing the fact that your husband did this very bad behavior and it has gone viral. His colleagues are aware about it and it's very painful. You have to let go of. But if you think you can manage it, the load is way too much, you can find other alternative. And then for the young man, kudos to you for repenting.
If I don't repent.
No, people like that, for him to be a worker in church. Now, I'm not coming from that part that you're a worker in church. Like, you are saved, you accepted Jesus, right? Like, you made that confession deep down your heart. Now you are saved. Kudos to you for doing that. That one is even the most paramount thing. Now, for the wife, if you know you can't cope with it, seek for a counsel. Look for a counselor. Get views. Don't just take the decision on your own by leaving.
Okay, that's the thing. Because if you even look at it, at the end, only Jesus knows whether the man's life is really with him or not. Because people, if you look at it this way, he knew about Christianity before he got into that position. It's not a new thing for him. So he allowed. I'm sure he will blame the devil now in this case, that, okay, the devil used him and all of that, and now he has gone back to Christ. If he's put in that same position again, in a position of power to control people's affairs, will he do this kind of thing again? But the fact is, he has been punished for this one, and then who knows how long this whole phase of punishment is going to last. But I really hope that he has actually sincerely learned his lesson.
Since he has received God as his Lord and personal Savior, God will make way for you.
We cannot deny the fact that there are people who carry this. There are people who carry this church, people who carry God and church, and then somehow they have this dark past, and they have this. Some even still go ahead, even with that position in church, and they still do things that are very wrong, things that are very disgusting in society, and then they embarrass the name of the church. Well, we have several situations like that. Pastors who do the unimaginable. You get. So the fact is, whether he says he has given his life to Christ or not. We just hope that he maintains it. But as for his wife, I feel like she should just do whatever will be okay with her in that moment, because it's a lot. You can't be carrying someone's cross all the time. And if he's really sincere, something will come up at the end and he'll be able to find a way to survive.
Yes.
But then his wife should just do whatever makes her happy at this moment. That's all I have to say though.
Okay, so I really have a lot to say about this, but our time is fast spent. We have to call it a wrap on today's edition of the program. So one thing I will just go on to say is that in this life, just always do good, because when tables turn, when there's a time for you to have to just I don't know the right words to say. There's a time whereby you have to pay for the things that you have done.
Yeah.
And those that might be affected, it's going to affect wives, it's going to affect your kids. Even it will go way beyond that you can think. So as much as possible, let's try to keep up our best behavior. The scriptures that gave us the 10 Commandments, God knows why He gave us all those rules. It's not because, He just wants to restrict us, but it's actually for our own benefit, so that we'll avoid having scars and having dark past that we would not want to revisit. So, till we come your way next time, guys, just stay safe, stay jiggy, and avoid stories that touch.
Nice.
All right, bye, guys.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can choose God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
On the news, one person dead, 3 others injured as building collapses in Mushin area of Lagos State. Bandits kill 3 persons in Kogi State, demand 12 million naira ransom for abducted monarch. And police deny reported abduction of 15 Anambra UTME candidates. Thank you for joining News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Ajigun. One person has been confirmed dead following the collapse of a 2-story building under construction in the Mushin area of Lagos State on Sunday. The incident occurred at 96 Ishaga Road, directly opposite the Diaraba Central Mosque. Giving details on the incident, the Southwest Coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Ibrahim Familoye, confirmed that a body was recovered from the rubble at approximately 8:18 p.m. 3 adult males were also rescued from the site with varying degrees of injuries and are currently receiving treatment. Although the exact cause of the collapse has not yet been determined, eyewitnesses say the building had been undergoing work at the time of the collapse. Investigations are currently underway. This latest incident comes just weeks after a similar tragedy in the Ojodubaga area of Lagos, where a 3-story uncompleted building collapsed at Oremeta Street on April 19, resulting in 1 fatality and 13 rescues. Let's get a situation report of the building collapse on Ishaga Road from an emergency official. Adewale Adedokun is the Assistant Chief Search and Rescue Operations at NEMA Lagos Operations Office. Thank you for coming on the news, Mr. Adedokun. Now, can you tell us the current status of the collapsed building, and has the cause of the collapse been ascertained?
Okay, so at the moment the operation is concluded. That's the emergency phase is concluded. At the building collapse scene, you'd recall that 2 people were initially rescued alive, then 1 more, and then totaling 3 people rescued alive, and then 1 death recovered. So the operation is closed, the emergency phase is closed. The scene had been handed over to other government officials like LAPSCA, that's Lagos State Building Control Agency, and the police has taken over the scene as well. So the emergency phase is over, and the scene has been handed over to state officials to commence investigation as to the cause of the collapse.
So you're confirming now that rescue efforts have ended, or are there ongoing rescue efforts to save any potential survivors?
No, the area is already on ground zero. We do not believe anybody is left there. The scene has been all the need to be carted away has been carted away. So we don't believe anyone is trapped at the scene at the moment. So that's why I said the emergency phase is over. The scene has been handed over to the state officials to commence investigations as the cause of the incident.
Right then, Mr. Adewale Adedokun, Assistant Chief Search and Rescue Operations, NEMA Lagos Operations Office. Thank you very much for coming on the news. Moving on, tension continues to mount in Okoleke community in Yagba West local government area of Kogi State following a violent attack by suspected bandits that has left 3 people dead on Saturday. The assailants, who had earlier abducted a traditional ruler, Dada James Ogunyoda, remain at large while demanding a 12 million naira ransom for his release. The revered nonagenarian and graded chief was kidnapped from his palace in the early hours of Thursday. Initial ransom demands from the kidnappers reportedly stood at 100 million naira, but were later reduced after negotiations, reportedly due to concerns over the monarch's fragile health and his need for medication. Despite ongoing efforts to meet the demands, the bandits struck again over the weekend, deepening fear and frustration in the community community. In a similar development, no fewer than 15 people have been reportedly killed, while several others sustained various degrees of injuries in a renewed attack by suspected armed herdsmen in Ogwomogbo and Okpolo communities in Agatu local government area of Benue State. A former vice chairman of Agatu LGA, John Ikulono, who spoke to journalists on Sunday, said the victims of the attacks were returning from the Oweto market after the day's business and heading to their various communities when they ran into the ambush. And following recent reports about missing 15 candidates who were said to have been abducted on their way home after sitting for their rescheduled UTME in Imo State, the State Police Command has clarified that the candidates were stranded, not abducted. A press statement issued by the command's spokesperson, DSP Henry Okoye, revealed that the vehicle conveying the candidates broke down, rendering the students stranded along the way. He pointed out that the poor network caused a communication gap, which gave rise to unfounded speculation online and concerns for their safety. Okoye further disclosed that after the vehicle was repaired, the students, with their proprietor, resumed their journey and returned to Onitsha. Still on security, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has reassured residents of Borno State of the military's unwavering commitment to restoring lasting peace following renewed attacks by the Boko Haram terrorist group. General Musa gave the assurance during a one-day operational visit to Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, where he assessed troop morale and inspected the site of a recent bomb explosion at Giwa Barracks. The explosion, which the Nigerian army attributed to excessive heat wave, caused significant structural damage. TV360 correspondent Solomon Josiah tells us more.
In a bid to boost soldiers' morale, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, embarked on a one-day operational visit to Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. While addressing the troops, the defense chief emphasized that the visit was aimed to reinforcing the military's resolve to decisively tackle insurgency in the northeast. He reaffirmed that the armed forces are working tirelessly to flush out all terrorist elements, especially Boko Haram and ISWAP, from their hideouts across the region.
Not only here in the northwest, north central, efforts are being made to ensure that Nigeria is safe and secure, in line with the mandate of Mr. President. The naval guys we have seen are just part of the plans we're having ahead. Equipment are coming in, more platforms.